Captioning.
Roll call and the chair's agenda. That was
It's right.
steal mine, or did you?
Oh, did I
Do you have a
steal?
double? Yes.
I have double. I got it.
We got it. I need to take song requests. Who do you name that tune? What's that? Oh, I don't know. I got no sleep. Punch drunk Zippy. Sorry, say again.
I said I would like to do the McDonald's theme song.
Wait, which one?
That one.
Say again?
The McDonald's theme song.
Yeah, I know, but how's it go?
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Ah. Close?
No.
But I think
All right.
you have their attention.
I'll work on it. Yep, we're just easing into it. Welcome to our wonderful staff of USBE board members and the public and stakeholders. Great to have you with us. Welcome to the regular USBE meeting for September 5th, 2024. Grateful as always to our Highway Patrol joining us. We've got Sergeant Ryan Gurney and Security Devin Booth. Case of emergency, got two exit doors out here to the right, and they go either way. So let us do a roll call and we'll get to business. Member Reel. Member Booth.
Here.
Member Bogus.
Here.
Member Klein.
Here.
Member Davis.
Here.
Member Green. Member Green is excused. She, I believe, won't be joining remotely. Member Carey.
Here.
Member Wood. Member Hymas is possibly remote.
Here.
He is
No,
here.
yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Member Lear.
Here.
Member Norton.
Here.
Member Straight.
Present.
Vice Chair Earl, I understand, will be joining us a little bit later. Vice Chair Hart.
Here.
And Member Moss is here. So we have a quorum and then some. Let us start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And you know what? I again forgot to request. How about Member Straight? Since I don't bug you enough, can I bug you for the pledge?
All rise. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. And first up is our board member message from Vice Chair Hart, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Good
floor is
morning.
yours.
This morning, I would like to, actually, I'm
202.
reading a poem because I feel like when I was thinking about this for the last month, actually, a lot of different ideas went through my head. But at the end of the day, I think that we are missing, we can all use just a little bit of art and poetry to change to just give some perspective. There's a lot of noise and there's a lot of heat, and sometimes we can turn to art forms such as poetry to kind of put things in perspective. So this poem, I'm sure many of you have heard it, but it is a poem that I would have students memorize. And I memorized as a teacher when I had my students memorize it. However, that was years ago. So the poem is entitled Good Timber. And it's by Douglas Malloch, who is actually from Michigan, born in Muskegon, my home state. He actually wrote the Michigan State Song as well. He was in the timber industry, and his wife founded the National Federation of Press Women. So it's got a really interesting history. So, good timber, the tree that never had to fight for sun and sky and air and light, but stood out in the open plain and always got its share of rain never became a forest king, but lived and died a scrubby thing. The man who never had to toil to gain and farm his patch of soil, who never had to win his share of sun and sky and light and air, never became a manly man, but lived and died as he began. Good timber does not grow with ease. The stronger wind, the stronger trees. The further sky, the greater length. The more the storm, the more the strength. By sun and cold, by rain and snow, in trees and men, good timbers grow. Where thickest lies the forest growth, we find the patriarchs of both, and they hold counsel with the stars, whose broken branches show the scars of many winds and much of strife. This is the common law of life. So you can see how, or you can imagine how middle schoolers would enjoy the poem. Of course, we had to talk about there was a time when men, the word men, referred to all people and not just men. But the reason I wanted to bring this up is to remind me and us what we're here to do, and that is to raise up and guide students and educate and show students how to, we teach standards, but we also make those standards real and show them what beauty there is in life. Now, I also wanted to take a minute, and this can be a little hard. I think we need to have a moment of silence for the students in Georgia, which is where I came from after Michigan. And what happened there has to stop. So I would like to offer a moment of silence for the people affected in Georgia and the families, please. Thank you. That town is much like a cross between Heber and Vernal. It is a small town. It is halfway between Atlanta and the University of Georgia. And it's a close-knit town. And the administration there, Principal AP had been there. This is their second year. They've been doing some really cool things and really has a really cool vibe there. And I just can't stop thinking about what we need to do to help our children and to help our families and to keep them all safe when they go to school, which should be the safest place they are ever. So as we go about our day, let's remember what we're here to do, and that is to keep students safe, but also show them that there is beauty in the world, even amongst ugliness. And may we go forth and do the good work that we're here to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We will turn to Kelsey James for our education highlight.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. At this time, I would like to welcome up some of our special guests, Quinn Kellis, who is our Educational Leadership Development Coordinator here at USBE. He has some wonderful people that he's going to introduce to you all, and take it away, Quinn.
Thank you, Kelsey. As I was just introduced, my name is Quinn Kellis, Leadership Development Coordinator. And Chair Moss, members of the board, Superintendent Dixon, thank you for this very special morning as we recognize some administrators in the state of Utah who have been identified as exemplary in their field. And to Vice Chair Hart's comments, we do have some extraordinary administrators, and every family can feel confident in sending their kids to schools with the amazing leadership that we have. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dwight Lydiard and Rhonda Bromley. Dwight will introduce the elementary administrators of the year, and Rhonda will introduce the secondary administrators of the year. So if Dwight and his administrators will come on up.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Dwight Lydiard. I'm the Executive Director of the Utah Elementary Principals Association. Today, I would like to introduce to you two of our superstars. We are going to recognize our 2024 Elementary Assistant Principal of the Year and our 2024 Elementary Principal of the Year. Do you have pictures? I just didn't know which order they were going to be in. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So we're going to start today with Veronica Holyoke, who is our Elementary Assistant Principal of the Year from the Jordan School District, currently at Bluffdale Elementary, but has spent the last few years at Oakcrest Elementary. And she really shined as someone who offered great support. She feels her role as an assistant is to just offer general support to the running of the school. She's done a lot of great work with student behaviors and also helped with special ed department. The one great thing is I'm going to do a little quote from her administrator that wrote a letter of recommendation, and he said, the best thing he could do was recognize and support and encourage her superpowers and then just stay out of her way. Veronica was honored this summer in July at our national NAESP, UAESP conference in Nashville, and she was recognized on stage at that time. So congratulations to Veronica. Rachel Alberts is from the Davis School District, currently at Sunburst Elementary, has also been the principal at Snowhorse Elementary. She's been an elementary principal for 10 years, and she played a vital role in opening Sunburst Elementary and has just some really unique things that happen at Sunburst. They established a model for teacher training and teacher preparation that's very innovative. Her school is very diverse, and they work hard to embrace that and support kids from all kinds of different situations. She truly believes in shared leadership, and biggest thing, and as you talk to people and as you read her letters of recommendation, building culture and making sure that school is a place where students, faculty, parents all feel supported is her greatest strength. Rachel will be honored in a few weeks in Washington, D.C. at a special black tie gala for the elementary principals throughout the nation. Thank you.
Hello. Like Quinn mentioned, my name's Rhonda Bromley. I'm the Executive Director of the UASSP, so I'm the secondary partner to Dwight at the elementary level. And I'm so excited to be here today to honor 3 of our amazing administrators. To start with, I just want to let you know that school is off to a great start at the secondary schools in Utah. Activities are happening, learning is happening in the classrooms. It's been a good start to the year. Unfortunately, the first week of school, we did lose 3 of our students at 3 different schools in Utah. And so just thank you for the continued focus on mental health and awareness and safety. I love what you said, Vice Chair, and our hearts go out to you and everyone in that community. But just thank you for a continued focus on that for both adults and students. Okay, so I'm excited to recognize we have high school level and middle level at the secondary level, and so we'll be recognizing a principal of the year at each level and then also an assistant principal of the year. And I'm excited because starting next year, we'll have an assistant principal of the year at each level. So I'm prepping you for 4 people next year. It's going to be very exciting. So we're going to start with Melody Apestegia. And Melody is the assistant principal at American Fork High School in Alpine School District. Melody's been in education for 32 years. 22 of those years were as a math teacher. Not just a math teacher, but an amazing math teacher. She won the George Shell Award for Excellence in Math Teaching, but she also won the award for Teacher of the Year for the state of Utah. So she's the first person that has won both Teacher of the Year and Administrator of the Year for Utah. So we're very proud of Melody. Melody has a focus on helping teachers when it comes to learning in the classroom. We all know that that's where the rubber meets the road, what's going on in the classroom, and Melody does such a good job helping teachers know how to help their students be successful. One of my favorite things to do when we honor our award winners at our state conference, and we appreciate Superintendent Dixon for being there, for helping honor them, but I love to surprise them at their schools and let them know that they won in front of their own school and faculty members and oftentimes students. And it was fun for me to do that with Melody because it was obvious that the teachers love her so much. They gave her a standing ovation and we're so excited for her. We talk about continuous learning a lot in education, and she's a perfect example of that. She's constantly learning how to be better at her job, even though she's already fantastic. She has 2 master's degrees, one in curriculum and learning and then one in educational leadership, and she's currently getting her doctorate from the University of Utah. So we're so proud of Melody and just want to congratulate her. Our second recipient is Brian Stevenson, and Brian drove all the way from Washington County School District to be with us this morning. Thank you, and to your cute wife for being here with you as well. And Brian is such a great example of a leader of leaders. It was fun for me to learn how in Washington County School District, so many leaders look to Brian as a mentor and somebody that can help them be a better leader. Brian focuses on student learning, as all of our administrators do, but he really focuses on the role that all stakeholders make. We all play a role in that, and how do we support and help each other in our role when it comes to student learning. And Brian's been a great example of that. He was such a great administrator that Washington County had him open a middle school, Desert Hills Middle School, where he was for 11 years, and he did such a good job. They asked him to open another middle school, so Crimson Cliffs Middle School. Both of those schools have been nationally recognized, and they are both solution tree schools focusing on PLCs and community together. And when I had the opportunity to surprise Brian at his school, there were a lot of tears from a lot of people at the school. They love him. It was very obvious how they feel about him. I do still feel guilty. We surprised him one morning and we were all in the media center just waiting, and school was getting ready to start, and I had the media center coordinator call him on the radio and tell him there was an emergency in the media center. And I've never seen anybody, he came in just a sweating and just ready, and then we were all there, so it took him a minute to get his breath. But what I didn't know is that there really had been an emergency this spring before in the media center. And so I hope he forgives me if that wasn't a very good way, but it was just fun for all of the faculty and the staff to be there, and the tears that were there just showing their support and their love for Brian. We just appreciate his example and his mentorship for other administrators in the state. So congratulations, Brian Stevenson. Last of all, we have our high school principal of the year, Roger, our Bobby. Roger's from Park City High School in Park City School District. Roger started his career in Texas and then spent several years actually in Columbia teaching and as an administrator before he landed in Park City 7 years ago. And we're so lucky to have him there. It was fun for me when I arrived a little bit early and started talking to the students about him. Tell me about your principal. They were all just so anxious to tell me their interactions and funny things about Roger. It became very obvious so fast he connects with his students so well. He knows all of their names. I've walked around his school with him on several different occasions, and he calls people by name. He definitely has a connection with his students. One of the amazing things among many that he has done since he's been principal, if you look at his AP rates, the students there know that they can take more rigorous classes than maybe they had in the past. And so more and more students are taking those higher level classes, AP classes, and able to pass those tests. He's very involved in his community. When you hang out with him in Park City, it's like you're with a celebrity. It's kind of fun to do. But recently, the police chief up in Park City awarded him with a community service award just because of all the things he does, not only in the school, but in the community as well. So we love and appreciate Roger and thank him for his representation as our high school principal of the year. Congratulations.
Before you go, Vice Chair Hart, yeah, I'm going to throw you right under the bus. She said, are we going to let him go without hearing anything from them? So, great question.
Yes.
Now listen, we appreciate hearing from you, hearing what makes you so unique and effective. And tonight we're going to the Teacher of the Year Awards, so this is a heck of a fun day. We get to hear from the folks that are in there really standing out. But I mean, if there is anything that you wouldn't mind sharing your thought quickly, we got a full board here that's an open audience that we should be focusing on at the board level to bring out good leadership or serve the schools. Or did you have another question? I'm halfway throwing you under the bus. I'm jumping under there with you.
If you wanted to tell the board one thing in one sentence, what would it be?
There you go.
You
We-
can
we-
also
we would love to
pass
learn from
is
you.
is a complete sentence in a classroom.
I don't know if this is what you're, I'm not sure if this is what you're looking for, but as I was sitting here, I'm looking around at all the names. I'm kind of in educational I'm starstruck with Sid Dixon and Carol Lear. She doesn't know who I am, but I've heard you for ever. Tons of respect. Darren Nelson, who doesn't know me very well as well, but thank you for your support. Again, you don't know me, but you have. Yay! Look at that. And Sid Dixon, I have the greatest amount of respect for you, the things that you do. I'm now working with Darren, and I know nothing, and he's going to be a mentor for me, just so you know. Anyways, I love education so very much. I have so much respect for everyone involved in education because of the importance of the role that we play in shaping our kids' lives. So thank you so much. That was way more than a sentence. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have similar things to say. One, thank you for your time and attention to the students in the state. Thank you for your continued support for the Teacher of the Year program and what that does for the teachers in the state. It helps in a space of mentorship, growth, and development in ways that are inexplicable. Woo, my words are not with me this morning. I very much appreciate what we are doing and the directions we're going, and would also reiterate what Rhonda said. If we can continue focusing on supports for our students in the social, mental, emotional spaces, that's a high demand and need right now. And just got a safe UT tip while we were sitting here this morning. So it's something that's real, and that's something that's very much needed. And I know it's important to all of you, and just would want to say it's still a very high continued need. And thank you for your work and service.
Thank you.
You know, I'm from Park City, and people say, oh, well, Park City, of course, you know, everything's great. But we have a large population of our students that are from the service industry. And last year, we were able to get 86% of our first-gen kiddos into college. So we are breaking generational poverty cycles with the help that everybody is providing. And we will continue to do that work. We hope to show off what we're doing to as many schools around the state so that they can see that encouraging high rigor classes to our students is possible, and you can continue to be successful with that. And thank you for everything that you guys do on a daily basis. We really, it makes a big difference down with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I'm not from Utah. I'm from, I was born south of Buffalo, New York, went to high school in Boston, and then my family migrated north to Maine. And I'm just super grateful for the opportunity as a teacher, as a former teacher, for leadership opportunities for myself to grow, because where I come from, that does not exist because it's just so rural and so remote, and the districts are just gigantic in terms of area, but not in terms of student population. So for me personally, the opportunity when I moved here in 2012 to become a BYU intern facilitator and an instructional coach, and then to now be an assistant principal, future head principal maybe someday, it just means the world to me that you recognize that in the state of Utah. My husband and I call Utah the best kept secret in America. And this is one of the reasons why, because of the opportunities that I've personally had. So I just thank you for that. And I also reiterate everything about the social emotional, putting assistant principals in elementary schools. Oh my gosh, you've just changed Jordan District, and counselors now has been also so important. So the work that you're doing and the state is doing is just incredible. So thanks for all of that.
Thank you.
I think the best way for me to sum up how I feel about how fortunate I am to have 28 years in the most important, impactful profession. And what we get back from that. Last spring, I was on the playground with some kindergarten students, hanging out with kindergarten students, which is pure joy in itself. And one of them looked at me and said, "Hey, what do you want to be when you grow up?" And I said, "Well, I wanted to be a teacher, and I became a teacher, and then I wanted to be a different type of teacher, so I became a principal." And he said, "Yeah, but I mean, what do you want to be when you grow up for reals?" And, you know, I thought about that, and the answer is I always want to be an educator, because there's truly no other profession, and I'm passionate about this, where there's so much energy and goodness that comes from such a collective, expansive group of people working for the best cause out there, the well-being of our students. And that being said, as mentioned before, nothing we do and nothing we can accomplish, we know this in general, but especially in education, can't be done without the collective efforts of everybody and the people who have influenced me, the students, the teachers. My area director took time out of her busy schedule to come today, and Tracy Robbins has been a phenomenal mentor to me. The support we get just all of the way around from you, from our local board, from our local communities, it's energizing, and it's just reminds me every day of how lucky we are to be where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. Sorry to put you on the spot, but you're what it's all about, and so we're grateful to have your input and guidance, and thank you all for joining us. All right, is that back to Kelsey? Do we have? We are covered. Okay, on to our employee recognition. Superintendent Dixon?
Thank you. I know everybody's going out to get pictures, so yeah.
Do we want to
There,
pause
I'm
for a
on.
sec?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we've got board members out getting pictures, so.
Maybe just
okay.
pause for a sec. We can take a, yeah?
Yeah.
Can always pause. Yeah, they're.
Yeah, if we could pause for maybe
crack
7
open.
minutes, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay.
We will take a 7-minute break. 7? Oh, thank you. Oh. All right, I'm going to try this again. I think we're at 7. Oh, can we get
It's on.
superintendent's on?
We're
Let's
good.
see.
It's on now. No, it's on. Okay, board
Got it.
members. I always love this day. I so love celebrating our building administrators and our teachers and employees. So it's educators. Sometimes they're the worst to, get to pay attention. Okay. First, I want to give a shout out to all of our employees. I think our employees can relate to this. Whenever I run into somebody, they will say, "Oh, have you just had the best summer off? Have you enjoyed your summer? And now that school's starting again, you can get busy." I don't know if any of our employees in the audience or listening feel that way. I hear it all the time. And I just have to take a pause, understanding and giving grace that not everyone understands the life of what it takes to work at USBE. So I want to give a shout out to all of our employees, first of all, for all the efforts that they've put in to helping our educators lean in to their own personal growth. We have had so many wonderful learning opportunities sponsored by our office. And I'm going to talk about our Employee of the Month, who's had a big role to play in all of that. But all of our employees have really been engaged in not only their own learning, but creating learning opportunities for educators throughout the state. And to be with teachers all summer has just been the best. And I so appreciate the leadership our employees provide. So today I get to introduce you to somebody who is just phenomenal. And I want to give a shout out to her team, or her STEM team, who are here to support her. So Coordinator Nathan Ock, if you would have your team stand and be recognized. This is our amazing USBE STEM team, all here to support Alicia. Thank you. All right, Alicia, this is all about you. So if you'll go stand at the podium so we can just see you turn shades of red. I know, she is nervous because she hates being in the limelight, which is one of the reasons she was chosen. So I want to introduce you to Alicia Mormon, and she is, she works with his STEM team, and Nathan Ock, coordinator, wrote this beautiful, beautiful tribute to her. So I'll just pop out some highlights. She is really known for her collaboration, support, and organizational skills. And so she provided leadership with the logistics of the personalized competency-based leadership summit or learning summit. And we had, I think, over 500 people attend that. And we've had rave reviews. And that was in large part due to Alicia's organization and facilitation. She has collaborated and facilitated many projects. She helped her colleague Teresa Hartvickson, who was fairly new and picking up some of the load when some team members were on maternity leave. And I love what Nate said about she has just been exemplary since the moment she started with us back in November of 2022, but especially this year. She's been integral to the huge body of work with personalized competency-based learning that was accomplished this year. Again, not just planning the logistics for a big event, but we've been out on a lot of site visits, and by we, I mean the awesome PCBL team and others. And she has really helped not only coordinate those, but then giving feedback and drafting summaries around the feedback that we received about the site visits, and then brainstormed with Nate to think about how they could make the process better. She presented this year to multiple audiences, including an 80-person teaching and learning team and over 60 educators that attend the curriculum directors meeting on topics related to efficiency and feedback. She's thoughtful and capable, but also brave, frequently being willing to give feedback to her leaders when she identifies ways in which the STEM team or community can improve. She's become a great leader among the teaching and learning support staff team, often identifying innovative solutions to vexing problems. She's growth-minded, setting her goals in ways that help her grow, but also including products that will be a resource for all staff members. And I concur with Nate, who said there's just no one more deserving of this honor than you, Alicia. So thank you for your incredible support of all of your colleagues, for being willing to lean in and be a leader. We really appreciate you on a daily basis. Thank you, Alicia, and congratulations. And you don't have to give a speech, so you're good, you're safe. Unless Chair Moss calls on you, so thanks, Alicia. Okay, back to you, Chair Moss.
Thank you, Alicia, very much for all you do and your leadership. And we will turn to our public comment. Let me just go over the guidelines. As always, the public may sign up to share public comments. That's at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may also send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments limited to 2 minutes per person. Comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience, and if you have material with explicit language or content, we ask that you submit it in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. So thank you, as always, for our members of the public who follow and have an interest in what we do, for joining us and sharing your thoughts. We have first up Sarah Jones, in person, I believe. I saw Sarah. Yep.
Okay, that's opposite of what you think, that red should mean stop. Sorry. Good morning, board members. I'm Dr. Sarah Jones with the Utah Education Association. Last month, the Law and Licensing Committee approved R277333, Registered Apprentice Program for Teachers, which the board will consider later today. First, I want to express our excitement in the vision of the board for seeking out a Department of Labor grant to pilot a teacher apprenticeship preparation pathway. And second, I just want to express my appreciation to staff member Malia Height for her time meeting with me to discuss this program in detail. I raised a specific concern with her about the pay related to the employed teacher mentor who will be supporting the apprentice. And she explained that the mentor pay was limited by the amount of money that the state is receiving from the Department of Labor grant. But as we talked, we agreed it would be great if teacher mentors could receive some supplemental income from the district, and a change in the language could make it clear that while the state board provides the $1,000 pay for the teacher mentor, districts could also supplement that money rather than the current language or the existing language last month that implied that really the only pay the teacher mentor could have was from the state. And third, I want to thank board member Molly Hart. So during law and licensing, she made an amendment to the rule that clarifies that USBE will be paying the teacher mentors who are supporting the apprentices $1,000, but which allows districts to choose to supplement that pay for the teacher mentor stipend. And I just wanted to say thank you on all accounts for the board support and for staff support, because this is exactly the kind of positive partnership we want to work on so that we have good policy outcomes, and we just look forward to continuing to engage in that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Tony Zaney by Zoom. We are beaming you in. Tony. Zani. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Tony. Are you with us? Do we have connection? There we go. There's Tony. You're on.
Hi there. I just want to thank the board for your support of national board certification, and I want to give you some information about why you should make the educator incentives budget priority this year for the legislative budget. Board certification teaches you to have the students doing the work of learning. Board certified teachers don't lecture or hand out worksheets. They teach students to think and reflect. We had a kindergarten teacher at Rose Park last year who had her students doing such complicated academic discourse and writing that other principals in our district wanted videos of that to show their first and second grade teachers. When you invest in board certification, you're investing in putting the best teacher in the classroom. You're also going to get better results at the school level because part of earning and maintaining national board certification is that you demonstrate how you mentor and support other teachers in your school. National board certified teachers are master teachers that bring up the teachers and students throughout their school. Everybody is lifted up just by having one or two national board certified teachers taking the lead. There was a comment last month about the cost. Where's this money going to come from? Why are we spending it? Investing in having the best teacher in a classroom is worth it. The national average is only 2% of teachers earn their national board certification. Utah's at 0.006%. There's also a comment about the difference between a master's degree and national board certification. With a master's, you prove that you learned something. With national board certification, you prove that your students are doing more work, your students are doing more learning. You are proving that you are helping the students throughout your school do more learning. We're asking you to make this a budget priority because if you want the best outcomes for students, invest in making sure they have the best teachers in the classroom. Thank you. Thank you for all your support. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tony. Lexi Cunningham is here in person, I believe.
How'd I do?
Tony, I think we're still getting sound from you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I'm Lexi Cunningham, and I'm representing the Utah School Superintendents Association. Later today, you will discuss a board legislative priority related to a statewide student information system. Currently, USSA does not have a position on this request, but we ask that you pause for a year and do more research, involve more stakeholders. We understand the need for USBE to have good, clean data. We also share the need, and we believe there is still some research and discussion that needs to occur before this request is considered. Please consider the following. First, we would request that you form a working group and task the working group with examining the data submitted by LEAs. If errors are coming from LEAs that use one specific vendor, let's collaborate with the vendor to see if changes can be made. If all LEAs are submitting data with the same mistake, let's work together to see if we can find a solution. If we understand the problem is LEAs, we can make the needed corrections. Second, let's study states using either an individual LEA or statewide SIS system and see what is working and not working in those states. Is there a common set of standards that these states are using in making implementation decisions? Are there practices and procedures that they follow to allow for the collection of good data? We might learn from what other states have discovered. Next, we would request that you hold more focus groups and listening tours to learn from LEAs about what's working and not working. If time does not allow for this, we would request that a statewide survey be administered to LEAs and find what is working for them. 3 or 4 quick questions should generate a great deal of data. Finally, we understand that this is a big ask and everybody is so busy. Our hope, fingers crossed, would be that USBE would have some one-time funds to hire someone to help with this process. We would like to study this topic with you and feel that using one-time funds to hire someone would be a great investment. Thank you. We're just asking that you reevaluate for the year before moving forward.
Thank you, Lexi. Julie Clough.
Good morning. I am Julie Clough. I'm the president-elect of Utah PTA. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm not going to say this is one of my favorite things. I don't know if I'm ever going to get used to being in public. I would rather be in the background doing work and seeing things happen. But I do appreciate this opportunity. More importantly, I appreciate the opportunity because it has allowed collaboration within the walls of this building and beyond. And I'm so appreciative of that. I'm appreciative of the time that we have been able to work with staff members in this building to further our mission. Our mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. as we have spent the summer going to all of our different parts of Utah to do training. The one thing that has stood out to me is the collaboration between our families and our parents and our schools, and how impactful that has been. It reminds me of a training that we're doing. We have launched a leadership academy this year, and we are trying to offer more leadership opportunities for our PTA members. And I got the opportunity to study the Carnegie Corporation's family engagement study that they did. And I wish I could show you the picture, but think about a helix and all of the things that intertwine. And they say that there are 5 high leverage areas that when teachers and schools and families come together around those 5 things, that thing makes student achievement better. And as I've thought about that, I think about the individual parts. I think about the parents. I think about school boards. I think about the legislature. I think about teachers. I think about students. And when we all combine together in a helix, the power that we can create to help our students grow and achieve is what we're here for. And so I appreciate the collaboration, and I hope that that can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And Renee Pinkney.
Good morning, board members. During the last Renee Pinkney, UEA president and a Park City High School social studies teacher. During the last legislative session, UEA opposed HB 84 because it contained a new requirement that LEAs annually report all school employee email addresses to the state board. It then allows the legislature to directly email all school employees, despite the fact that educators are neither employed by the legislature nor the state of Utah. We oppose this provision because we believe it creates risk for educators. Imagine this scenario. The legislature emails school employees during the legislative session about a policy issue seeking their input. An educator responds from their school email disagreeing with the policy and engaging in partisan political speech. Might such action become a disciplinary issue for the educator, especially our early career educators that are far less experienced? We know that an educator who speaks out about a hot button political matter such as gun control outside of the school will be protected by the First Amendment. But will sharing an opinion via a school email on a school issued device during contract time to a legislator who disagrees with you about the same issue be protected? At your August board meeting during the discussion on the new administrative rule R277482, several board members highlighted similar concerns. Thank you for your decision to direct board staff to work with legislators to repeal this statute. UEA will also ask for the legislature to repeal this section of code, and we look forward to working together on this issue. Thank you for everything that you do for our public students and for educators. We really appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you, Renee. Okay, does that cover it? We're all right. Thank you all. Appreciate your input. Let's see, we can get right into finance. Do we need another 2-minute break? Or we Kelsey says we're ready. Let's go. All right, let me turn it to Chair Norton then.
Her mic is booting up, so it'll be just a second. Go ahead, Chair Norton.
Okay. The first item that we have here is on your agenda, number 9.3, the LEA request for extension of FY23 SPED carryover balances. And the motion before the board is that the board does not grant any extensions for FY23 special education carryover balances. This is something that has been ongoing. Numerous memos have been sent out, and we realize that it is time that, when we say that the balances cannot be carried forward, that the balances cannot be carried forward.
Thank you, Chair Norton. Discussion of that motion. I'll just add, before I see other lights, that this was very thoroughly discussed. There were a lot of individual unique cases that were presented, and the balance, as often is the case, was the balance between the exception and the rule. And I think there were votes that felt the rule needed to go into effect. And moving forward, that folks were on notice that that needs to be done, partly in the interest of getting those dollars to the end of the special ed row. So that's just my input from having observed and weighed and wrestled with some of those questions that came up. Member Lear.
Can you, Kristen, help me understand, was there a common reason that these schools, all of which share a common theme, they're all charter schools, is there a common reason why these particular schools made the request for the extension, or why they couldn't have been the only ones that had a carryover balance? But
I will be, if I answered that question, it would just be my speculation. So I'm going to turn that over to Deputy Superintendent Jones, as he would have had more contact, and he maybe would be turning it to someone else.
Deputy yes, thanks, Chair. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. To answer Board Member Lear's question, and I think this is a very good indicator of how well our charter schools and charter school management organizations for those charter schools do manage and control their funds, is they don't spend money just to spend money. It's a clear indicator that everyone knew that they were that the standard was to get the balances below 20%. However, in operations and financial operations, it's not always easy to spend that money as quickly as possible without crossing that line of, well, the expenditures may not have been good expenditures, right? I really think that that's part of the reason that you see these requests for the extensions. I know it's a policy decision on whether or not to grant the extension, and I would, the Finance Committee did their due diligence in exposing this, but I do think that, and appreciate the question that Board Member Lear posed, because I think it is a strong indicator that, hey, they just ran out of time, and rather than just executing dollars to get below the threshold, they were very precise in doing that. So, but that doesn't change the fact that everybody was notified that they needed to be below 20%. So it cuts both ways, I think. So, but I do want to make sure that we do acknowledge the fact that we have some very good charter schools, charter management organizations, districts that are not spending money just to spend money to get in compliance, but it is a policy decision. We understand that. So, Chair, did I answer Board Member Lear's question in a long-winded
Member Lear?
Yeah.
response? Sorry.
I just have a follow-up
Sure.
comment that I would maybe hope going forward, and you guys maybe have had all of these conversations, but at least to say this publicly from my perspective, I would hope that there was a concerted effort with our SPED staff, our financial staff, to work with these schools, because we know that there are more services that students with disabilities can get that
Sure.
would help them.
Yes.
It's not like we say, oh my gosh, we have way too much money to serve students with disabilities. We know that's not true. So I wish there was hope for something going forward that will use this money, and I appreciate that you're being really candid and saying they didn't want to just throw the money at the problem. that it's not a problem at the situation that we all support, but they want to use it meaningfully. So I hope going forward we can help them find a way to use this money in a more timely way. Thanks.
And Superintendent Jones, could you just add on to that, what does happen to that money now? So it's not just going to...
Yeah. Yeah, so Chair, to answer Board Member Norton's question, that money comes back into public education. It's not, it doesn't go away, right? I mean, yes, it's taken from the individual LEA. We invoice them for that amount of money, but it does get, I don't know, for lack of a better term, recycled into the public education funds, so.
And I'll follow up on that. Do we track that for purposes of perhaps seeing where it might be spent on SPED, intensive services, whatever? Do we have, I know it's not restricted, it becomes unrestricted, right? But do we at least track the amount that came back?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because we have the controls in place, Chair, with the invoicing. Then, you know, subsequently when they make the payment back, you know, we turn it over, and yeah, so yes, there is an audit and paper trail for it, absolutely.
So, I mean, it could be considered. Maybe Member Davis is going to speak to this because she's deep in the weeds on this. But we had two things going on: a lot of money over here in carryover, and a lot of need for intensive services that sometimes isn't funded. And so, I'm not sure exactly how those two can be melded, but keeping track of it might at least put us in position to say, hey, there might be a connection. But Member Davis can make more sense out of that than I. We have.
I don't know if this addresses that exact thing you're saying, but I just wanted to make sure that we as members, Chair, remember the impetus for this. And this is a conversation that started 4 years ago. And one of the reasons we lost our intensive services funds is because the legislature was saying, well, if you have all this money that's extra carry forward, why do we need to invest in special ed? And it's this tricky balance because we do need to carry forward in special ed because there are these expenses that arise, and by law, we have to meet these whether we're funded via state or not. So we do need to have some extra cushion, but we need more supports in the, at least I'm hearing over and over, in the self-contained area. And we're not ever going to get it unless we get these carry forward balances kind of under control. But to give everyone the fairest chance possible, we started this discussion 4 years ago. And so, you know, they had at least 3 full years to work toward getting down to the 20%. But I just want folks to understand that we actually as a board moved this down to 10%. And so year after next, we may be coming back with this same conversation because we're trying to get to the 10% for the better of the whole. A few might get caught in those cross years, but we're hoping that we've given enough time. And to give every school on the screen the benefit of the doubt, we went back to check because we thought maybe if they came into existence after, they wouldn't have had the time, and all of these had been in existence for the full time to get the carry forward down.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Welcome. Wait, are you up first?
No, you go whoever's
Sorry,
first.
might be Member Carey first. There we go.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Superintendent Jones, if I may, Chair, there are 2 lists that were provided in backup, one on page 27 and then another one on page 29. Is it fair to say that those schools that are listed on page 27 are those LEAs which have requested an extension beyond the cutoff date?
Chair Moss, the answer to the question is yes, it's fair to say that. They've requested just one more fiscal year. So an extension all the way through fiscal year 25 is my understanding. Hopefully my staff are shaking their heads north and south. Yes, right? Okay.
And then, Chair, if I may, and is it fair to say, Deputy Superintendent, that the schools listed on page 29 are those schools who, despite outreach from USBE advising them of the approaching deadline, did not request an extension?
So I was looking for page 29. Is there a way we can pull it up just so I'm sure of what I'm looking at is the same as Board Member Carey is looking at? I may be in the wrong backup, so, and then the public could see it as well.
There we go. That was, yeah.
So, oh, okay, yeah. So that document, Chair Moss, to Board Member Carey's question, is the full list of invoicing. So that's all the LEAs that we invoiced for, for money above the 20%. But to your earlier question, or to Board Member Carey's earlier question, it's those handful of schools on the previous document that have requested the extension. So these ones, as far as we know, will pay the invoices. It's the other ones that are for those individual schools that are requesting the extension. So hopefully that makes sense. That's
Member
the
Carey?
full
So-
list of all the schools that were invoiced.
Thank you, and I'm ready to
Okay.
make a motion.
Well, thank you. I think we had one or two lights. Are you okay to hold for one
Oh,
second
yeah,
for a comment? And
happy.
No motions?
We already made the motion.
Well, yeah, I
a
assume it's
substitute
a
motion.
Right, okay. Motion's on the floor, but we'll hold motions for Member Carey. Were we out of lights? I thought we had Vice Chair Earl. Okay. You're good? She doesn't keep her light on because it blocks other people. Did you want to go?
Yeah, I just wanted to make the comment that all of these schools still have maintained or retained, I guess I should say, that 20%. And so it's not, what's being looked at is what's excess or above that 20%. So they still have that 20% to use as they need to be, as they choose to over this next year. And then, anyways, so just wanted to draw that attention.
Right, yeah, and just for clarity, I think board members caught this, but the rule was you can only carry 20% forward, and then a year ago, we tightened that down to 10% in response to the discussion that Member Davis referenced. So this is still applying the old standard that you can't carry more than 20%, and next year it'll go to 10%. Back to Member Carey then.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my motion would be that those schools that have, those LEAs that have requested to retain their carryover balance be able to do so. Those that did not would lose and forfeit those funds.
Is there a second?
Wow, rough
Okay,
room.
hearing no second. It's all right.
Yeah,
It's-
geez.
Well, there's been no second, so the floor is yours, though.
So just to comment, Member Carey, I actually had greatly considered that. I met with our staff, and I don't know if the term grilled is appropriate, but asked some pretty probing questions for about an hour. And I am convinced that this motion is the way we should go.
Okay, thank you, Member Bogus. I think it's a great question. I think a lot of us have wrestled with it, and so the floor is back to the underlying motion, which is that the board does not grant any extensions for FY23 special education carry forward. I was Elmer Fudd for a minute there. Carry forward balances. Seeing no further lights, let me tee that up for a vote. Okay.
Hymus is a yes.
Hymus is a yes. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Oh, yes, correct. And Member Hymus. We got Member Hymus already? Okay. Okay. Missing one. Oh, Member Green is not with us, so that passes unanimously 14-0. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Our next action item was the prioritization of fiscal year 2024 carry forward funds for suicide prevention and LEA financial systems. The motion before the board is that the board prioritize $500,000 of one-time funds for suicide prevention and $750,000 of one-time funds for LEA financial systems from 2024 agency carry forward balances. I wanted to make one note on this. There was a issue in the legislation this past year, when this suicide prevention was originally intended to be $1,000 per school, and the funding only came through in a half. And so this would make that back to whole so that each school would receive that $1,000 of suicide prevention funds.
Okay, thank you, Chair Norton. Any discussion of the motion? Member Bogus.
So for clarity, through the chair, the legislature awarded each school $1,000, only funded half of it, and we're backfilling their intention with our money? With a question
yes,
mark?
Deputy Jones can address that.
The short answer to Board Member Bogus's question is yes. The backfill, though, is only temporary. It's one-time funds until we get to the legislative session, in which my understanding is Representative Ellison will push to get the legislature to do it. So it could end up being that we get the money back, or, you know, going forward, we wouldn't have to make up the difference of the $1,000. So they could supplement the $500,000. I mean, I can't speak for the legislature on that line, but for now, in order to get to the point where we can provide $1,000 to every school, the money is intended to do just that. Also, if I could add, if the board were to pass this, not trying to unduly influence, only duly inform you, is now that we're closed, that money would come from the student support section, carry forward balances at my direction, because it is available now through the closure process with state finance. So it's allowable, it's within that section anyway, and it is the $500,000. So short answer and then long-winded answer. Sir, does that satisfy Board Member Bogus's question?
I'm seeing a head nod. Vice Chair Earl.
I just have one question too. The
Yes, ma'am.
additional $500, that will be usable this year,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
Chair Moss, yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
And I'll keep that answer short. Yes.
Feel free to elaborate. Always instructive. Okay. Yes? What was that? Okay. I don't see any other lights. I think we can vote. The motion is that the board prioritizes $500,000 of student support services one-time funds for suicide prevention and $750,000 of one-time funds from financial operations for LEA Financial Systems from 2024 agency carry forward balances. Please vote. Member
Hymus
Hymus
is
and
yes.
Member Klein. Member Hymus is a yes. Member Klein?
Mine is a no.
Klein is a no. And we need one more, I believe. Okay, that passes with 14 yeses, 1 no, Member Klein, 1 abstention, Member Bogus. Thank you. Back to Chair Norton.
Finance had one additional action item, however, which was the the approval of a Department of Corrections request. The Department of Corrections has pulled that request, and so there is no action required on item 3.5. So finance rests. Finance is finished.
Rest your case.
There
Thank
we go.
you, Chair Norton. Short and punchy and efficient. On to law and licensing. Chair Hymus, or is it Vice Chair Carey? You can take it for us. Okay. Vice Chair Carey.
And all those nice adjectives you used to describe Board Member Norton. This will be much more inefficient, but the Law and Licensing Committee has the following motions to make. The first one that you'll see listed in your packet is 4.2, a data sharing agreement with Jordan School District. The committee directed staff to work with JSD to work out, if possible, something less formal to share the data that JSD was looking at, while this board would formulate a more structured policy. And I'm happy to report that the Jordan School District and USBE Deputy Jones was able to do that, and so there is no matter for this board to consider. Under 4.4, Granite School District Charter School Authorizer,
Do we need 4.3, Palacios, Bowman, and Larson, or was that tied to Jordan?
nope, that is, but I don't have oh, I do, I'm sorry. Yes. 4.3. This is the amendment to data sharing agreement with Palacios, Bowman, and Larson. And the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve Amendment 4 to the data sharing agreement with Palacios, Bowman, and Larson. This motion did pass unanimously from Law and Licensing. I abstained at the time only because I didn't find the agreement in backup, but having looked at that, I don't have any objection.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Maybe I could just ask, what is this group working on? What have they been retained to use the data for? Oh, and I didn't mean to make it extensive, but Director Chalice, yeah, maybe just the quick, yeah.
Thanks. Director Chalice, what's my job title? Director. Sorry, Director of Privacy. This is a study that is working to, I'm so sorry, I would need to look at it, but my memory is that this is a study to identify sort of the effect that ELL programs have on students that are language learners. I'll also note that this is an extension of an existing study that I believe was initiated in 2018.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments? Member Bogus?
Well, sir, when you ask questions, I have questions. Is this a law firm?
It sounds more like a research group, but I'm not sure. That research group
Yeah,
somewhere?
Chair, would you like me to speak
Yeah,
to
if
that?
you could.
It's a research, researchers from, I believe, University of Virginia. And there is one individual that's involved who is sort of a research consultant, but no, not a law firm.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
And they've incorporated?
The woman that, so Natalie Bowman, she is the consultant. So my memory is that she actually used to work at the University of Virginia. Now she works as sort of a partner to help facilitate research for the University of Virginia. So yes, she has a company called Interactions Matter, I think. But this is not an agreement with her company. She's just helping arrange the research project and is acting as a consultant for them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. When we see a data sharing agreement with Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, we should probably discuss that one a little more deeply. Thank you. And I'm curious where this is, but I don't want to delve into that now. Maybe we can. Sounds like they've been at it. We're probably got some interesting product in the works, but that's for a different date and discussion. Thank you, Director Chalice. Okay, further discussion of the motion. Seeing none, motion is the board approve Amendment 4 to the data sharing agreement with Palacios, Bowman, and Larson. And unless, did you have a, no, that's just the light to run the, okay, please vote.
Klein is a no.
Klein is a no. Member Hymas?
Hymas is yes.
Hymas is a yes. That passes with 12 to 2, the no votes being Member Bogus and Member Klein. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you. This is item 4.4, and that is the Granite School District Charter School Authorizers application. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approves Granite School District's authorizer processes, and this motion passed unanimously.
Okay, seeing no lights, members please vote.
Hymas is a yes.
Hymas is a yes. Member Klein?
No.
Member Klein is a no. That passes 12 to 2, with the noes being Member Bogus and Member Klein. Thank you. Back to Member or Vice Chair Carey.
This is item 4.5, R277701, Early College Programs Amendment. And the motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-701, Early College Programs Draft 2 on second and final reading. The motion passed unanimously in law and licensing.
Thank you. Seeing no lights, please vote.
Hyman says yes.
Hyman says a yes. Member Klein?
Mine is a no.
Member Klein is a no. Oh, Vice Chair Earl? We don't have vice. I heard some, I heard running. She's a yes. Here, you want to? Vice Chair Earl is registering a yes, and that passes 12-2, with the noes being members Bogus and Klein, member Green being absent. Thank you. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you. This is item 4.6, R277-715, Out-of-School Time Program Standards for repeal. The committee recommends that the board repeal R277-715, Out-of-School Time Program Standards on second and final reading. This motion passed unanimously out of law and licensing.
Thank you. Seeing no lights, members please vote.
I did have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Klein. Yes.
Does this mean there are no standards anymore for after school or out of school time?
Who would we
And
like
it's
to?
just wide open to do anything they want, no standards?
I think I see Deputy Stallings.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. This rule was tied to a specific line item program, and the funding was removed or eliminated this last session. So the impact of this rule being repealed is simply to eliminate the program that was eliminated when the funding went away.
Follow up?
Yes.
So the out-of-school time program is going to be repealed. Does that mean there are no out-of-school or after-school programs anymore?
Deputy Stallings.
No, that does not mean that. LEAs are still able to provide after-school and out-of-school time programs at their discretion. There's just no state funding specific for that purpose.
If I could piggyback,
So-
oh, go ahead.
May I
Member Klein.
add,
Yes,
I
Deputy
did just get
Stallings.
some information that there still are federal dollars that do come to LEAs for purposes of after school and out of school. So again, this is just related to one specific state program that was eliminated at the legislative level.
Okay, Member Klein.
So are there federal or national standards that the out-of-school or after-school programs have to follow if they're not under us or being funded by the state anymore? And if so, what are those standards?
We're getting some discussion, Member Klein. Yes, Deputy Stallings.
So yes, there's a 21st century grant that comes from the federal government, and it does have requirements related to it. So if an LEA were to receive or accept those funds and participate in that program, they would adhere to the standards of, the requirements of that program.
Thank you. Is that something that could be sent to us?
Deputy
Yes.
Stallings or Assistant Superintendent Voorhees? Okay, yes,
Thank
that will
you.
be. And maybe just to piggyback, would these out-of-school time programs still be subject to standards of general applicability, state law governing other areas of ed? Okay, so they're not exempt
No.
from the general rules that apply. They just don't have additional rules that came with the funding for that program. They still have general rules plus whatever rules attached to the federal funding. Is that?
That's correct.
I'm
mean,
curious whether they're exempt. It doesn't sound like it's
They're not-
exempt. Okay,
right.
from general standards, not going into detail on those, but thank you. Member Bogus.
So for clarity, Chair, most of Utah's legislative code exempts programs like this from Utah's legislative code.
Is that correct?
For
Is that a
example,
question or a statement?
261 had multiple exemption clauses, except as required as part of a grant program, except as required as part of, except as required. And so while we do have legislative code in this state that has very clear parameters, our legislators have dutifully written many exception clauses in, and I do believe this is one of them.
Okay. Deputy Stallings,
May
did
I
you have
com-
a?
Just going to state that to Board Member Bogus's comments, that's true. State law does allow exemptions, and so that's where it gets complicated, because what you asked was whether, because they're getting a federal program, are they exempt from state law? Well, no, because state law exempts. Does that make sense? It's actually state law that would allow that.
So in some respects, specific state law governing general in-school public ed would not apply to these
Not-
out-of-school time programs.
I wouldn't.
Is that a case-by-case question? Or?
Yes, I mean, I think there's one program that I think Board Member Bogus was speaking to, which was HB 261 from last year. Depending on a conflict, if there's state law that conflict, the LEA may want to consider not accepting the funds. But you would look at that on a case-by-case basis, like what is the federal requirement? I mean, it could be that the federal requirement is simply that you're providing after-school programs, and there's not a lot of conflict, or if at all. So it's kind of like we're getting into a legal issue now, where we'd have to look at the facts of the specific requirement and what the requirements are in state law, and we could take a look at that.
Right, and that was what my question went to, so that's kind of a refinement to that. There are maybe a bit of a patchwork, but okay.
Right.
Member Carey?
May I?
Well, we'll come back,
Sure.
Member Klein. Member Carey's got a light on.
you.
Yeah, and Deputy Stallings, this is a follow-up to what Chair Moss just raised, and it's only tangential to the motion, but it raised an interesting point. Can an LEA request federal funds if the requirements of receiving those funds are in conflict with state law? And Deputy Stallings, that's why I had drafted an email anyway. I was going to send you, so I'll just send you. But since Chair Moss was kind of going down that road, is what got me thinking.
Yes.
And we would love that. That email will give us an opportunity to maybe take a look at it, because I just don't feel prepared at this moment to answer on the spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it does sound complicated, but that would be helpful to kind of delve into that a little bit. What does govern in the absence of the removal of that particular? Okay, seeing no further lights, please.
I still had a
sorry. Back to you,
follow-up.
Member Klein. Follow up.
Thank you. Okay, so my question is, if after-school programs or out-of-school programs are going to be governed by federal standards instead of state standards, and that those federal standards may trump state, or if they're in conflict with state, I think there needs to be some kind of parent consent form or a disclaimer that goes to parents that sign up for those programs, that let them know of what the parameters are for this program, what they can expect, and how it is exempt from state law, or it supersedes state law, and in what ways, so that there is full disclosure to parents that sign their kids up for these programs.
Thank you, Member Klein.
That
My
would be
understanding is that. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you?
I just said that would be my request of staff to
Got it.
put something together to that effect, if that is based on what they research and find out on these previous questions.
Great, thank you. And my understanding is it would trigger that if there was a grant being applied for that would potentially raise a question of violation of state law, that could be raised with parents. But could that be addressed? I don't know if that's an easy answer, or put that in the memo.
Well, Chair, this agenda item is specific to the repeal of a rule of a state program.
Sure.
And now we're getting into issues of requiring parental consent, which I'm not saying it's a very important topic. It absolutely is. It just isn't agendized, and it isn't the point of the agenda, if that makes sense. So if there was a desire to bring back either a rule, or like it would have to be a rule that requires the LEAs to provide consent, we need to bring that up as a separate rule, but that
Yeah.
could be something, if the board's interested in, a separate agenda item.
I think the questions and the offered response probably resolves it. I mean, I think the germaneness that I would see is, if these standards don't apply, what does? In the absence, if the vote is to repeat, following through with the removal of the funding, the standards go with it. what remains. And so maybe that sounds like it could be addressed with the memo that we've, or response. I don't mean to suggest a full-fledged memo, but I think good questions have been raised, and it sounds like we'll have answers. So if there are no further questions, I think we can vote. Seeing none, the motion is that the board repeal R277-718 out of school time program quality improvement grants on second and final reading.
Klein will abstain.
Klein abstains. Member
Hymas.
Hymas? I'm sorry, Member
Hymas is
Hymas?
yes.
Oh, yes. Did I? I read 718. Is it 715?
I believe it's 7:50.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the memo. One of those seems to be off. Which is the right one? Is it 718?
There's two.
4.6 is 750. Yeah, you're ahead one. You're ahead.
Oh, I jumped ahead. Thank you.
Very similar.
Okay, let's see here. I want 715. Let's read it for the record. The motion is that the board repeal R277-715 out of school time program standards on second and final reading. And the vote is open unless somebody got confused by my switching of 718 and 715. Please consider and switch your vote. Hopefully that didn't throw anybody too far off. Okay, looks like we got everybody in. Passes 13-1 with Member Klein abstaining. Thank you. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
This is item 4.7 R277-718 out of school time program quality improvements grants. This is up for repeal. The motion for the board is the committee recommends that the board repeal R277-718 out of school time program quality improvement grants on second and final reading. The motion passed unanimously in law and licensing.
Okay, seeing no lights, members please vote. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Member Hymas is a yes. And that passes 14-0. Thank you. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you. This is item 4.8 R277-928 high need schools grant for repeal. The motion for the board is the committee recommends that the board repeal R277-928 high need schools grant on second and final reading. This motion passed unanimously out of law and licensing.
Thank you. Seeing no lights, members please vote.
Hymas is a yes.
Thank you. Member Hymas is a yes. Member Klein?
Klein is a yes.
Klein is a yes. And that passes unanimously. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you. Item 4.9 R277468 parents review of public education curriculum and review of complaint process, amendment and continuation. The motion before the board is the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277-468 parents review of public education curriculum and review of complaint process, draft 1, on second and final reading. This motion passed unanimously out of law and licensing.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I have a substitute motion. I'd like to move draft 2 of R277-468, parents review of public education curriculum and review of complaint process. I need a second.
That is in backup. Do we have a second? Vice Chair, or Carey has seconded. To you, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago, there was, this is a continuation, which means it's 5 years old. Just a couple of years ago, it was added into code, and it's listed on line 10. So specifically, it adds in for both charter schools, which is the 53G5404, and also for district schools 53G4402, which require LEAs to make instructional materials available for parent review and involve parents of students in the LEA in reviewing instructional materials prior to approval. So the code states that in there. So in articulating that, it's no longer, this is line 14, primary instructional materials, it's instructional materials. The law does not narrow it down. It creates anything that's instructional materials when you read through the law. And then the other provision in on line 25, 28, and 32 it aligns with what is said in code. So in code it says an LEA shall involve parents of students enrolled in the LEA. And that's who is to be involved in this, in the item. So I just changed it so it aligned better with what is currently in code.
Any discussion to the motion? Member Lear.
I have a question.
Okay, we've got a motion, then Member Klein will come to you. Member Earl's got a motion, Member Lear,
And I'd like to speak to that
motion
one.
to divide. Why don't you tell us what the division would be, and then we'll see if we have a second.
The division would be the first part of Jenny's motion, which I think
Lines
was
10 to 12?
10, yes, beginning on line 10, which I agree, something we missed. I
From
don't,
line 26, is that correct?
from line 26 and the others that talk about reflective of the school's community.
Okay, and I think that's 25, 26. I just want to
think
frame it
there's
to see if we
another-
have a second.
But, okay.
Or is it a two-way or a three-way split?
No, it's a two-way split because the
Okay.
other two are, as I'm reading it, are the same, the same issue.
They go to replacing reflective of the school's
Yes,
community. You have a
right.
student of students enrolled in
Right.
the LEA. Okay. So the proposed motion is to divide the changes from Vice Chair Earl's motion in lines 10 through 12 with those proposed in lines 25 to 27, as I understand. Is there a second? Member Booth seconds. Back to you, Member Earl.
Can I-
Lear.
Different organization of
I have
the
a
letters.
very rare form of dyslexia. It
Well,
just
no, it's
switches
just,
your
it's
name
very
and
odd
hers
that we have three board members
and,
that have
Member Reel.
this strange letter combination.
go.
Anyway, I digress. My feeling is, though, the second part of the motion, the second part that would be divided out, there's no problem with the board being more inclusive and more deferential to LEAs than what the code says. If we made it, if we instead made it more broad or not inconsistent with the code, which I feel like some of you are going to leap up and say, oh, but it is inconsistent because it doesn't say exactly what the code says. I think it is the board's role to elaborate on what the code says and then allow communities to have groups of people work with them who are reflective of their own communities, not just any students.
Thank you.
parents.
Okay. So we're speaking to the motion to divide, but that's the reason for your distinction.
Yes.
So Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, can I ask a question through you, Chair?
Yes.
Because this is what I've been asking myself is which child is not reflective of the community? And if we're narrowing it down, all children are reflective of the community they live in. But we're saying, and I'm trying to understand what you're saying that there's specific groups that should just be looking at the complaints. There's specific groups that should be evaluating. So for example, on number 1, it's that they would be evaluating the purchased instructional materials. But we're going to narrow, I feel like it's narrowing it down, saying that it's only certain reflective groups. Every child is reflective. And so that's why, if you could clarify
well,
that.
maybe before too much detail, we're kind of going into the merits of one of the two that might be divided, but I think this feedback has framed up the reasons for the division. So any further discussion to the division? If not, we can vote and then come back to the
Chair,
merits.
It may further explain why I think it's important to divide these. But
Okay.
if not just,
Go ahead. I want to
it's
reserve
not just
the depth of that discussion to if
an-
it gets divided, but yes, to the point of the division.
yes, it's to the point of the,
Okay.
well, I guess I would want to say that I think it's really important to divide this so that we leave as much autonomy with school districts, LEAs, as possible.
Got it. Okay. Now, Member Klein, did you have a hand up?
I just have a question on not the division.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to divide the one which has not been addressed on its merits from the other one, which obviously has some discussion, disagreement on the merits. That's the one in 25, 27. So any further discussion of the motion to divide? If not, let's vote.
Hymus is a no.
Hymus is a no.
Klein is a no.
Klein's a no. Let's see. Klein is a no. Fate of the world hangs in the balance, and that passes 8-6, with the no votes being Vice Chair Earl, Member Hymus, Member Bogus, Chair Moss, Member Klein, and Member Carey. So that is divided. So we have a division between Vice Chair Earl's proposed changes to lines 10 to 12 and those in lines 25 to 27. Is there a motion on either of those now that they've been divided?
I would move the first half, whatever that, however we
Motion
divided
is-
it, above line 19 or whatever, however we're dividing that out.
I think everything above line 25, correct?
Oh, yeah.
10 through 14. Okay. Any discussion of that motion?
I do have a question.
Member Klein, yes.
I think you need a second.
Oh, I'm
yes,
sorry, we didn't get a
so-
second. Member Klein, just a second. Now that it's been divided, Member Vice Chair Hart seconds, and back to you, Member Klein.
Okay, it took out the primary instruction and made it just instructional materials. Does that include supplemental instructional materials?
Would the maker like that, or on to Superintendent Stallings?
So I would refer to the law itself, and if you go to the law instructional materials, it outlines what it is. Supplemental materials means material that an educator selects for classroom use in a charter school. Yeah, so they're selecting that for classroom use. So
does it include that or no?
it would not. The law doesn't include that.
Then I would make a motion to include that.
So we have
Instructional material, including supplemental.
So we have a motion to amend, and that would be in order, be the second
Yes.
motion. But let's get some specific language up there.
I think, so if the teacher brings anything in now, they can't supplement anything. It now becomes, they have to go through parent committee.
Right.
Meaning if you were to
Well, let's frame it up, Member Klein, see if there's a second, then we can get into the substance of it.
So, yeah, I can't see it, but just after instructional material, it would, I guess, put including supplemental and supplemental.
Okay, because I think there is a distinction between instructional material and supplemental material in the law, correct?
Yes.
The first typically requiring parent review. So instructional materials and supplemental materials, would that capture the intent of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion is that line 10 be amended to say which require LEAs to make instructional materials and supplemental materials available for parent review and involve parents of students in the LEA in reviewing instructional materials. Would that also include supplemental materials, Member Klein, on line 12?
Yes.
Each place that it says instructional materials, you would
Yes.
add and supplemental materials?
Correct.
It's up to you. You're okay. Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Member Bogus. First back to you, Member Klein, then we'll come back to Member Bogus.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay, Member Bogus?
So, as this reads, I believe Member Klein is attempting to amend lines 10 through 12. And it would then read sections X and X, which require LEAs to make instructional and supplemental materials available. I'm not certain that that's actually a truthful statement. I think it then comes in contravention to the code. And so I'm a little confused. I'm not disagreeing with the intent of the motion, but I don't believe that the motion itself reconciles the codified language.
Okay. Further discussion, comment? Member Reel, or is that Member Lear?
That would be me.
Member Lear.
I have a question for the maker of the motion.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand that this means that if a teacher came up with something the day before a lesson that she's preparing for a classroom, a cartoon or a quote or something else, that couldn't be used unless it was cleared by some parent committee? Is that accurate in my understanding?
Member Klein, would you like to respond to that question? It's up to you.
Well, I think there's a lot of, I think where we end up having the most problems is in the supplemental materials area. And so if we're making a rule to vet materials in order to prevent problem materials from being used in the classroom, but it doesn't address the part of instruction or materials that is most commonly the offender, then does the rule really do anything? I mean, it does to some extent, but where the offenses happen are generally in that supplemental materials area.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I actually think it's in conflict with the law, because the law, by definition in the law, it says supplemental materials is an learning material that an educator selects for classroom use. But then it also goes further to, on B, it says a charter school, I'm reading the charter school section, governing board has not considered, adopted, approved, or prohibited. So it's actually in conflict with the law to say now you have to do these things, but the supplemental definition itself says you don't do those things. So it becomes in conflict with law.
Okay.
Maybe, at least the way I'm
I
reading it.
withdraw
Maybe someone else can.
I withdraw my motion.
Motion withdrawn? Well, let's see. It's any objection? It does, which is, so that's why I bring it for objection. Any objection from the body to withdrawing the motion? Okay. We'll allow that to be withdrawn then, and that brings us back to the motion, which is to approve those lines of 10 to 14, the changes made to those. Member Bogus.
So, Chair, I would just offer that Member Klein's motion, in the context of 10 through 12, made no sense, but the reframing the language would cause it to make sense. And I would just ask if she has language that is different from what she proposed.
Member Klein,
I
would
do
you
not
like to-
have. I do not have that prepared. If somebody else would like to put that forward, I think that would be great.
Okay, floor is open. Discussion, motions. I don't see any lights. Seeing no lights, the motion then is to approve the changes from Vice Chair Earl reflected on lines, I think it's actually 8 through 14. Seeing no further lights, please vote. Sorry, Member Klein?
Sorry, just I'm trying to go off my one screen and I can't see the bill or the language of the rule. What lines does it designate how they are
changes-
chosen? The committee, that's later on, right? I'll wait if that's later on.
Correct, yes. The element of involvement of parents reflective
Yeah.
or just of students enrolled was the part divided from this.
Or who's on the committee.
Correct,
Yeah.
I believe, right?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, Member Hymas?
I'm voting yes, thank you.
Hymas is yes. Vice Chair, or excuse me, Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. That passes unanimously. That leaves us with the material divided, which is on lines 25 to 27. Is there a motion on that language? As I recall, it has to be separately moved once it's been divided.
I'll
so-
make a motion that we strike reflective of schools community as in those three areas.
I would second that.
And the language added previously was
Sorry?
of students enrolled in, correct?
Right, that is correct.
Okay. So this is contained in lines, let's see.
25
Yes, moving what moved previously but was divided on lines 25 to 33. Discussion of that motion.
And can
oh,
I speak to
yes,
my
back to
motion
you,
real
sorry.
quick? Just to, once again, if, especially in one, if you're saying it's reflective of schools' community, then it feels like you're narrowing it down to, and I'm not sure what, once again, what reflective of schools' community is, so you can maybe articulate that. If you're living in the community, you would be reflective of the community. And so are we restricting that down to only certain groups can look at LEA purchased instructional materials and consider that? Then there's the complaints is next. And then the third one, actually it does say an LEA may seek assistance from parent organizations or associations or other groups to recruit and select parent members. And if you strike that for the purposes of described, you don't need the reflective of schools community. You have the ability to do that with the language that's there already. If you have a music group or whatever that's interested in the feedback on the musical items or whatever. But if you have a greater way of articulating, I don't know, the reflective of schools community doesn't seem like it needs to be there. So.
Okay, Member Lear?
This motion because I think that the message is clear, and this is partially in response also, or in response, excuse me, to Member Earl's, Vice Chair Earl's comment previously about she feels like it narrows it. I feel like it, the message is clear and reflective of the school's community. And maybe I'm more sensitive to that because the communities in Salt Lake District, which I represent, and per the principal we heard from today, also increasingly in Park City, are very diverse communities. So if whoever's setting up the committee chooses the most persistent parents or the most obsessed parents or the most, let me think of a less loaded word, the most typically involved parents, then you may not get a committee that is reflective of the community, which again, at East High School is a majority school now, where there are more minority students than there are majority school students. But I think the people at East High and my neighbors would tell you that those who are most involved in these issues are often the parents who live on the east side of the high school's area and district, sometimes because they have more time, sometimes because there's more two-parent families. But we would want a committee like this to reflect all of the members, whether it be ethnic, minority, or refugee, or low or higher income. And we would like a committee that would reflect that in order to choose these materials, vet the complaints, a variety of other reasons. So that's the way I'm looking at reflective of the school's community. And if you have a very homogeneous community, then that might be easier, might be more straightforward. But in the districts that I represent, the communities are very diverse, and we would want to encourage those committees to be made up of representatives from all the different students and families that are included, excuse me, in that community. So that's what I mean by reflective, and that's what I think the language says to most people.
Thank you, Member Lear. Who do we have? Davis and Norton. Who's Member Davis and then Member Norton?
Chair, I would just say I saw a great example of this in Greenwood Elementary when I was visiting with school community councils and their parent groups, and they changed the times of their meetings to be more reflective of the school community. Instead of having the meeting in the middle of the school day, they moved all their parent meetings to nighttime to be able to have a parent that of a lot of the kids didn't have one parent that stayed at home and one parent that went to work. And some of them had two working parents or on different shifts and things like that. And so by moving to an evening time frame, it became more reflective of the school community and not just the parents who could come every time at this one time that was convenient for the principal per se.
Member Norton.
One of the things that I was looking at with the, as I compared the two
pieces of language was school community and enrolled in the LEA. And one of the things that brought to mind for me was that an LEA parent, for instance, if we are picking a curriculum for our elementary reading, we could end up with a lot of parents that are secondary parents. And so I think that I like the fact that it's, the school is listed, reflective of the school, because it might be a group of elementary school students, and it should be, the parents that are included would be elementary students, not just any parent from the LEA.
Thank you. Member Klein?
Sorry, no comment. Take my hand
I have
down.
just a
Oh,
quick
okay,
comment that-
thank you. Vice Chair Earl?
If you're looking at one, it is talking about LEA purchased instructional materials. That is specific to the LEA, not to a school, even though a school may be using them. So it's that broader group that's going to be evaluating those. So anyways.
Okay, Member Bogus?
Thank you, ma'am. And I would just offer that just because I don't have a student in the local high school doesn't mean I don't have one in middle school or elementary school. And those instructional materials will affect my children because they will eventually be exposed to them. So excluding them from that process just doesn't seem super inclusive to me. And I think that's one of the goals is to hear all voices. So.
Any further? I see no lights. Yes.
I just want to make one more comment. I think this, the addition of the language that's been struck by Vice Chair Earl's amendment takes, in some ways, doesn't encourage the LEAs in the way we want them to be encouraged to include all members. And that's something that the board is usually focused on in rules, is to say, consider this, and as Member Earl rightly points out, later in the rule it allows the LEA to tap into other resources in the community. But I think it's important to urge LEAs to think of this as they choose these committees and make sure it's not just the persistent, the always present parents, but it's also parents who have maybe less opportunity to be involved, because curriculum choice, as Member Bogus points out, is super important to probably all parents in the community, whether they have children in those schools or not.
Thank you, Member Lear. I'll just add, I appreciate those statements of intent from Member Lear that you want to cast a broad net. I had heard from some that the language suggests they might have to second guess, did I pick enough of this and enough of that, which gave them pause. And so I think the amendment broadens it to students enrolled with the idea that we do want LEAs to involve a good cross-section of parents, but not have to kind of think in terms of, this much of this and this much of that. So I'm in favor of the amendment for that reason. And Member Vice Chair Hart?
For me, I struggle a little bit when it says an LEA shall involve parents reflective of the school's community. Okay, so I'm coming at it from an LEA lead perspective. Am I supposed to reflect one school's community when I'm selecting LEA materials? I don't understand how I'm supposed to do that. Just practically speaking. Now, if it was reflective of the LEA's community, maybe, but I'm asking an honest question. It's not, what community am I supposed to pick if I'm picking LEA materials? That, I just need clarification.
From whom? I see Member Lear is offering.
Kind of response, or maybe others, but my understanding in the code now allows LEAs not schools within LEAs to choose their own curricula. So it may not be what every LEA does or has or every school wants. Your situation in a charter position may be more, you may be more holistic in your choices, but I know in traditional LEAs, the schools literally have the choice of different kinds of curriculum materials, depending on the LEA you're targeting or talking about.
And clarification, even in the large LEA I was in, we were not allowed to choose by school. So I'm just looking, I look at rules pragmatically, like, can I do this? What's the cost of doing this? How easily can I screw this up? And I understand the reflective piece. I'm just not sure that wording gets it there. There's something that there's either more clarification needed. And the other thing is, I'm interested in the most amount of flexibility. You know, when you're talking, I think music was brought up. When you're choosing a music curriculum, you may want subject matter experts, and then you've got the additional problem of, okay, now I need the experts, now I need to balance it, and I just worry that there's pitfalls, and then I would be accused of doing something that I certainly didn't intend to do. So for me, that's why I try to keep it as flexible and as simple as possible, but I completely understand the need to include all members of a group, so that you're not just choosing the ones that raise their hand the highest. So I just have that conflict there, and so I'm actually not happy with either.
All right. Are we in a state of ambivalence such that we can vote? We're okay. Member Davis and member, I think we got member later. Member Davis.
Yeah, I think I think a technical change needs to be made just to make it grammatically make sense within the context of the rule, and that apostrophe needs to change to after the S. It needs to be reflective of the schools. Some schools may share a certain, type of community. There may be different. You could even add an apostrophe IES after the Y in community to make it technically and grammatically make sense. But I've heard Chair Moss, you say it's important to have a cross section of parents represented. I've heard Vice Chair Hart say it's important to have all different types of students involved. And if so, then we should say that. Then it should be reflective of the school's community. And it doesn't have any numbers associated. You have to have one of each of every. It just be thoughtful. If you have to move your meeting to the nighttime, so some of your parents can come that never get to come, move it. Just try to create a group that's reflective of your community, and not the same 5 that come to every single meeting, every time, all the time, because they're easy to schedule or to get to come. That came out wrong. Sorry.
We understood. We understood. And I guess, well, for my part, I think they should do that, but I don't think they need to be told what that looks like. And I think this language has felt more restrictive, is my feedback. So I heard one other hand before we vote, or a voice. Did I hear? I heard an online voice. Member Klein. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just, when I hear schools community or communities within the school, it sounds like schools are devolving into tribalism, and it's going to end up being turf wars, and in such, the individual gets lost and is no longer represented because if they choose not to identify as one of those groups or communities within the school. And so I would speak in favor of Member Earl's language, just include parents of students enrolled in the LEA. And usually those parents that want to be involved are going to be the ones that step forward. If you go recruiting others, I think you will find that you don't get, you can't count on them because maybe their schedules are not conducive, or they're just not interested, or any other number of reasons. They don't feel like they're capable. Nobody wants to be on a committee that they don't feel like they qualify to be on, or that they're not prepared to be on. And so if we're just going to go find anybody, they may not want to be on it, and meaning they're not going to be committed, or they're not going to be as invested in the process. So I think parents that volunteer, there's a reason they volunteer. And maybe other parents that can't volunteer are really grateful for those parents that do. And that's just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other lights, let's vote. And I'll just remind members, we do have a hard stop. We've got some strategic planning and legislative financial priorities to wrap up as well. So let's take a vote and move it along.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is as previously presented by Vice Chair Earl to amend lines 24 through 32, correct? 25 through 34. I think the last changes are on 32, but yeah, 34. Online members, can you see, or do you need reading?
Yes. Board Member Klein is a yes.
Okay. Member Hymas.
Hymas is a
Hymas is what?
yes.
Hymas is
Yes.
yes. Okay. That stands at 7-7. It is a tie with the no votes being Member Davis, Member Lear, Member Reel, Member Norton, Member Booth, Member Wood, and Member Straight. So that motion fails. So that leaves us with one amendment among those divided passed, one failed, and we're back to the underlying motion as amended, which is that the board, let's see, the board approved. Could you roll up just a little bit on the, there we go, that the board continue and approve R277-468 draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Any final discussion? If not, please vote.
Did any of the amendments pass?
Yes, the prior amendment, it was divided. The first amendment passed. That was changes to, let's see, it struck primary instruction and just stated instructional materials. Well, hang on, did we trace that all the way through? We did pass. We considered a further amendment, which failed, correct? And then we did pass the underlying. Okay. I was making sure we didn't skip a step. Right. I'm just making sure. I know we voted on the proposed amendment to the First Amendment, but we also did go back and vote on the underlying First Amendment. We did not. Okay. So that would go as amended. Well, no, it hasn't been amended. Hold on. We need to. We did pass the first part. Okay. We rejected the further amendment and passed Vice Chair Earl's part as divided. Okay. Don't want to leave little pieces and parts. Yes, I get the, passed as amended. I just wasn't sure if we actually amended. I know we rejected the further amendment. Okay, here we go. We are voting to continue and approve R277-468, Parents Review of Public Education Curriculum Review of Complaint Process, Draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Please vote. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Klein?
Abstain.
Member Klein abstains. Let's see, we're missing one. There we go. That motion passes by vote 12 to 1 to 1. Member Klein abstaining and Member Bogus voting no. Thank you. Back to Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 4.10, GED Options Program, and the motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve the GED Options Program and recommend that staff bring to the committee any rule changes that would be needed to implement the program in the October meeting. This motion passed 3-2 in law and licensing.
Okay, discussion to that motion. Member Bogus and then Wood.
Thank you, sir. Chair, I'm wondering why we're getting the rule after we're getting the changes. It seems to me like that's upside down.
Is that a question for maybe Deputy Stallings?
Thank you. So the document presented outlined the structure of the program, and then what will happen is what the staff wanted was to see if board members had feedback or if they supported it, and then we will take the essentially the summary of the program and put it into board rules so that it is law. It's a legal new GED option, if that makes sense.
May I follow up? I did.
Did that answer the question?
No, I asked if I could follow up.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You may.
So my question would be, should this be approved today, we can come back and amend this after looking at what the rule says?
Yes.
We're not going to be tied into this, and we don't have to go through 7 hoops of crazy chaos to come back to this motion today if the rule indicates and states things that we are uncomfortable with.
The intent of this motion, and the reason why staff brought it first was to just vet it first before bringing it in rule form. And so approving this today won't inhibit you from making changes to the rule, I think that's what you're asking. You will be able to make changes in the rule. The rule will trump this document.
And the rule will come?
Probably in October.
Okay.
And while I understand that, my bigger concern, as opposed to amending the rule, is to amend this, what we're approving today. Let's say the rule comes and we're like, wow, I didn't see that. We're not bound by this, and we don't have to jump through 6 hoops and agendaizing in 3 people to come back to this option that we're talking about today.
The rule would trump whatever is in this document, because this document is not law. It's just a concept that was meant to describe what staff are hoping would eventually be put in the rule. So the rule will be actually the implementing or the authorizing item. And because this one is a pretty big change, staff, normally, I think to your point, Board Member Bogus, normally we would have brought this document and then you do a rule, and then the rule incorporates that document by reference. I think because this is kind of a novel idea, staff wanted to bring the concept first instead of working on a rule at the same time, just to see what the response was and to get feedback. But the rule won't necessarily be incorporating by reference, but if it does, it will come back again. So the document would come and then the rule would incorporate it by reference. So you'd have that option in October to amend the document.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl?
And I think where I'm getting hung up too is when we're approving the GED options program. Like we're approving the program today, and maybe, I don't know if that's where we're not actually approving the program today. What we're approving is moving the program forward, right? So it can be put into, yes.
I think maybe what we could do is if someone would like to make a substitute motion, and we would just say that the board approves staff bringing a rule changes that support what was presented. Does that make sense? So then you're not approving the document, but instead directing staff to bring a rule that would support what was presented.
I'll make that motion just because otherwise it does say we just approved this.
I think that makes sense. It looks like a substitute motion is being drafted now, Vice Chair.
All right. Well, okay, now that I got a second, let's okay, I make a substitute motion that the board direct staff to bring a rule to bring real changes supporting the proposed GED options program. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, but the board is directing staff. Oh, I could add in there for law and licensing. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Can you add that in? For law and licensing, yes. Sorry, I thought that was maybe understood.
Okay, did we already, I think we did get a second. So did we get the maker and the second, Member Wood?
I voted for this in committee as I saw it as an extra tool. As I have talked to my districts that I, within my district, they have voiced a lot of concerns about this. One comment was state-sponsored mediocrity and feeling like that the GED tests do not rise to the level of rigor and competency required for graduation, and so I will be voting no this time.
I have a comment as well.
What's the lineup here?
Well, we gotta either do substitute or.
Did you turn your light on? Not turn myself on. And it keeps making.
Is there a
sound.
procedural, do we have it framed up
Yeah.
and seconded? Okay. All right, so.
So I do have a
who's
question,
up?
sir.
Member
And that question
Bogus? Okay.
excuse me, is this something the board is doing of their own volition, or is this something that has been pushed upon us by the legislature?
Anybody want to speak to the source of the GED option program as it's been framed up? Who? Oh, Stephanie Patton? Thank you for coming up.
Stephanie Patton, Adult Education Coordinator. This was brought up by the board or by the staff in response to concerns from the field. Yeah.
I have a question.
Member Klein's up next. Member Klein.
Does the GED options program exist in other states? And then my other question or concern is students that go for their GED are looking to, maybe they've already left the system and they're trying to just finish up in their own way, or they're doing it in order to get out earlier, but the way it was described in the background paragraph is that it would require the students to stay in the program or at least give them the option to stay at the school so that they're receiving what the other students are receiving, which I think is not what the GED has traditionally been about. And so I'm wondering if it's just a way to keep kids in the system longer, kids that would normally not want to stay in it any longer.
Any response to that? Oh, Stephanie?
Yeah, great questions. So it is, the GD options program is in other states, 12 currently. In the backup, you can see a little map of where those states are. 12. Yeah, 12 states. The intent is to keep students engaged. Again, this isn't about students who are graduating early. This is students who are severely credit deficient in an attempt to keep them engaged in the K-12 system.
So follow up, are students going to be denied a GED if they don't stay engaged at the school?
Do you want to respond?
I'm not sure exactly.
Could you clarify the question, Member Klein?
Yeah.
Is that what we're asking?
Well, a lot of kids leave the system and then work towards getting their GED independent of the system. If this was to pass, is it going to require that kids stay in the system in order to get their GED?
Would
just
it
like they would
preclude
have
the-
to if they wanted to get a graduation diploma.
Yeah, would it preclude the track that's currently available? Okay, so they
No-
could stay
no.
on the same track, but they would be a completer rather than a graduate, or they could do this and become a graduate.
Yeah, there's,
So-
yeah, it would not take away the options that are already available. It would add an other option.
Got it. Okay, Vice Chair Hart.
So I support this program. I think it's another option. It doesn't close down any door, although if you want to talk about rigor, it's the GED is definitely more rigorous than packets. So there's that. I realize that, you know, the gold standard would be a child doesn't become credit deficient by the time they hit high school, but the reality is that we have students in those cases. And if we don't try to find solutions for that, and if we don't work to support students, that GED is not an easy test. It is not the most rigorous test. It's not an AP test, but it's not easy. So I just see it as another choice for students that have very few choices at that time. I also see this conceptually, and we haven't seen the rule, so I'm interested in seeing this fleshed out, and I just think options should be available to those students, and currently there aren't. What happens in high schools is it gets very complicated because of the graduation rate being a high stakes indicator. And so it ends up causing the system to do all kinds of somersaults. And I think that we should probably look at the whole gamut of options for students before we discount an option that has promise for students to become a completer. So.
Okay, thank you. What's the lineup? Member Lear and Straight and Carey.
I did vote no in committee on this, and I also have had some discussions with folks since, and there are really conflicting opinions. And I am usually one who would defer to staff and say, you know more about this than I do, you've looked at it more carefully. But I also have this sort of core notion that being in high school is a good thing for students. And I'm not understanding, I don't know if I heard you wrong, Stephanie, or I didn't understand before, but when a student gets a GED, passes a GED, the school no longer gets a WPU for that student. Isn't that accurate? Oh, and I
Yeah,
should have asked
the-
if I can ask questions.
They actually have to be withdrawn before they can take the GED. So
Right.
they're not being counted towards the WPU before they're even taking the first test. Does that make sense currently?
Right. And so when you talk about keeping them engaged, they aren't really staying engaged. Whichever program, once they take a GED, they're out of the public education system, and they no longer have funding that follows them, right?
That is true in the current case, but this would not require that they withdraw from K-12 before they take the test, so that schools could actually incorporate the preparation for the test as a part of their curriculum, and then they take the test and they continue on to make sure all of the graduation requirements are met and end up with a high school diploma instead of a Utah high school completion diploma. And that is why actually this has to come to you, right? Because current board rule does not allow that to happen.
Right,
They have to withdraw first.
And that's a piece I either didn't remember from our committee discussion, or we didn't ask the right access questions, and so I didn't know that. That does make me more interested in seeing what a rule would look like, but no buts. And I think for me, a priority is keeping students in school. I think it's a good place to be. I don't really have, if it's one of the reasons I've been such a fan of the handful of charter schools that work very, very hard with the most difficult to teach students, because those charter schools keep them engaged. It is their school's prime directive to keep them engaged in some kind of a school experience, hoping they'll catch that spark that will give them something meaningful then to leave the public education system with. So I'm probably still, I'm going to vote yes this time, just to see what the rule looks like. But I think it's just super important that we don't use this as a way to get difficult students out of our system. I know it's hard. I taught at a school, especially in the era I taught there, where it was really hard to keep students enrolled. And I think now how hard it was for those students to achieve after they dropped out. So I'm very sensitive to wanting, I think high schools are great places for people to be. Yes, there are exceptions, there are anomalies, but I'm really reluctant to spend too much effort and money in getting kids out of our system, which is how it feels. So I want to see what the rule looks like. Thank you
Okay.
for those responses. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Straight? Okay.
Yes, so, Chair, I have a couple questions, and you can direct it as you wish. So there's a comment made about state-sponsored mediocrity. Is that specific to something, or is that just a general statement to the whole thing? And the other question is that, you know, my experience, I also heard that from the field, that this has been requested from the field. What specifically has been requested from the field that is different than what we already do? Because my experience is that we do everything in our power now to keep kids in the system. Only when they get to the point that they're not going to make it, they're so deficient, do we send them to other pathways. But there are many options. So I'd like to know a little bit more specifics about mediocrity, and I'd also like to know what exactly came from the field that is different than what we're already doing.
Gotcha. And I can't recall who had received the feedback on state-sponsored. Member Wood? Yeah, any response?
I can just clarify, it was the fact that they are taking, so if they pass the math test, that's equivalent to 3 credits of math. If they pass the science test, it's equivalent to 3. And they said it's not equivalent. In their mind, it's not equivalent to the core classes that our teachers are teaching, that passing that is not equivalent to the information and knowledge that they gain through the school, through those classes. That's where it came from. Does that help?
Okay. And on the other point, what specifically from the field was requested in the nature of changing what's already available? Anybody want to weigh in on that one? Stephanie?
Yeah, so it's board member Straight mentioned, you know, it works until they're so credit deficient that they're not going to make it. And those are the students that we're talking about. The ones that are so severely credit deficient that everyone knows they're not going to make it. This gives them an option to make it. That's who we're talking about exactly. And those students are not receiving the same instruction. Board member or Vice Chair Hart mentioned this as well, right? Those students are not receiving the same types of education and rigor, right? When you're talking about packets, when you're talking about go and watch, they're not receiving the same. And then they end up in adult education. We have less than $1,000 per student. We can't provide them with the same level of education. We just can't, right? That happens in K-12. We don't have transportation. We don't have all of the supportive services that K-12 does. That's what happens with these students because they're so severely credit deficient. So we're talking about keeping those students engaged and giving them a better option.
Thank you. Maybe I could. Superintendent. Well, just very briefly, I mean, I don't know if you probably thought this through. There's always this question of moral hazard. By helping those who need it, do you incentivize some to maybe fall into that track rather than staying on the regular track? Is there anything in there that would suggest that, well, hey, I got that backup, I can let myself become credit deficient because there's a new way to get out of it? Did you think through that? Is there any kind of analysis of whether that in fact might be a risk or whether elements of the program would hedge against that risk?
Yeah, first of all, it's not just every student, right? So there's that meeting that's written in the draft where everyone's meeting together and determining that this is the right step for the student. There is, again, we define what severely credit deficient is, so you have to be at a certain level. And generally, in adult education, we've had concerns brought up similar to this, right? Like, we have a 24 credit diploma, and that's not the norm for most high schools, right? So then everyone's going to drop out so they can go to adult education and get a 24 credit diploma. It doesn't happen at scale. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen at all, but it doesn't happen on any large scale. Students want to succeed, they want to be successful. Some fall through the cracks and are not for whatever, a variety of reasons. This offers an additional option for those students.
That helps. Sorry, back to the order. Was it member? Oh, superintendent had a comment, and then we'll go to member Carey and Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Moss. So I'm going to disclose my bias about this topic as the heart of a school counselor that's embedded in a state superintendent who loves to interview students. And I think they're our best resource for data. Too often when I'm in schools that Member Lear has mentioned, or I find a kid under the stairs not going to class in a high school, and they tell me about their credit deficiency for whatever reason. They had a family trauma, they were sick, something happened, they moved, they just stopped going to school, and they are very credit deficient, and they feel hopeless. And often what happens is, whether it's a well-meaning counselor or a teacher or a parent, somebody says to them, you know, you should just drop out and get your GED because you're not going to qualify for graduation. I've heard that. I heard that when I was a counselor and I was trying to save kids and keep them in the system where I knew that they would get support and we could continue to work with the family. I hear it today. And we have a school full of kids with that story who come without any credits their freshman, sophomore year. In my estimation, what this would do is reverse that trend for this small population, small n size, instead of saying, well, you now have to leave a system where you could have nurturing, caring adults in the system to support you and go take your GED. If we're really passionate about things like getting your first credential in high school, getting an industry certificate, getting an associate's degree, whatever it is, and having a diploma that when you walk away, you have the next opportunity ready to launch, then our kids can stay in high school, make up the credits, get the support they need, and maybe get an industry credential so that they are participating citizens when they leave our schools. That's something unique that we have been waiting for and looking for. Now, I'll counter that claim with concerns that we've heard, and I think Member Wood expressed it aptly, and that is we've heard from members of our own staff in committee who expressed concern and in the field, well, wouldn't this incentivize a student to just say, you know, I'm just gonna kind of give up and not really work and then take this thing and then stay in school. Those are not the students that are staying in school. I used to think it was harder for kids to, when I was a school counselor and would see credit deficiency and kids were still coming to school, I used to think it's harder to fail than it is to get like a D or, you know, like it's hard to fail. You have to work at it really in some ways to fail. And this is an option for students that we don't currently have that would enable them to stay in school, get the support, work with families, and continue on and maybe, again, get that industry certificate so that when they leave school, they have opportunities and options that they currently don't have. So thank you for letting me stand on my soapbox. I'll take it down a notch.
Thank you. No, I appreciate addressing that question. I think there's always a question of whether unseen incentives are built in, but I think it's been thought through, and we're trying to address a specific population and not incentivize others to jump into that population. So I appreciate the thought of that consideration. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of this proposal. And the reason I do so is I think it's fantastic that there's only 12 states doing it. I wish, it means that we're at the forefront, right? And I love the fact that this isn't born from legislation, because it means that our staff at USBE, they've been listening to the stakeholders. And they said, we don't need legislation on this. We see that there's a deficiency. We're going to act on it. So I think all those things are fantastic. And I would just want to add that I think if I understand the program correctly, we're actually keeping students who would otherwise exit our public schools sooner. They're now incentivized to stay longer. And to me, when you have that student who is so credit deficient, and through a teacher or a parent or a counselor, they're tempted, maybe there's a shot. And when they make that decision to go for it, I think that's when we need these things like transportation, the meals, the counselors, the teachers. And without this program, they're left to climb that mountain by themselves. And, Superintendent Dixon tied sometimes the exiting or the credit deficiency to a trauma, an accident, but I think sometimes students they bloom at different times. And you get a student who wakes up one day and says, you know what, I should have paid more attention. I think at that critical juncture, we need all of these supports. And that's why I want to see the rule and pursue this program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey. Let's see, Bogus and Davis.
Thank you, sir. So I want to bring us back to the substitute motion because I think it's fundamentally different from the main motion. And I much more comfortable with this. I still have great consternation because it seems we're passing something to see what's in it. And that seems to be bad policy making process. I'm also concerned that as I listen to people talk, I think we have 504s, we have IEPs, we have specialized education plans, and now we're adding one more thing for the school to do when we already have systems in place to accommodate almost everything that's been discussed. As I listen to Member Carey, I cheer. I'm like, yeah, we do need that. We do need that. But we have that. And now we're putting it in a different place. And so I guess I'm wondering what this does that we don't already have a pathway or a process or a system enabled, if you will, that can reach the same end.
Okay, thank you, Member Davis.
I admittedly have not delved deeply into this, but I actually agree with everything that everyone previously has said, and the concerns and the reasons to cheer. My question is this: what is it actually equivalent to? Because when I was working as in the special ed department in one of our local districts, we got called to court because a student with severe intellectual disabilities had graduated from high school with a 3.8 GPA, and in court we were told, what is indicated on your transcript to show it means what it means? So is a GED equivalent, the skills that are demonstrated, I understand and can do this, is it equivalent to the courses that will be with a high school graduation? And if not, how is that indicated on the transcript so that employers or universities or court judges can understand what's equivalent to what, and I don't know. And maybe these sections of math or, it's, the skills will be equivalent to what they could demonstrate had they just sat in the seat time. But who has the answers to those questions? Chair, who has the answers to those questions?
Coordinator Patton, did you want to answer that?
So they would, on the transcript, it would say, right, GED mathematics or whatever. So the transcript would actually indicate that those credits were gained through the GED versus, is that the answer you're looking for?
May I follow up, Chair?
Yes.
So the course titles would not be on the high school transcript. And would the diploma indicate anything different, or would it be just a regular high school diploma?
The diploma would be if you're graduating from Viewmont High School, it would be a Viewmont High School diploma. But the transcript would indicate that the course name, and we would have to create Cactus course codes additionally, right, that match that. It would indicate that it was GED.
I mean, I can't imagine every student not wanting to do it, but thank you.
Okay, so can I add just one thing?
Yeah.
Just when you ask what's the value, I actually had a son that did the GED and got college credit. So it's not like, oh, we're just filling in the, whatever. It's actually, it's aligned in such a way that the colleges you will get college credit for certain things if you do well in certain areas. So it's, if you want to know, yes, it's not seat time for, whatever, and listening to a lecture or whatever from, or group, class things. It's not the same, but once again, I think you're talking about students in a specific category to get a specific area, and it is aligned with certain expectations. So.
Sure.
My comment was not the value. My question was, what skills are gained in the process of getting this? Are the skills similar? That was what my question was. I actually see the value of an option like this for students. I just am wondering what the skills and understandings are and the content, and are they similar to what students are going to need?
Coordinator Patton, did you want to respond? You don't have to.
Yeah.
I thought I saw you leaning in.
No, I would like to, so thank you. I mean, it's important to remember that the test is, lots of time and money has been spent, right? Has been spent to make this aligned with the Common Core state standards and appropriately leveled for a typical high school graduate. Maybe not an A+, right? When you get 150, you may not be it may not be the same level as an A+, but a typical high school graduate for the 145 passing score. There are different levels on the GED that's more reflective of what you would see in a high school transcript. So if you're getting a 145, again, that might not be an A+ student, but if you're getting a 175, where Vice Chair Earl mentioned that there's actually college credits that are associated with that, and that's possible. 175, that score reflects college ready plus credits. 165 reflects college ready. So, and those levels are approved by ACE, which is the association for the Council on Education, I think. And they do the CLEP and the AP tests, so a respected board. So depending on where you get it, right? Depends on, but they are aligned with the Common Core state standards, rigorous statisticians and psychometricians who have created this test. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. might have. To the question earlier of what do we really want to be when we grow up, we might want to switch into psychometricians. All right, any further lights discussion on the motion? I don't. Oh, Member Straight. Okay, and lunch is apparently here.
Oh,
Let's see
thank you,
where
Chair.
we get.
I'll be brief. I just asked questions last time. I didn't even make a statement as to what I'm thinking on this, because I'm actually thinking a whole lot of things. There's a part of me that really grasps on this idea of, do our schools really represent academic excellence, and what does that mean, and how do we get there? And as I've listened to this discussion, I think you get hit from either side no matter what decision you make on this. So where I usually err when it comes to things like this is I go back to when I was a teacher, when I was in the trenches, and actually saw this in action. I also was over PM school, where students who did not attend the regular day were looking at dropping out. We said, well, we have an option where you can come to school after school's out. There were lots of reasons for that. I don't even want to get into that. But in the end, we helped students graduate. I also was a teacher within that program for a period of time, and had a student who needed their financial literacy credit, and you have to have that for graduation. But he had a job, and he could only make it once a week. And so I would give him a week's worth of lessons, and we'd get together and we'd go over what he'd learned. He received these credits. He was a stellar student. But here was a kid who was down on his luck, that did not have the basic things that he needed without working. He was basically, he was on his own as a high school senior, okay? Balancing that out. I was thinking also of another student who came to me as a senior and said, remember last year during this quarter when I was so close to getting a passing grade, and you came and offered me an option that I could accomplish that. I didn't do it. I'm sorry. Would you still, a year later, allow me to do it? Well, guess what? This happens every time. And so it really, in the end, is about people. On the other hand, as a policy, if this represents this and we're saying it's equivalent, I'm not necessarily philosophically in line with that. So there's some things within here that I'm philosophically not in favor of, but then my heart gets in the way. And I shouldn't say it gets in the way, because that's not really true. It is the way for me. That's how I am. And so I'm going to vote to move this forward, because this isn't the last word to be said. And but I would like to see maybe a little more discussion and thought along some of these areas, because I was in the same meeting as Board Member Wood, where that was expressed, and it was very specific to something. And so I think we're close. I really think we're close. I think there's more good than bad. So that's my final 2 cents. There's my opinion now.
Hey, thank you, Member Straight. Let's see, do we have, is your light on, or I can't, okay. Apologize, I couldn't see that. Member Wood.
I really appreciate the discussion, and with the change in the motion that we're going to see what it is before we vote on it. I will vote to move this forward, but I will have a lot of conversations with counselors in my districts. You know, I was looking at district leadership and even some legislators. There was a legislative breakfast that I was at. I was surprised, actually, given the makeup of some of my districts, that they were so opposed to it. But I'm willing to go and do the homework, because that's what I do, and I won't shut things down that may help students.
Okay, thank you, Member Wood. Seeing no other lights, I believe we can vote. The motion is the substitute motion from Vice Chair Earl that the board directs staff to bring rule changes supporting the proposed GED options program to an upcoming meeting of the Law and Licensing Committee. Members, please vote. Member Hymas?
Hymas is no.
Member Klein?
Member Klein is a no.
Okay, that passes 11 to 1 to 2. Member Bogus abstaining. Members Hymas and Klein voting no. Let's see. Yeah, back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next item on from Law and Licensing is item 4.11, R277-333, Registered Apprentice Program for Teachers. And the proposed motion is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-333, Registered Apprentice Program for Teachers, Draft 2, on second and final reading. This motion passed out of Law and Licensing unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Oh, Member Bogus. There we go.
Yes, sir. So, through the chair, I'm wondering, is there now an interagency agreement, and does the Department of Labor somehow get all these names?
Anyone like to field that? Director Height? Director?
And I want to be clear,
Assistant.
for my own sake, because I did leave the room for a minute. We're on 333. Is that correct? Because that's where I am. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Executive Coordinator. There you go. I'm sorry, Malia. Thank
That's
you.
okay.
Thanks for coming up.
Hi, I'm Malia Hyde, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. We do have an interagency agreement with the Department of Workforce Services that is allowing us to utilize a grant to the state of Utah through the U.S. Department of Labor. And so the Department of Labor will count how many apprentices we have and where they're doing their apprenticeship, and then how, if they complete the program or not.
Does that answer the question, Member Bogus?
Yes and no. Well,
Would you like to follow
I
up?
guess it's an implied answer that there's going to be a list of all these people in a government database somewhere.
Yes, in fact, in the board rule, it's on line 79. It's the Registered Apprenticeship Partner Information Database System, which is RAPIDS.
Thank you, sir.
Follow up? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing no. Oh, Member Carey.
Chair, if I may, and this probably for Ben Rasmussen, and just line 183 and line yeah, it was line 183 and the other line is 199. It's my understanding that both these lines permit the superintendent to reimburse the employer or the mentor. What I don't understand is that at the end of line 183 we have as funding allows, but at the line of 199 we don't. So I would just make the motion to strike as funding allows from line 183 because it strikes me as redundant. But I would like them to be consistent. So either we add it to both or we omit it from both. Does Ben or Director Rasmussen or Dr. Height have a recommendation? Chair, if I could direct that to
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Height.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
That absolutely can be made. There's no reason for the difference. We do have limited funding, but the may would allow us to
The discretion.
the discretion, correct.
Then I would just make, unless this is considered a technical amendment, but if not, I would make the motion that we strike as funding allows at the end of line 183 and obviously change the comma to a period.
This may be just a technical that we could see if there's any objection. Hearing none, This appears to be a technical revision.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Additional member Bogus?
Yes, sir. I'm wondering where in the rule it clearly delineates the stipulations for receiving the grant. And maybe it's not in the rule, and if it's not in the rule, then what are the stipulations for receiving the grant?
Any
I can
response?
answer that. Yeah.
Malia?
It actually is included in your backup, which my backup has now. It's in the agreement with the Department of Labor are the stipulations of the grant.
I don't see that in my backup.
The approved standards, USBOE. Yeah, signed standards.
Okay, thank
So
you.
there are minimum qualifications, et cetera. Okay, any further discussion? If not, let's vote.
I just have.
Oh, sorry, Member Klein.
Member Klein, yeah, I just have concerns that, the teachers have to meet the educator competencies, which I feel like are woefully inadequate. And I believe I voted against when we passed it in R277304. So it appears to me that based on the way this rule is written, that you can basically become a teacher with almost zero content area knowledge, which is the opposite, I think, of what people think when they hear that we are providing high quality educators. Obviously, the public doesn't understand what we mean by high quality, that there's a very distinct definition to that, that there's a lot more to it than just really excellent teachers under that definition. And so we're not even following, well, we are, because the high quality means the competencies, which again are based on subjective soft skill, not objective content area expertise. And so I will be voting against this.
Okay, thank you, Member Klein. Member Carey?
Chair, if I may, I just want to follow up on something that Board Member Klein said to Dr. Height, which is I have heard that same concern that Board Member Klein articulated. Could you address that just for the board?
Yes, gladly. So if you look, actually, it's included in the board rule, lines 157 through 160. The first two lines indicate that all apprentices, including all individuals seeking an educator license, must demonstrate 37 general pedagogical competencies. Those are the ones that we approved recently. However, if you look at the following lines in 159 and 160, you'll see that that is where the additional content-specific competencies and training are required. So, and those competencies live within each of our content area endorsements, and we have separate competencies for elementary educators and special educators.
Okay. Member Bogus?
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Height? Dr. Height, yeah. So, as I'm looking at this, it appears to be dynamic and not static. Are we subject to change under the Department of Labor with this agreement? Because it looks like we're going to be at their every whim and will.
Could you clarify what do you mean by static and flexible?
So dynamic means, as I read this, and I read it before, but as I'm reading it now, it appears that there's a level of dynamic, which means they can change. And through our agreement with them, we are subject to their change.
So we are, the only one who can amend this is us. We are the only ones who can instigate an amendment to this agreement.
The agreement itself, though, appears that they can change the rules and we would be subject to them.
Where are you looking specifically?
Oh,
so I
gosh,
can
it's
address
everywhere.
that question.
I can ask it offline,
Yeah.
but Yeah, so let's say they change their standards, then we're subject to their standards, or we come back and we have this conversation again.
All of the apprenticeship is based on the standards that this board has set around what makes a teacher.
But the agreement itself, is it subject to change when the Department of Labor changes their
No,
criterion?
this is a signed agreement with the Department of Labor, and we would have to instigate a change in order for the U.S. Department of Labor to change anything within the agreement.
So when they change their rules and they come out through the 90-day comment period, that's not going to affect this agreement.
This is a binding contract, correct?
So we are no longer subject to pending or impending rules from the U.S. Department of Labor.
Anything that would related to this agreement, no.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more lights, the motion then is that, the board approves R277-333, Registered Apprentice Program for Teachers, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Please vote. Member Hymas?
Hymas is yes.
Hymas is yes. Member Klein?
No.
Member Klein is a no. And that motion passes 12-2 with the noes being Member Bogus and Member Klein. Okay. Back to Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. We just have one remaining item, 4.12, student personal electronic devices in schools. In light of Senator Fillmore's proposed legislation that he's crafting, in addition, we've requested our committee to research both in-state and out-of-state policies. We're just holding that item, and we'll follow up with it in law and licensing.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate the work on that to coordinate with the legislature. That's been something that's been developing quickly, so nice to see progressing together on that. Anything further? Does that conclude law and licensing? Separate from law and licensing, or part of phones?
I just wondered if the bill that Senator Fillmore's developing, if that's available for others to see, or if it's available right. Ms. Holmes.
I think it's available right now. I'm sorry, I don't have the page up, but it's already available, from what I understand from the press
so
conference that they gave, that you could go look and make comments and stuff.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I'd heard vaguely.
All right, thank you to Law and Licensing Committee. Lunch is here, so I think we're making good time. Let's see, what did we have as our lunch target? Was it 12? 12:30. What's the likelihood? We've got a hard stop later, so we're going to be bound by lunch now, or do we want to try to blast through standards and assessment? Eat. I'm hearing eat. Let's get lunch. Okay, we'll be back at 12:40 then, correct? That works? All right. Thank you. See you in a half hour. What? Ryan, do you think we ought to do other business and come back, or should we hold for a minute for? We'll get a little bit and then come back? Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Okay, folks. I think we're going to start in on standards and assessment, and then we'll turn to our superintendent's report when we got the right folks, because we want to respect their time. Let's see, what's that? We got Randy mic'd and live. Okay. Chair Booth. Are you good to go? Should we go
Thank
into
you,
standards?
Chair Moss.
Okay.
Yes, we're ready. Just as we're looking at the agenda on item number 5, standards and assessment, there are 3 very important information items that I invite you to check your backup on. We were able to recognize 2 very worthy groups of individuals in the agency who are making amazing contributions. And I just want to make sure that you don't miss out on those, like item number 2, that would be 5.2. So read those on your own time. And we're going to now go to action item, the first one, which is 5.4, approval of the child sexual abuse and human trafficking prevention materials as required by Utah Code. And the motion for the board is that the board approves the Boundary Town curriculum and hold on the 3 strands curriculum. Just as an interesting sidelight, Jenny and I did have a meeting, and Jenny stayed with them for a considerable amount of time with the 3 strands folks, and they are very eager to see the new and improved guidelines for curriculum materials in this content area that are going to be coming out probably by October, and want to make the adjustments so they can continue to be approved. And Jenny may have other comments, but she spent a goodly amount of time, and appreciate all of her representation of our concerns and efforts. So the motion is that the board approves Boundary Town curriculum and hold on the 3 strands curriculum.
Thank you, Chair Booth. Comments or questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes, Member Klein.
I'm curious about what you mentioned with your meeting with 3 strands. You said that you talked to them about changes to their curriculum. What about their trainings? Was that discussed? Because there was questionable content, well, content that was not questionable, but that violated R277328, the original version of 328, and surely the current version, as well as it would now violate HB 261. So was that discussed with them? Are they changing their training?
From Vice Chair Earl's got a light.
I could speak to that. And yes, I actually have pulled up some of the language on one of the videos, and they recognized that it didn't align with Utah law, and that they actually were adjusting or whatever, so it aligned with Utah law, because it wouldn't align with our current law. So yes.
So not just curriculum, but training also?
Yes, that's accurate. It was the training modules. So
okay.
If you have additional recommendations, you can always email that to them, I'm sure.
They seem very eager to get our feedback. They want our feedback. They do want to be in compliance and provide what we want.
And that's the one where the recommendation from the committee is to hold.
Yes.
For board member clarity, that's the discussion.
So they can get it aligned.
Allow them to adjust. Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, the motion is that the board.
Well, if
yes,
we're
Member Klein.
sorry, if we're approving Boundary Town, does that not replace 3 strands, or is it possible we could be approving both?
Chair Booth,
And using
Vice
both.
Chair Earl.
We have had both of these been approved and in use, and they're just being reviewed again. We've had multiple curriculum that have been approved in the past.
So this is not a selection in RFP, it's an approval to put on the list for district use. Is that, am I getting that right? Which can involve more than one in this case.
And in this case, it's not actually curriculum that we're looking at, it's
The
educator
training.
training. There was a little bit of confusion the way it was put on the site, whether it was curriculum or not, but they have feedback on the curriculum too, so.
But either way, we're not looking at this for a contract as the
No,
sole
no.
provider. This is just whether
Nope.
we approve for then
And then-
selection by an LEA on their own.
That's accurate.
Okay,
Can I amend the motion?
that would be in order.
And just add 3 strands curriculum and trainings.
Is there a second?
So just add and trainings to the end.
So the motion would then read that the board approves the Boundary Town curriculum and hold on the three strands curriculum and trainings. Is there
Yeah.
a second?
And actually, could we divide that so they're 2 separate motions?
Well, I
The
think
boundary,
we got, those would be 2
Town ver-
separate motions, so it's up to you to guide what you'd like to present. I think those are 2 different.
so my
Here,
motion would
Member
be-
Klein, that'd probably be, there's nothing to divide as it stands, so I think parliamentarily
Okay.
correct would be to make the proposal and then divide. Or do you guys tell me? I guess if you're trying to divide the existing part and then amend one of those, you could probably do it either way. Okay.
yeah, that's
you
what
can
I'm
do it either
trying
way.
to do. So,
Either way.
yeah, so divide the 2
Okay.
and then we'll amend the 1.
All right, so the motion we to divide, I assume you mean divide the part regarding Boundary Town and then the part related to 3 strands, correct?
Correct. That's
And
correct.
the intent is if it's divided, or perhaps if it's not, to then amend 3 strands. Is there a second on the
Yes.
motion to divide?
Yes.
Seconded by Member Bogus. Any further explanation, Member Klein?
No.
Okay, we can put that to a vote. Motion is to divide the motion between approving Boundary Town curriculum and hold on the 3 strands curriculum. That would be the division. With that,
I don't. Patty, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not Boundary Town curriculum. It's the
Training.
training. Right? What's the term? I'm not using the right term. Yeah, training and instruction. So, okay.
well, I guess what's on the floor is to divide the 2, and there may be amendments to either of those if it's divided. So the current motion is using the current language to divide between Boundary Town and 3 strands.
Great.
So, Member Booth, okay. Let's vote.
Yes, this is Klein.
Member Klein's a yes. Member Hymus?
No.
Member Hymus is a no. Oh, Member Klein is a yes?
We're missing 2.
2 more votes.
It's divide.
Motion
Oh,
to
this is a motion to divide?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, everybody vote the way they wanted. There was a bit of question about the nature of the motion. This is to divide Boundary Town from 3 strands for separate consideration, so. Voting is in. Okay, that vote fails 6-8. The yeses being Chair Moss, Member Booth, Vice Chair Earl, Member Bogus, Member Carey, and Member Klein. So it is not divided. The motion then is as originally framed, and it's subject to discussion or amendment. Who's in line here?
So,
There's nobody in line.
Nobody's in line? Any discussion or? Member Klein, yes, back to you then.
well, I would amend the motion to include and trainings.
For which it's not been divided, so where would that go in the current motion?
After the 3 strands,
Okay. 3 strands curriculum and trainings, was it?
Right.
I don't think she inserted that after Boundary Town, or did you intend that as well, Member Klein?
No, just after 3 strands, curriculum and training.
Okay, so the motion is to amend to add the words "and training" after the reference to 3 strands curriculum. Any discussion to that amendment to the motion?
So my emotion would be just to add "and trainings," and I would like to vote on that separate from approving.
Well, we'll vote on the amendment. It's not divided, but we will vote on that amendment in its own before approving the underlying language. So any further discussion of that motion? If not, please vote.
Member Klein's a yes.
Klein's a yes. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Hymas is a yes. Looking for 2 more, I think. 1 more. Okay, that motion passes 10-4. The no votes being Member Lear, Member Reel, Member Wood, and Member Norton. So back to the underlying motion for discussion, question, amendment. Member Booth, is your light on for this? Okay.
No, I'm just waiting for the next one.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the board approves the Boundary Town curriculum and hold on the 3 strands curriculum and trainings.
I just want to explain my vote.
Okay. Well, you can go ahead since we're not doing a roll call.
I'm just,
Member
I would
Klein,
just
I
like-
think Member Bogus wanted to explain, then we can turn to you.
So if she's going to discuss the motion, I would go to her first.
Okay, go ahead, Member Klein.
I would just say that I am in favor of holding on 3 strands, but I am not in favor of approving the Boundary Town. And so I will be abstaining since we weren't able to divide.
Okay. Thank you. Member Bogus? Did you
Well,
wanna-
and I would offer the same, but I also think there's a real ethical conundrum here with the fact that this was not available to the public. And if we're training our educators in something that's not available to the public to review, I think we've got like just things that we need to consider and grapple with, because we're supposed to be a transparent body, and that just doesn't seem transparent to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to address that question? Or, I don't see any takers. I'm sorry?
Why was it not available?
They claimed that there was a copyright issue.
Question of how much of the curriculum was made available to the public. I know there were links and opportunities for the board members to review and vote. What's the level of public? Yeah.
So right now,
Deputy.
Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. Thank you for the question. Right now, it was made available to our board members. It's not made available to the public per se. It would be available to an LEA if they select it as a vendor that they would like to preview. And then it's made available to their folks as they're looking through it in possible adoption of that as something they would like to use.
All right, thank you, Deputy Norman. Okay, voting is open. Yes, Member Klein.
Thank you. I would just say on a topic that is of such a sensitive nature, parents absolutely should have the ability to review this curriculum before it is presented. Are they able to opt out, or is it an opt-in?
That's my understanding. Can anybody answer that question?
It is.
Member Reel, did you have a response to the question?
It's not the curriculum, we made an error.
Member Earl may be able to answer this more appropriately, but I do just want to mention that this is an opportunity for adults to be trained and to look for signs, and there's a huge importance, and we have 1 in 7 children in Utah who deal with issues of abuse, and when we focus too much on the parents, I think we're doing a disservice to these kids, when oftentimes it's family members that are the ones that are perpetrators. And so the focus isn't necessarily only on the parents, but it's on adults in teacher. That includes in community members, it includes teachers, it includes all adults.
Thank you, Maria. Bashir.
We actually need to make a change because it wasn't the curriculum we vetted when it came to boundary towns. It was the training, the adult training.
Okay.
So
is
we
that
didn't
a proposed
review.
amendment?
Yeah, it was just an error on our side.
Well, so we
Is
had
there a
we had the
curriculum?
vote almost open on this, but we didn't quite get there. So is that a proposed amendment?
It would have to be an amendment. Otherwise, I don't know what we're actually passing because we didn't vet boundary town curriculum.
Okay. So what's the amendment?
It would be adult trainings or just
Instructional materials. Instructional materials, you could say trainings, yeah.
probably trainings because that's what we vetted was
Yes.
was trainings. So I
So
would
the
change.
three
So strike curriculum under where it says boundary town curriculum. It would need to be stricken and put trainings there because it was the adult trainings that we looked at, not the curriculum.
Did 3 strands include curriculum?
Well, that's where it was confusing because it did have all of that on there.
Okay. So the amendment there might have captured everything. It references now curriculum and trainings, but in this case of boundary town, it's replace curriculum with trainings. That's the proposed motion. At
Yes.
least.
Yeah.
Okay. That captures kind of what was reviewed and considered. Okay. So the proposed amendment is to
So-
replace curriculum with trainings. Yes. Dr. Norman?
Yes, thank you. It's not the curriculum, so we do need to put the training. So because of the purpose of the audience, and right now the audience for these materials is the educator. And so curriculum is for students. And so we didn't review curriculum because we weren't reviewing it for the students. The other question that was asked is this opt-in? And so again, this is the educator is the audience. And so it's the educator would receive the training. And then when it does come to the student portion of that, which is not what we're reviewing right now, that is something that is opt-in.
Got it. Okay.
Is that the student portion available to parents to review?
Dr. Norman? Is there a student portion?
She just said there was.
Oh,
So that's not what we're reviewing at this time. They're only reviewing the educator portion of the trainings. There would be curriculum, but that would need to be reviewed at a different time next year when that is going to be coming through. So they might have included the curriculum as part of the teacher training, but that is not as a complete set. Like this is what could be provided, but it is not a part of what was approved. It's just the teacher training. Does that make sense? So the curriculum piece would be approved later by this board.
Okay, so for
My
boundary
question
town.
is,
Yes.
my
Member
question
Klein.
is, when we do bring that up, is that also have copyright restrictions? The student portion, is that going to be available for parents to review? Or in approving this, are we down the road tying our hands and saying, approving something that parents won't be able to see when it comes to the portion that's presented to their kids?
Dr. Norman?
Thank you. So this is copyrighted materials, which means that under that copyright, they're not going to release everything to the public because it could be then copyright infringement. What would occur and what does occur in our LEAs in these sorts of things is, again, it would come to our board. They would be able to review it in a setting as what you were able to do this time. Then if a school selects this as something that they would like for their patrons, their parents, their folks to be able to see it, they would probably put that, as I'm thinking about one of the LEAs that does this, they put this in their parent portal so that it creates that automatic sign-in where it has that hub for them to be able to say, I'm signing in as a parent and I would like to view this curriculum. So there's different options. We have some of our LEAs that have parents come in. We have some of our LEAs do different things. We don't have haven't had, so I won't say that it can't be done, but usually because it is copyrighted materials, they're not going to put that out there as it's a highly competitive area, and we haven't been able to do that in the past.
Question.
Okay.
So Dr. Norman, let me make sure I understand this. Right now, a parent can't view the curriculum. We would be viewing the curriculum and we would decide whether or not it actually even goes out for usage at all. Once it's decided yes, if that's what we choose to decide, then a district could use that curriculum and a parent could access that through their district. So they're not restricted in that. Like any other curriculum, they'd be able to access it. It may not be published on their website, but they could, okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay. So the motion is to replace the word curriculum with trainings. And it still needs a second. Thank you. Seconded by Member Carey. Final discussion of the motion. I forgot we didn't have a second when we. Fair enough. We did the discussion. Okay, board members, let's vote.
Hymus is a yes.
Member Hymus is yes. Member Klein?
Amy's a yes.
Klein's a yes.
Yes.
Looking for one more. Oh, missing Member Davis. Okay, that passes unanimously. Member Davis has stepped away. Member Green is not with us, so thank you. That, let's see. That brings up the underlying motion then. That was just the amendment. So we've had two amendments, just to keep it straight. After 3 strands curriculum, we added add training and trainings for Boundary Town, replaced curriculum with trainings. So the motion then is that the board approves the Boundary Town trainings and hold, yes, on the 3 strands curriculum and trainings. Final discussion? If not, please vote.
Hymus is yes.
Hymus is yes. Klein?
Abstain.
Member Klein abstains. Let's see, we're still missing Member Day. We need one more, I think. Member Hymus, were you a yes?
Yes.
He's a yes. Okay. That passes 11 to 2 with 11 in favor, 2 abstentions being members Bogus and Klein. Okay, I think that concludes that section.
Our first item. Here we go.
Should
racing
we-
right along.
What's
Our
that?
second item.
Hold just 1 second, Chair Booth. Did we want to do the superintendent's report? We had that for one. We launched into this, but did we have folks with time certain that we need to?
No, that was just employment, so we're good.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Okay.
We'll come back.
Good. We'll continue then with our second action item, having to do with R277-630, sections 1, 2, and 3, child sex abuse and human trafficking prevention, training, and instruction amendment. And the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-630, draft 3, sections 1, 2, and 3 on second and final reading. You'll remember that in our last month's meeting, we did approve sections 4, 5, and 6, but we needed a few adjustments with 1, 2, and 3, which have now been made. And so we're now bringing this forward to for your approval.
Okay. Discussion of the motion. Seeing none, please vote.
Hymus is yes.
Hymus says yes. Member Klein?
Hang on. Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. And that passes 13 to 1, the no vote being Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Booth.
Thank you. The next item has to do with a sunset item, the Education Interim Committee sunset item, section 53F-5-219, Local Innovation Civics Education Pilot Program. The recommended action is the board recommends the legislature not allow Utah Code section 53F-5-219 Local Innovations Civics Education Pilot Program to not sunset and continue through 2026. Okay, I think
Got
that
it
we have
double
an
negative.
extra not there. Which not do we want to remove?
Let's see here.
Recommends.
To not allow it to sunset, so this would be the not that you would want to remove.
Okay, so we remove the not before sunset.
Or
So
to
it's
allow it to continue.
Not allow Utah code to sunset and continue through 2026. And
Not allow the code to sunset and to continue or allow it to continue? Maybe allow? Yeah, to not sunset and to allow it to continue. Not allow Utah code to sunset and allow it to continue? Does that
Yeah,
capture
that
what you're
sounds
after?
great. Perfect.
Okay.
You ever consider being a writer?
All right, do we have that language up? Okay, that's the motion. Any discussion of the motion? If not, please vote. Member Klein?
Hymas is yes.
Hymas is yes. Member Klein?
No.
Member Klein is a no. Okay, let's see. Looking for 4 more, I think. 3 more. That was just a technical. No, just technical language. We got 2 more votes. Did we get Hymas and Klein?
Oh, did I vote? No, I did.
Klein. Let's see, we got Hymas and Klein. We're missing 2. We're missing Davis and Hart. Where did they go?
We are right here.
I'm just, getting goofy, sorry. Question, yeah. Okay, that, we're still missing 1, but okay. 12 to 2 in favor, 12 in favor, 2 opposed, Bogus and Klein. And we had a question from Vice Chair Earl.
Is it okay if I ask a clarifying question, just to make sure, from Robert Austin? Just on, my question is this, or I can ask it to the chair. I guess you can direct it.
I'll
Yeah.
channel it
It
on.
just, more or less, the continuation of this for the next 2 years is to finish out what's already started, right? Are we adding new programs on this? We're finishing out what started, and then this is the evaluated program to see if there is any gains or whatever in it. Is that accurate?
This is Robert Austin, Humanities Coordinator at State Board of Ed.
Yeah. You're on.
Okay. Yes, it is. Although, if there is an LEA that cannot expend the funds that they'd initially been allocated to, then we do want to be able to, this year, finish up with reallocating those funds to an LEA that might make a better use of those funds. But the
That answer the question.
gist of this is for the evaluation of the program.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Member Bogus first, was it?
So I appreciate the question, Member Earl, because I'm wondering why we drafted legislative code with a sunset date before the end of a program date. That's where my brain is now.
I don't know if I could maybe, because of COVID and some other things, they didn't get put into place, and so it ended up pushing them out a year further before some of the programs started. Is that accurate? I guess he can finish answering it, but that's my understanding, so.
Yes, that's accurate. And it's a 3-year pilot.
He needs a mic.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Counterintuitive, right? So it was a 3-year pilot program with a built-in sunset at the end of the 3 years. It makes, for our estimation, more sense to sunset a year later so we can make sure that we continue with the evaluation of the pilot and still have the funding in place to continue that evaluation.
So then I have a follow-up. Wouldn't it make sense to recommend the sunset then? To extend it 1 year and recommend the sunset? Yeah, I understand that.
Is that a question for Mr. Austin, for
Well, I
Vice
think
Chair?
it does, is
If-
it not saying that, to sunset and to allow it to continue through 2026?
Right, because the sunset was June of 2025, and we want it to extend for
They're
one more year.
extending the sunset to 2026.
Yeah.
So as I read it, the motion doesn't reconcile with the information on the form, but I would just still stand by my vote.
Okay.
Okay, did we have another hand up? Member Klein? Not hearing Member Klein.
Sorry, no.
Okay. Okay, so the motion then,
Yeah.
wait,
we
we
voted, we're
did,
done.
I'm sorry. We're on, that was just clarifying after the fact. Back to you, Chair Booth. Yes.
Okay. Now we have,
Wait, did that last one pass?
yes,
Yes.
we're now on R277419-2, People Accounting Amendment. This is an opportunity to, based on a change of definition of YIC in, according to legislation from the 2024 session, YIC used to mean youth in custody. The revised language changes YIC to youth in care, and those changes are made throughout the rule. And so the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-419 to pupil accounting draft 1 on second and final reading.
I have a question.
Okay, Member Klein?
I know this has probably been discussed before, but if you can refresh my memory, youth in care, does that mean that these youth are no longer in custody? Simply by changing the name, or are they still in custody?
Yeah.
Dr. Norman and Member Bogus both have hands up to explain. Did you want to take Dr. Norman? And
All right. I don't know. Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman. So right now, the overarching term is youth in custody, and so that includes, at this current time, before this vote is made, youth in custody includes youth in care, which includes foster students and other youth that might be in the custody of the state or in the care of the state. So this changes the overarching term to youth in care, and then the more finite terms could be youth in custody or youth who is in the foster care system, or youth that. So it just changes the overarching term to the youth in care, and then they would still, if they're still in custody, they're still a youth in custody, but they're in care of the state.
Okay, follow up.
Sure.
Can we get a list of all of the more discrete terms or the different youth that are identified under the overarching term of youth in care? Specifically, so is it ever expanding, or is it set in stone what these different groups are that fall under youth in care?
is that for Dr. Norman?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's any youth who is under the Department of Health and Juvenile Justice Services. So if they're receiving juvenile justice services or under the Department of Health Services, Human Services, Health and Human Services, then that would be considered a youth in care.
Okay, so my question is, if it includes Health and Human Services, that could potentially expand to include almost all youth if youth are receiving mental or medical health services at school then, right? Or that are accessing Medicaid funds to pay for telehealth or mental health or student school-based health centers, etc. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Dr. Norman?
Thank you. This is a discrete set of students who are in these categories. We can follow up later with you, Board Member Klein, to give you a list of what that exactly includes, but it is not inclusive of all students receiving Medicare services or SNAP eligible benefits or those types of things. It's about those that are in the care of the state.
Care of the state as opposed to being in a state school. That provision of some
Receiving.
mental health services in the schools doesn't count. It's defined
It's
as
full-time care of the state. Is that correct? It's full-time care of the state. So
full-time care of the state. Okay, so that's the distinction. Okay.
So that doesn't include in loco parentis while they're at school.
no.
Seeing shaking of heads. Dr. Norman, do you want to introduce Benji?
Yes, Benji.
Sorry, Benji. There you go. Now you need a red. Yeah.
Okay, Benji Carrier on the YIC team. Am I still answering the in locos parentis question? Is that what you want a response to?
Yes, if you could, we probably want to just make sure everybody know who you were, because we appreciate your assistance with Dr. Norman and wanted to know. Suggest introduce yourself. But yeah, but if you had anything further on that question, that would be great. Yes. Expand the acronym describing his portfolio, or?
No, I said YIC. So I guess as of this moment, that would be youth in custody.
Okay.
If you vote, then it would be youth in care, I would assume. That's how that works. But
okay.
Since you haven't voted on it, as of this moment, youth in custody coordinator.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That is helpful. Well, we're just trying to make sure we know all the moving pieces and parts and where the lines are. Thank you.
So like maybe in 3 seconds it'll be different.
And
but
yes, acronyms are, a big deal here. So thank you. Okay. Any further questions? Well, we've got Benji here. Any further discussion of the motion? Let's see.
I have a follow-up. One last follow-up.
Yes, Member
Chair.
Klein.
If the definition in code for youth in care changes to expand the groups that fall under it, will that automatically, I guess that would automatically expand that definition within our rules. So it could expand out potentially. Is that correct? To be more than what it is now.
Elise, did you want to answer that one? I see Patty pointing somewhere. Trying to follow my traffic directors. Thank you, Elise.
I'm sorry, could I get a repeat of the question, please? I missed part of it.
Yeah, one more time, Member Klein.
Well, I'm just curious. Well, we didn't. I guess we didn't get an answer on the in loco parentis unless it was just a flat no that I missed. But my concern is that the youth in care definition could expand to include more and more students than what it currently covers, simply by a change in code that, my worry is that we're going to start trying to be more inclusive of what falls under state care.
Okay. So Elise Nui, Policy Advisor, thank you for the question. So this phrase is very tightly defined in code. And so the youth in care refers directly within our rules back to code as saying anyone that the state board is directly responsible for the education of, and that includes 3 categories. The first is if they're in the Department of Health and Human Services, so this is not receiving services from them, but within the care of. And then second, if they're in the custody of a Native American tribe, or being held in a juvenile detention facility. So it has to be within one of those 3 very distinct categories in which there is custody involved, so, and ongoing care. So the answer to your question is no, it cannot include in loco parentis, and it cannot be expanded without a change to this piece of the code. So that is not something that we could do. That would have to be the job of the legislature.
All right, thank you, Elise. Member Bogus, or was it Member Davis? Member Davis. Nope, Bogus, then Davis. There we go.
Thank you, sir. Chair, I'm wondering, when we talk about care, obviously parental rights have been either suspended or terminated in some capacity. So that means the state would have educational rights to the child, medical rights to the child, and some form of a caseworker or a foster parent would be engaging in parental consent on behalf of these children. Would that be a true statement?
In the majority of the situations, yes. There are some cases where, through the mental health, sorry, what is the, I'm thinking of the right term, yeah, I mean, like in the state, in the state hospital, and the local mental health authority, that's the term I was looking for, have recommended, that the best care for the child would be to be in some type of residential or day treatment facility. So the parent still has parental rights. They're not technically in the custody, but it has been recommended in collaboration with the parent that a student needs significant care that would happen throughout the school day for a length of time. So in some cases, they're not in the custody of the state, and that's where that first part of the definition of saying through the services of the Department of Health and Human Services. So then there are cases in which they are in foster care or in a juvenile detention facility, and in that case, the parental rights have been suspended, and those fall under a caseworker that are taking that on for a length of time.
Small follow-up, Chair.
Sure.
So as I'm listening to you, I'm taking some notes here. Seems to me like this word makes things more blurry and less clear. Would that be truthful? Because to me, there's a distinct separation between in a state facility receiving services authorized by a parent as opposed to a ward of the state or in the custody of the state. And it seems like we're blurring those boundaries, which I think that's where some of the consternation comes from myself included in that. But they're just very significantly different. So would that be a true statement that the boundaries are getting blurred here?
I don't believe that they are, and this was already changed in statute, and so our intent right here is to just bring our board rule in line with what the statute says. Where it was changed to be youth in care, which is what our state partners, that's the term that they use, and so we're just trying to align with our state partners. So the areas of the definition, the three areas that Elise Newey read to you, those did not change. The one and only thing that changed is just the word from custody to care, and so that's just to be in alignment with the statute.
Okay, Member Davis? And then I think Member Klein, we can come to you. Member Davis.
Yeah, from what I'm understanding, we have no jurisdiction over the content of this. It is all in code. And the name change was made for semantics, really, I'm guessing, because it just sounds better than custody. I mean, custody sounds like you've been arrested and you're in handcuffs and now you're in custody of the police. So all this is the same as it's always been. They just have a word that sounds more appropriate to define the very specific groups of students in code that have always been defined as such. But this is a name that is more appropriate. And that's all we're voting on today, is matching our rule to the name change, not all the content changes, but the name change in code. Is that correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other lights. Oh, Member Klein, I apologize. Let's go and then we'll get to a vote.
So I'm just curious, when we have something like this come before us, I think it's good that we are made aware, but I don't know why we are asked to have a vote on it, or why it doesn't go on to the consent calendar. If there's nothing there's nothing to argue or debate, it just has to be done because it has to align with a change in code, a minor change in code. I don't know why that doesn't just go on the consent calendar, or why it has to come to us at all if we don't really have any choice in the matter. I think putting it on the agenda invites debate when there's really no debate to be had. Although I am grateful for the opportunity to get more clarification and information on this item. Something to think
Okay.
about for the future.
Yes, and thank you to our staff for walking us through this. And, you know, there are various levels. I'll just, well, commentary here. I mean, we get something from the legislature. There's sometimes it's easy, and sometimes there's levels of judgment calls to be made. And so I think our staff try to bring it to our attention and let us learn from the process. And thanks for your thoughtful response and the opportunity to debate. We are, I think, set to vote. I don't see any further lights. So the motion is the board approves R277-709, education program serving youth in custody, draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein's a yes. Member Bogus? I'm sorry. I was looking at your name and
Member Hymas is yes.
got thrown off. Member Hymas is a yes. And let's see, we got 2 more. I jinxed you by calling your name. Okay, that passes unanimously, 14-0. All right, back to Chair Booth.
Thank you. We're now on to the action item R277-705-2, Secondary School Completion and Diplomas Amendment. The motion for the board is that the board approve R277-705-2, Secondary School Completion and Diplomas, draft 1 on second and final reading. Again, this is, as you see in the background, is the passage of HB, House Bill 82, is being amended to change the definition of YIC, as we've just discussed. And now this has to do with the diplomas and secondary school completion. So once again, it's just making adjustments with YIC to mean youth in care.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please vote.
Hymas is yes.
Hymas
Klein is a yes.
Hymas and Klein are both yes. Okay, that passes 13-1. Actually, 1 abstention being Member Bogus and 13 in affirmative. Okay, back to you, Chair Booth.
Okay, so I think next is it 709? Or are we done that? Let's see,
We just did 709, didn't we?
705. So this is yet another one having to do with youth
How many
in
YICs do we have?
care.
We've done 2, haven't we?
We've done that one?
There's 3? Well, okay.
Well,
We've done 2 and there
709
appear to be 2.
is about YIC as well. Maybe we did it already.
Which ones have we done, folks? I think we did 2. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
so we are on 709.
Yes, I can.
Motion for the board that the board approve R277-709, education program serving youth in custody, draft 1 on second and final reading. So will it be titled now, education program serving youth in care?
Okay,
that
seeing
right?
no lights, please vote. Member Hymas?
Hymas is yes. Yes.
Member Hymas is yes. Member Klein?
This is 709.
Correct, yes, item 10.
Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. And we've got a couple, 4 more. Klein's a yes. 2 more, Vice Chair Hart. That will do it. That passes 13-1 with a no vote being Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Booth.
Thank you. The final action item, it has to do with our strategic goals. And after discussion, the motion for the board was that the board adopt the following goal language from the Standards and Assessment Committee for our goal. Standards and Assessment Committee supports the design of academic standards and measurement tools to elevate K-12 educational excellence, resulting in mastery of foundational knowledge, application of logical reasoning, and achievement of personal goals.
Any discussion to
We
that?
did
sorry.
have
Go ahead.
some discussion, and we still were kind of wondering and questioning. There have been a few follow-up conversations since then. I'm not certain if anyone would like to make an amendment to this before we vote from the committee. Has it progressed far enough that you would like to make an amendment?
Thank you, Chair Booth, and we had a good discussion about this last time. Appreciate the additional conversation. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I'd just make an amendment that we strike K-12.
Is there a second?
Yes.
It's been seconded. Back to you.
Yeah, and I'll just speak to that. We can add on the P, we can add on larger. It doesn't change the fact that we still have to adhere to whatever laws we're given, and that's what we're still, we still need to do that. A lot of when I went through our website not too long ago, actually the first of the week, we have K-12 all over the place. So when we say, well, we won't, if we only have K-12, then we can't work with other programs. Yeah, we have to work with other programs. So it doesn't make sense. I just think remove it. This says this is the direction we're headed with whatever we're given and however we're, this is how we're going to be working with the laws and rules that we are obligated to do within the state of Utah. So that's what I would do.
Okay, discussion of that motion to amend.
Can we
Seeing
see it
none.
all in context?
Member
Would you like
Klein-
it read?
Yeah,
Which would-
I could read it, or you can't see anything
You
then.
can scroll
correct?
up on the screen.
Oh, there you go.
Ah. So the motion to amend is just to remove K-12, the word or phrase K-12. It would say elevate educational excellence resulting in, et cetera.
Okay, I do have a question. Is the Standards and Assessment Committee going to go back through all of the state standards and realign or amend them to align with this?
Chair Booth, Vice Chair Earl, anybody want to take that on?
As they come up, this would be the criteria. So every year we reevaluate, we say, is there anything that needs to be put into the program, right? Be put into I'm not even saying it, the cycle rubric. And then as they came up, then this would be the criteria to be used. So the answer is yes, but the answer is also no, right? It's yes, but it's as we evaluate them and reevaluate them, they would have a different lens or a more clear lens, however you want to categorize it.
After spending as much time on the standards as I have, I just cannot see that this is going to substantially change. There would have to be massive change to the standards, and I don't see that happening. To me, this is kind of meaningless. It doesn't really do anything, so I'll be voting no.
Okay, Member Davis?
Just a question, I guess. So when we're looking at future standards and such, this wouldn't be the only driving force of those. It would be the whole mission, vision, goals, strategies, the whole set of all the things we ultimately land on that would drive all of us in our committees, correct? We're not going to just narrow down to you need to memorize 2 + 2 and be able to apply it in a grocery store. Like, that's not what we're doing here, right?
Well,
right.
As is our policy, it would go to a committee, right? Then a parent review committee. Then those recommendations come to us. Board members can make recommendations. So the answer is yes, it would be just that, because this doesn't get away from the other practices we have, right?
Sure, but the direction would come from the whole thing in its entirety of what we land on, not just the standards and assessment contribution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This just helps
Thank
with
you.
the focus area. So, yeah.
Chair.
Okay.
This is what I was
Chair
saying.
Booth?
It's kind of
Well,
meaningless.
hold on.
We have
Okay.
to follow all of that
Member Clowney,
still,
got
and it
member,
doesn't.
sorry, Chair Booth's got a turn.
Thank you, Chair Moss. In our last meeting, we were kind of refining. We talked about grammar, logic, rhetoric. We never did find a way to really include rhetoric. We kind of skipped from grammar to logic and then jumped to the achievement of personal goals, which I think is great, but I really like the rhetoric piece, which is basically the literacy framework that we approved in '24, that there's a nice place on our website. If you read the definition of literacy, it's basically the definition that we have in our framework on the website is rhetoric. And so I wanted to at least today consider a possible amendment to this amended motion. It might, and I sent it to Kelsey a minute ago, it might say, elevate Utah educational excellence with academic standards and measurement tools which promote mastery of foundational knowledge, application of logical reasoning, refinement of literacy skills, and achievement of student goals.
Let me just, Chair Booth, clarify. Did we vote on the K-12? We have not. So I think that would be a separate amendment. I wasn't sure if it would amend the K-12 part, but I think it's separate. So perhaps we could hold that and vote on, unless you see it differently, our parliamentarian team. That would be not an amendment to the K-12, but a separate. Okay. So thank you. Let's hold that and wrap up with any discussion on the K-12 piece. Member Lear?
I am still wrestling, and I had this deja vu moment of, I know we belabored this, and then not suddenly it was back again, and we were belaboring it again. So this K-12 issue, and I hear what you're saying, and I'm understanding we're going to have a number of different board members, maybe more, maybe fewer, we don't know, but there are a number of areas where the board has specific jurisdiction, and I don't want to believe beyond K-12, and I don't want to believe that somebody's going to say, nope, we can't talk about that, it's not K-12. For instance, preschool students that have IEPs and or that are connected to the USDB. Those are specifically our students in our programs. Same is true with higher ed students, or not higher ed, but students with disabilities who are not really grade 12 students, but they're served by the public school system until they're 21 and a half or 22. So I want to be sort of reasonable about this. I don't want to obsess, I don't want to nitpick, but I also don't want someone to then say that's not the board's responsibility a year from now or 2 years from now. So does somebody want to assure me that this is meant generally, and that it could still encompass those are just the groups I can think of off the top of my head. There are probably others that are beyond the K-12, technically beyond the K-12 scope. So somebody help me.
Well, so my understanding would be this would cover what we are given from the legislature to exercise general supervision and oversight over. It would be a broad, without the K-12. We would still be defined by whatever our role is under the law. But I don't know, maybe the maker. My understanding is it would.
No, unless the legislature is going to remove what's already in law for us to do. We have to do that. So I'm not, to me, I'm not sure.
Then why are we saying K-12? Why are we
We're
not
not,
saying?
we're removing it.
We are removed I
Yeah,
don't
you
see
spoke to the amendment, so.
I don't see it's crossed out there.
That's the proposal, is to
Strike
take out
K-12 from the-
K-12.
Oh, I didn't read
so that
far
it
enough.
would-
Lazy reader, sorry.
No,
It
but
would-
you spoke well to the abolishing of
It
it,
was definitely germane.
or the striking of it.
We
Unknowingly that it was. All right, so
It-
we.
I have a question.
Okay, thank you.
Comment.
Sorry, I apologize for your time. Thank you.
No, okay, Member Klein.
Yeah, my concern is the opposite, that taking it out opens it up so that we can kind of cover anything that may come beyond K-12, and where there may be discrete responsibilities beyond K-12, they should probably be listed discreetly, because this just opens it up wide. And in reading many documents, one just last night from UNESCO on lifelong learning and what they talk about with adult education and all these other areas where they're literally trying to expand out education to include everyone throughout the lifespan, to make it lifelong learning. And this is the language, much of the language they use in the document is language we are using that looks like we are moving in that direction and trying to align. And so my concern is that by taking that out, we are opening ourselves up to moving in that direction where there are no boundaries, and we can forever be expanding our jurisdiction. And so I would be against.
Okay, Member Reel.
Yeah, I'd like to call the question. If we can.
Seeing no other lights, your question might just be enough to bring it to a vote. I see no others, so let's vote. The motion then is that the board the motion is to take out K-12. So, sorry, discrete amendment on the floor, and then I think Member Booth has another amendment, but that's the one before the body. Please vote. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Klein?
No.
Member Klein is a no. Member Hymas says yes. We're missing 6. Klein was a no. Hymas was a yes. There we go. 2 more. And 1 more. Okay, that passes 14 yeas and 3 noes, the noes being Member Straight, Member Bogus, and Member Klein. Okay, so the underlying motion has been amended. Chair Booth, Member Booth, you had a proposed amendment as well. Back to you. We put that one on hold. Did we have the language of that from when you read it earlier?
right
Is
there.
it up there? Okay. All right, so Chair Booth's amendment is
Starting with the quotation mark, so elevate Utah educational excellence with academic standards and measurement tools which promote mastery of foundational knowledge, application of logical reasoning, refinement of literacy skills, and achievement of student goals.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded, Member Straight. Further explanation to speak to the motion, Chair Booth?
This just adds, it's basically what was there before, but it adds the rhetoric piece, which is refinement of literacy skills, keeping all the others that were already there.
Okay, any discussion to the motion? Member Davis?
I'd like to amend to add achievement of student current and post-secondary goals, but I don't think people would vote for it. So I'd like to amend to say achievement of current and future student goals.
So that's in order. It's amendment to the amendment. Instead of achievement of student goals, it would say achievement of student current and future goals, or would it be current and, well, you're the master of.
Future student goals, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Achievement of current and future student goals.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
So student has to move before goals.
Okay. Does that get it, Chair Booth? Or, I'm sorry, Member Davis.
Yes.
So this is an amendment to Member Booth's amendment to amend the final line of the goal as follows: achievement of current and future student goals. Any discussion of the motion? If not, let us vote. Oh,
I have,
Member Klein?
if
Yes.
she's not going to speak to it, I will.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Achievement of future student goals? Like,
It's current and
What on
future
earth?
student goals is the way it was finally
well,
formulated.
I know, but what is the purpose of saying future student goals? And is that the us ensuring that students are reaching their goals in the, like, down the road when they're not even maybe with us anymore? What is that? That doesn't make any sense. It's one thing to have a student set a goal and have them achieve it in your class, but what is a future student goal?
May I respond?
Response? Yes, Member Davis.
Thanks. It references back up to the beginning of the main motion, which is the things that we do now in our schools are helping students to achieve goals. Maybe they want to improve their reading fluency by 10%, and they achieve those goals. But we're also creating foundational knowledge and reasoning skills and literacy skills so that they can be successful in their post-secondary opportunities.
Thank you, Member Davis. Further discussion to the motion?
I do have a question. Is this a strategic plan goal for standards and assessment committee specifically, or is this like revisiting our vision and mission that we already did and approved? I'm
This
just
is-
confused because it sounds like we're reinventing the wheel again.
This is not mission and vision. This flows from it, and it's a focus area brought by standards and assessment to the full board for adoption to guide the work of standards and assessment, but with approval of the full board.
It just doesn't, it sounds comprehensive though. It doesn't sound specific and targeted. It sounds like an overall mission of the entire, education system.
Okay, thank you.
As far as I just feel like we keep adding words and nothing adds any substantial meaning or clarity or actionable items. It's just more word salad. Sorry.
Okay,
It
thank
just
you.
is.
Thank you. Further discussion of the motion? Okay, if not, please vote. Again, we're voting on Member Davis's amendment to Member Booth's amendment. So the goal would add achievement of current and future student goals. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Klein is a no.
Member Booth? I'm sorry, Member Booth. Why do I keep looking over here and calling up there? Member Hymas?
Hymas is a no.
Okay, Member Hymas is a no. Member Klein is a no. Got two more. Okay, that is a tie, so the motion fails. The no votes being Member Norton, Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Carey, Member Hymas, Vice Chair Earl, and Vice Chair Hart. Okay, so we're back to Chair Booth's underlying motion, which is framed up on the board to amend. Sorry? Oh. The motion is to amend the goal language as follows, quote, elevate Utah educational excellence with academic standards and measurement tools which promote mastery of foundational knowledge, application of logical reasoning, refinement of literacy skills, and achievement of student goals. Any final discussion? Nope, please vote. Oh, Member Carey.
Member Klein is a no.
Sorry, Member Carey does have a comment.
I just, like in January, there's going to be new members here. In 2 years from then, there'll be other members. And I just look at this language, and I'm okay if we want to say, look, this is what standard and assessment does. Or like tomorrow in law and licensing, we're going through this same, we're going to do the same thing. We're just slower. But we're going to do the same thing. And I thought the process was focused on what does your committee do? But when I read this, it's almost like, what does your committee prioritize? Like, what are your metrics? And I'm okay if the committee itself wants to huddle up and say, you know, our committee, this is what we value. But now, I guess it's going to be formalized in policy or rule. I don't even know. But the fact that we're voting on it leads me to believe that this is going to survive even when that committee changes. And I just don't think that's something that we should impose on another committee. And I'm just saying standards and assessment because that's the matter before us. But I'm going to be a no because, again, I'm all for saying law and licensing, this is what we do. But when we start saying, hey, this is our priority, the committee can do that. And they don't need to come here to do that. They can just decide. But when we vote on it, I'm assuming that that means there's got to be another vote to change it. And I just don't think that's something that I can support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Carey. Member Davis? You still have your line?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm understanding because Member Carey's comments now made me question what we're doing in general. But my understanding is that each committee was to choose a goal to suggest to the full board to be included to our mission, vision, goals, and strategies, whole document and plan for the whole board to move forward. That it wasn't supposed to be a goal that was in specific direction to what a committee does. It was it can lean toward the content that committee typically works on. Like we kind of moved toward a finance goal because we were in finance committee, but it wasn't to determine what our committee does. It was to determine kind of the strategic plan of the full board to be included in that. Which is it?
Well, the basic idea was to include committees in the setting of these focus areas or goals so that in addition to these top line ideas of what our priorities are, the committees played a part in that. And so they proposed something, became part of that overall strategic plan. So I think it does guide the committee. It comes from the committee, so the full board says, okay, that's what you're going to focus on. That's where you see your priorities, your focus, what you do. Not just define, you know, here's what finance does. We track finance. But we talked about efficiency and transparency, right? So I think in that same vein, it basically brings the committees into that overall strategic planning process with some focus to guide what they do. That was the idea. So Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, and I just add one more thing to that because it's the idea of that cascading come from our mission and vision down to some focus areas and allowing staff now to say, okay, looking at what they do, and that was one of the deficits of the previous goals is that they were somewhat limited. Agree with them or not, whatever you stand on those, but they were early learning, teacher, right? It was these 4 areas. This allows, so in finance, it allows the different departments to say, okay, are we effective? Are we, you know what I mean? They can look back to our focus areas and say, how can we align with that? How can we meet that? So, anyways, that's how I would see it and allow them to engage in the goals that they are working on within their unit and propose those in a way, look, this is the metrics. This is the way we're going to move forward so we can get to making sure we have foundational knowledge as we put together standards? Or as we're doing assessments, do our assessments measure the things at the right levels? So I guess that's how I'm seeing it. That would be the way it would be, is cascading down and allow those goals to come back to be reflective, so that they're reflective of our mission and vision.
I guess I just tag team on that. I mean, it kind of says, what is academic or organizational and academic excellence is what we define. What does that look like for the Standards Assessment Committee? What does it look like for law and license? What does it look like to finance? It helps to take that mission and vision, then bring it down into the monthly work. Member Carey, further comment, discussion?
Just a question, Chair. So where does this language end up? Like, where is it going to be in a rule? Is it going to be
It's part of the strategic plan, but focused on a committee. That would be the committee's part of the strategic plan. And then we'll still have top line. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then specific goals would come. Whatever that is, but then specific measurable goals would come under those, as they have under, previously there were just top line goals. This would also then have committee statements that would allow staff to formulate specific goals to help meet what the committee felt was important to focus on, just as they have in the past with, safe and healthy schools or early literacy.
So would it be fair to say that?
Go ahead.
Would it be fair to say that these, once voted on and approved, that these goals would apply to the next Standards and Assessment Committee? It would be applied to the next Law and Licensing Committee?
They would survive as part of a strategic plan, as the past one has, except now it has committee elements that try to help focus and frame that committee work.
Okay.
Where previously it was all at our level. So, these survive some turnover, and then they're reevaluated as we're doing. We've sort of been at this for the last year, I guess, including our mission discussions, but it would take on that same character. These are not rules that have the binding sense of, oh, you went against the rule, right? They're a guiding statement, a
Right.
foundational sort of set of principles from which we try to set goals and then work and create. But there's a lot of flexibility in how you do that. Obviously, as we've done our work and some of us have come on and rolled off, we take on those guiding statements and say, okay, what do I see that? How do I see that? And so it would not be binding in that sense, but it would provide some continuity and guidance and vision. That would be the idea.
I have a
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Klein?
So, based on experience, everything has to align, we've been told, to the strategic plan, meaning the strategic plan is our most binding document, and yet you're saying this is not binding, it's more guidance. So there are parts of the strategic plan that trump other parts, and so if it comes in conflict, two parts within the strategic plan conflict, does that mean staff will just crosswalk whatever the committees come up with to mesh with their more binding parts of the strategic plan, with all of their scaffolding and all of their kind of waterfall layers upon layers? I gave a whole board member comment on this, on the layers that are there under the four main goals that they've had that I don't believe are changing, that have been kept or are going to remain. And so all of those layers under staff's, those four main goals that are existing kind of dictate everything that happens and make it so whatever the committees put forward don't really have any actual impact compared to what's already there. Plus, specifically when it comes to standards and assessment, if the standards are going to be amended as they come up to align with this language, those standards are on, the rules are on a 5-year cycle for review. I mean, it's taken us a year to try and put something together. The board, a full term for a board member is 4 years unless they get reelected. So that 5 years outlasts most board members. And then you get changeover halfway through that 4-year term with new members. And so to me, it looks like staff and what their objectives are outlasts whatever the board puts forward anyway. So whatever the board is promoting or putting forward most likely is going to fall by the wayside, and what the administrative state at our our office, their agenda will continue to move forward regardless of what we do. And so I feel like this whole entire exercise is a waste of our time, other than putting forward what kind of the ideas that sound good to us, but will ultimately not have any real impact or on changing the direction or trajectory that things are going.
All right.
And I know that sounds pessimistic, but that's kind of where we're at, and it's super fruitless
All right.
at this point.
Thank you, Member Klein. I think we got to move to a vote. I see no further lights, so the motion then is Member Booth's amendment, which is on the board: elevate Utah educational excellence with academic standards and measurement tools which promote mastery of foundational knowledge, application of logical reasoning, refinement of literacy skills, and achievement of student goals. Please vote.
No.
Member Klein is a no. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Hymas is a yes. And that passes 11-3. The no votes being members Bogus, Carey, and Klein. So that brings us back to the underlying motion as amended. We have, let's see, the motion to strike K-12 passed. Member Booth's motion passed. Do we have a good mashup of the? I'm sorry, I know, no rush. I think since we've had two amendments, it might help to see the. Do we have the initial language, or let's see?
It's just what board member Booth said.
Supports the design of, well, is that the entire
Yeah.
language then? It's a replacement? Okay. I thought that had to be fit in with.
Well, ask him, I thought it was a.
Member Booth, is your language now the full motion? Or I guess it would be Standards and Assessment Committee does what? Or we could just do it as it stands. Okay. All right. Well, that's more in the nature of a substitute, I suppose. And we approved that language. Does that then cover it? Okay. Even if it was a substitute? Okay, all right. So I mislabeled it, so we got to do it again. Fair enough. All right, so we voted on this, and I should have called it a substitute. The language was, we're just going to have to vote again. The motion then, in its entirety, is to approve this as the Standards and Assessment Contributed Goal. Elevate Utah educational excellence with academic standards and measurement tools which promote mastery of foundational knowledge, application of logical reasoning, refinement of literacy skills, and achievement of student goals. So please vote again.
Hymas is a yes.
Okay, Hymas is yes. Member Klein?
Again, this is just silly at this point. No, I'm a no.
Okay, Member Klein's a no. We need one more, and that passes 11-3. The no's being Member Carey, Member Bogus, and Member Klein. Thank you. Okay, back to you, Chair Booth. I believe that concludes that item, then.
We're done.
That concludes standards and assessment.
Great information.
Read it, know it, live it. Huh? Short break? Yeah, we finished our committee work. Let's take a 5-minute break. Not 7? Want 5? Okay, we've had a request for a 5-minute break, so let's do it, and we'll right, so we're on to audit. We keeping that on track, Molly? Are you running that? Okay. I'll give it to you. We're back on for our online folks, and I think we got pretty much everybody here. So, next up is audit. And we'll turn to Chair Hart.
All right, we have, for consideration, an item related to the personnel management, report. Would like to make the motion that the board release the personnel management and internal audit report to the public and refer the, audit to a committee for discussion and possible action.
Okay. Discussion, question.
I need a, I think I need a.
I don't think you need a second
Oh,
since
you
it's
know
a
what?
committee
No,
motion.
that's not what came out. Yep. Okay, so back up. Can we start over?
Sure.
All right, take two.
One mulligan.
That the board release the personnel management internal audit report to the public, and then I have an amendment.
Okay, so I think you need to bring the amendment
Yep.
and state that.
Yep, sure.
Okay.
The amendment is to also add, refer the audit to a committee for discussion and possible action. And if I get a second.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been seconded by Sir Earl.
So, so I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes.
The motion, adding that piece means that, the committee and then therefore the full board, if something comes out of the committee, the full board would be able to consider and act on, any sort of action from the audit. One of the interesting things that has kind of come out of some of the audits lately is it gives information, but we may or may not carry that forward. And without carrying it forward and talking about it and considering it, then we're not getting value. And the audit committee, the way it runs, I think there needs to be more light on our audits. I know in audit, it's hard to deliberate on actions in that forum since it's not as public facing. And I think the work that we do needs to have as much transparency to it as possible. So this is a potential way to put more transparency to our work.
Okay, thank you. Member Bogus?
So I had some questions here, but my thing is not loading. I've tried multiple times and my internet is good.
Questions about the audit?
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to wait till it does load, or do you want to see if there's other people that have questions in the meantime, or we can also address them offline or later?
You having trouble getting the audit report to load?
Oh, would it affect your decision on how to vote? Because we could vote and then you could ask questions about the audit itself. Okay. Yeah. All right, then let's, Chair, we might consider voting on that, and then her questions can come.
Yeah, okay. I'll just make a quick comment. I mean, we have our own audit. We have two external audit agencies, State Auditor and OLAG. And I think as we, take what we find through our audits, make it transparent, act on it, consider it, we show that, we fulfill that audit function. And this is not to dispute the other audit functions out there. We work closely with both the legislature and state auditor's office, but I think we're always interested, in my view, in taking care of our own house and looking at things and acting, and I think this is a step in that, achievement of that goal as I see it. So I think it's a helpful approach that, again, puts us in good stead with the broader education-related community. I'm just filling time, but those are my thoughts, unless somebody else has. Member Bogus, were we holding to see if the report came up, or we want to go forward? Okay, fair enough. All right, the motion's been made and amended, and so, let's see, what was the? Yeah, I just want to make sure it's teed up. So would that go on the end, that the board? Okay, the amendment to the audit committee's official motion is that the board release the personnel management internal audit report to the public and refer it to a committee for potential action.
Question for the
Yes.
maker of the motion.
That's you, right? Go
Is
ahead.
there any reason why we can't put into the motion the committee that we're going to be sending it to at this point in time?
No, I just didn't have a preference on that, but I was hoping someone would. Do you have a idea?
I say standards and assessments or finance.
And
Or audit, right.
and that is fair.
I would just prefer to know the committee we're sending, if possible.
Okay.
Can we ask, just piggyback on that, I mean, I think we've all read some of this. Is there, a sense from audit which subject matter this more closely fits among the committees?
The more important thing is that it goes through a committee. It is not necessarily, there is no preconceived notion that even any action needs to be taken. But we can't, so that's what makes it hard, is because you can't predetermine actions without that discussion. But that discussion is really, our board is better at having discussions in committee. So if I had to just personally, I would say standards and assessment for a variety of reasons. But after they review it, they may want to make a motion to refer it to a different committee that's more topical. It just needs to have more light in my, I don't know how else to say that.
Okay, so
Member
that's a possibility. Member Davis?
We don't release all of our audits, right? Do we release all of them? Have we released all of them? Okay. I mean, I guess we need to figure out too, what's the purpose of our audits? I mean, is it for guidance, or is it what? Because sometimes in audits, it's like, well, this could happen with no evidence that it has happened, and then it creates public opinion. And so it's kind of tricky that way, with audits. But my other just note was that sometimes the committee that it gets assigned to is the one that has the shortest agenda. So you might have to wait until you're in executive session to see who has the heaviest load and then figure out who can take it on. Because sometimes these can be weighty conversations.
That's very fair, and that's kind of why I was not leaning towards law and licensing. But I do think that I probably misspoke, and I'm really glad that CA Davis is at the table and going to correct me on which audits we haven't released, or if that's happened.
Thank you, CAE Davis.
Appropriate. So Debbie Davis, Chief Audit Executive for the board. There is one audit in my remembrance at my time with the State Board of Education that was not released, and it was because it was specific to an individual. So in consideration of do we release the report or not, we have to consider grandma records classification, and we did consider that with this report. Are there things in the audit that would dictate that this should be a protected record or a private record or a public record? And it seems seemed like there was nothing that would dictate that it should be protected or private. And we even saw that in the grandma statute, it says, well, hey, if you have this report and you leave it in draft status and you start acting on it, then it will be presumed to be public, even if you don't release it. So we can't just sit on it either. So it makes the most sense that, okay, it's released. And then again, it's only been one time that I'm aware of when we have not released a report.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment. Whatever committee it goes to, it doesn't, anyone can contribute, right? Just like even now, if something's in your committee, someone else can even send something into the committee or make it. So it's whichever one it ends up in does not restrict other board members, if that makes any sense. As a matter of fact, I think wherever it lands, anyone would be appreciative of any feedback or recommendations or thoughts, I would think, so.
It's a good point. I mean, this is not a specific initiative or potential piece of policy. It is an audit that covers a number of things and may or may not generate ideas to take action. And that could be from any board member, theoretically through any committee, I guess, right? But is there a motion then to assign it or an amendment to assign it to a particular committee? Question was brought, but does somebody want to raise that? If not, it would go through the usual process of discussion, first in leadership and then with the full executive committee. So, okay. Well, we have a motion then that the board release the amendment is, board release the personnel management internal audit report to the public and assign it to a committee for consideration and for discussion and possible action. Seeing no lights, please vote.
Member Klein is a
Sorry.
yes.
Oh, Member Klein's a yes. Member Highness?
Yes.
Yes. Member Highness is a yes. And unless that's Highness, did we? No, that's everybody. So that's that passes unanimously. Thank you. And now the underlying, correct, yeah. So now as amended, the question is, the motion is that the board release the personnel management internal report to the public and assign it to a committee for review and potential action. We added the language on there as the amendment. Now it's the underlying motion. Please vote.
Board Member Klein is a yes.
Highness is a yes.
So Member Klein and Hymus are both yes. And one more. That is again unanimous. Okay, back to you, Chair Hart.
That concludes the. Sure. That concludes the. Did we do the underline? We did the underline, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did
The
you?
amendment and then
It's just not loading. We can definitely get CA Davis and just get a meeting together. I think also, CA Davis, is this audit included in the materials tomorrow for the study session? Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay. So this audit is reflected because we're doing audits over a 5-year period. It is included in the material. There are a number of audits that we'll be covering tomorrow, so we won't be talking about all of the audits in a lot of detail, but it is included in the body of work for tomorrow. And we're happy to answer questions then or at any time on any of the audits.
So we'll also have that opportunity in open meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. And we move to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair Moss. One of our, oops. All right, thank you, Chair Moss. This is a wonderful break in the day because we get to talk about student art. So Jamie, if you will come forward. And just as she's getting settled in, how many of you look at art the first thing, when you walk in this room to get settled into your seat, how many of you look at art first thing to see what's up? Yeah, all of you do. Isn't that just the best? Like, before you even settle in, who am I surrounded by? What am I surrounded by today? So let's hear what we're surrounded by, Jamie.
Thank you, guys. I am Jamie Brickman. I'm the USBE BTS Arts Specialist, and we have two amazing groups of art today. Here on my left is a wonderful display from the Salt Lake School District from BTS Arts educator Suzanne Mallory, and she is at Edison Elementary. And she worked with her K through 3rd students to meet a certain science standards. I'm not going to go into those standards because I wanted to talk about something that happened while we were putting this up. Another staff member came in and taught me something. What a group of iguanas is called. Can anyone tell me what a group of iguanas is called? I know, the ravens. It is called a mess.
Great.
And having that opportunity to connect over something like a mess was just made me really happy yesterday when we were putting this up. So then I had to go in and find the other animals that are very represented. So bunnies, you can call them a herd, that's traditional, but you can also now call them a fluffle. A group of hedgehogs, which are represented in the art, the traditional is an array, but is now changing to a prickle. So having this moment of just joy, seeing these little pieces of art that students had the opportunity to create, led to a fantastic conversation and even looking up more information. So I really appreciated that chance that this art gave me. And then on my right-hand side is art from Canyon School District, from East Sandy Elementary. The BTS Arts teacher is Andrea Looker. And what was amazing about this is she put kind of her last year's favorites into a compilation. So K through 5 is represented here, and there's two I would really like to point out. The one that has the math on it, all the students got to create a math equation. They had to make sure it was correct, and then they did it through the style of Jasper Johns, an American pop artist, which I loved having that American art history in there with math. The other one I really liked for me is the trees in winter. That is also a science standard about how some birds migrate and how the structure of the tree survives and different structures work. And all that beautiful tree is wise. So it was made by 2nd graders drawing wise. And I feel like that is an amazing opportunity that it turned out so pleasant to look at. Well, all it is drawing wise. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I hope you enjoy it. Yes.
I can't,
Thank you.
I can't let her go without.
Yeah, questions, comments?
Yay.
Okay, well, let's clap and then have comments. Absolutely. I just want to object to whatever karma gives some of us the ability to take depositions and some get to create this. I don't know. Joe probably joins in my objection. That's awesome.
Do you happen to know anything
I'm
about the one
objecting to
above?
karma, yes.
The perspective drawing?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That was 5th grade perspective drawing, and it was a social studies tie-in to a book called Reading with the President, and which takes place in the redwood forest.
So that's a redwood forest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and then we've got the leaf over there with the caterpillar.
That is a kindergarten lesson about what certain things need to have to survive. So the caterpillar needs to have leaves to eat.
I just think it's really interesting. When I came in today and I saw all that color
Mhm.
on that wall, it changed like the whole entire feel of the room.
Yeah.
And then I look over here and I read a poem about trees and I see trees in 4 of them,
Mhm.
5 of them. Anyway, I just find it interesting.
I do too.
Thank
That's
you.
why I like art.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Jamie.
guys.
All right.
Hey.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you always for brightening our lives when we're in the boardroom. All right, we'll commence then with my report out. And, you know, I appreciated the conversation about the strategic plan earlier. Almost every month, I report out on one of our strategies or one of our goals with the strategies that you've approved. And we do hold ourselves accountable. So in continuing with that until you come up with the additional strategies that you're talking about and goals, then we'll continue to report on what we've been doing, which is quite massive. So just a reminder of our vision and our mission, looking at the characteristics of our vision. I so appreciate that there are actionable words. So when you look at the terms, notice that they're verbs. Participate, uphold, provide, engage, strengthen, pursue, embody, develop, advocate, provide, manage, direct, protect. So this is not a passive strategic plan that you're putting forward. It's actionable, and it should be, so that you can align strategies with these goals that then we hold ourselves accountable to. A reminder of the 4 goals. I think you all have these memorized by now, but today I'm reporting out on the strategies for early learning that you also approved. And the actions that we take according to these strategies, of course, we have developed, but you approve at the strategy level. So we're going to be talking about 1A, which is promoting high-quality instruction in early grade classrooms. 1B is increasing optional access to high-quality extended day kindergarten. 1C, increasing optional access to high-quality preschool. And 1D, increasing engagement of families with young children and early learning experiences. Now, I hope you've all had the experience I have. Most of you you've had the opportunity to raise young children, be around young children. I'm envious of those of you who are raising grandchildren. I'm not to that stage yet and hope someday to be, but those of us who have spent time in schools, I always love to go to kindergarten or preschool. If I was having a hard moment, that's where I got my therapy, because there's just magic that happens in our early learning classrooms. But I thought that it would be helpful to give you some information around early childhood. You've talked and debated about preschool and where that fits in. We have employees who focus on pre-K by virtue of the grants that we have, both from state and federal funding sources, and they are so well respected throughout the state. I want you to know that about our preschool team. They serve on committees, they present, they're just very well respected. I got an email today thanking me for members of our preschool team who have made a difference in some other spaces. But we don't often talk about the data of early childhood in our state. So I wanted to share this with you. The source came from the Annie C. Casey Foundation, and they got their data from the Utah Kids Count data book. So you can see that almost 250,000 children in Utah are under the age of 5. And if I've been in some settings where it seems a lot more than that, because my husband likes to say it sounds like howler monkeys when everybody's crying at once and they're under the age of 5. If you look at the next piece, it talks about the experiences of children with parents in the labor force, and I want to underscore all. So of the 246,000, almost a little over half of those students or those children have both parents, or one if they have a single parent household, who are in the workforce, meaning that they need some kind of childcare. Next, we have a report of 112,000 children who have family read to them 4 or fewer days a week. So almost half of our children under the age of 5 are not getting read to at all, we can assume. 67,000 of our students under 19 are experiencing intergenerational poverty. It was so nice today to hear that data from our principal of the year from Park City, who they had made a concentrated effort to try and turn that around and to be able to get 86% of their, if I'm remembering that data right, Carol, Member Lear, that 86% of their first-gen students were going on to post-secondary education. So those targeted efforts can really help turn that around. 58,000 3- and 4-year-olds do not attend a preschool program, in large part, as I was listening to a report last week, I believe it was on KSL radio, that it's all about affordability and accessibility. A, we don't have enough, and B, what we do have are sometimes just not affordable. Next, 23,000 children under the age of 6 experience poverty, and we've had an increase over time. So we often report out students who are at or below the poverty level, because if you're just right at it, sometimes you don't get services for those, like families who might be below the poverty line and yet experiencing some of the same issues with poverty. I think that's probably a comment in the wrong place, but 9,300 confirmed cases of child abuse for children under 18. You talked about materials and training for teachers and materials for students today. So think about that. We generally hear 1 in 7 students, but multiple forms of child abuse are in that category. 53% of children experience mental or behavioral conditions without treatment. And again, this comes from the Utah Kids Count data book. I'm sure we could drill down into that, but I thought it'd be interesting for you to hear the data around early childhood experiences in our state. So moving on to strategies, what are we trying to do to help? Going back to the strategies I mentioned, let's talk about the uptick that we've seen in full day K. And we've, of course, worked on this for a few years, but we're excited to report that there were an additional 707 students who were able to, or excuse me, classrooms rather. There were additional 707 kindergarten classrooms. That's not reading right. Kindergarten classrooms let me redo that. My notes are not matching the slide. Kindergarten classrooms saw an additional 707 students. And if you look further, you can see that over half of our districts are reporting that 95 to 100% of kindergartners are now attending optional full-day kindergarten. And our charters, the same thing, almost half reporting that 95 to 100% of kindergartners are attending full-day kindergarten. So before that, remember where we started, the data point was about 30% of our students, or 3 in 10 students, and now I think we're at about 77% of our students are attending full-day K. So that's very commendable. And it was a priority of the boards to get that passed a couple of years ago. Strategy 1C, again, just thinking about how do we help our preschool educators have the skills that they need to offer high quality preschool education. So you can see that 300 educators plus have participated in professional learning. You've heard a lot about letters, and you have dedicated funds towards letters training, and we have seen an uptick in this, and our goal is to build capacity in the LEA so that we're not being dependent on to provide the training, but we can facilitate that, and that it becomes a way of being in districts. So in our pre-service programs, teachers should be coming out of pre-service, really understanding the science of reading, that teachers who have been practicing in the classrooms understand and can not only complete the training, but then it turns up in their classroom in their daily practice and just becomes a way of being. And we're really starting to see this take root. So additional data. One of the things I want to point out are the number of preschool teachers, preschool administrators, and literacy coaches, so beyond preschool teachers who are engaged in the science of reading. Strategy 1D was our family engagement strategy, and I just am so proud of our staff for the way that they have collaborated with other agencies and entities and community partners to get out and present some of these early learning strategies for families in a variety of places. And if you look at the dates and the different places that they've been to, you can see that they're really trying to promote just simple practices of early learning that families and parents can engage in. I'm going to shift gears now and move from early learning to adult learning. And you just had a discussion and voted on performance management. And one of the things that we have long been focused on is developing leadership in our own agency, but we realized it had been a while. We did some work on change management. Dr. Norman, I would say that was, you and Dr. Nye were the leaders of that, and that was probably 7 years ago. And over time, we realized we've had new leadership emerge, and also everyone in this agency is a leader. And so we had a call for more of that kind of support. So we had a 2-day, 1.5 day, we'll call it 2, because we kept talking about it at the end of the day, kind of a redress, if you will, from Dr. Cotter, John Cotter's change management model. And we use this as a way to become more inspiring and effective leaders and to really help manage and sustain change in our agency. And again, just a great 1.5 days with a lot of feedback and people represented from every one of our sections. So we're working on some of the things that you will find in the audit. And one of those is just not only with onboarding, but making sure we sustain leadership training. We also have an annual tradition. I think we've been doing this now for maybe 4 or 5 years. Our Employee Action Committee really puts together a great back to school day for our own staff. It's our annual food truck and blood drive. And it's a fun way. We have a lot of new hires over the summer, and so it's a fun way to get to know people in a casual setting. I want to thank Member Bogus, who I think you were doing a drive-by, ma'am, between your gigs. You weren't teaching yet, but able to stop by. And Member Earl Vice Chair Earl was there as well. And if I missed anybody, I apologize. But Chair Moss, did I miss you? Were you there?
I was kind of there.
Kind of there. Okay. Well,
I parked out there and said hi. I didn't
you
get
were
to grub from the food
you were waving from your truck. Well, we had a fabulous day, and we had a record turnout for the blood drive as well. They were really pleased to see that we had more sign up than any other agency, and there was a good bloodletting in this very room, and we were able to contribute to, oh goodness, it wasn't the Red Cross, it was ARUP, correct? ARUP. So thanks to all who signed up, including Deputy Jones and I. I'm always, whenever I give blood, I'm going to make sure he's my wingman. He keeps everyone entertained and takes your mind off of that giant needle and bag hanging out of your arm. So very much appreciated Deputy Jones and his good spirit. But fun tradition and such great thanks to our Employee Action Committee, who keeps our morale high by planning fun events almost every month. Last but not least, isn't this an awesome day that we get to start with our school leaders, celebrating them, and we end the evening by celebrating our teachers at Teacher of the Year. So you'll be able to meet the finalists and get to know a little bit more about them. And Chair Moss and I will be giving out a big check. And then one of the traditions that we've started is going out and visiting these 5 finalists in the next, we try to do it within the couple of weeks after the banquet. Just depends on my schedule, but I love doing that. And we take physical checks to them and make a big deal in front of their kids and their school, and it's fun to see them in their element. And another thing that's different this year, we are going to be at the Rotunda, and it will be a very special event. So thanks to Katie Jones and those who support her for putting on a great event, and we look forward to seeing you there and celebrating our teachers. And with that, Chair Moss, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. And that is a fun event. All 5, I was on the charter board when I was on the committee that selected, so it's been a while, but amazing. All 5 always have amazing diversity and breadth, and it's going to be fun. So thank you, Superintendent Dixon. Okay, on to our monthly budget report. Let's see.
Good afternoon, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones with the monthly budget report for the September board meeting. We are 2 months into the next fiscal year. The board report, or the report to the board and the public-facing report, is for the first month of the new fiscal year 2025. I can attest that the Utah State Board of Education is in a strong financial position, able to meet all of its known commitments and obligations, and that there are no pressing matters or issues with the budget, especially early on in the next year. What I would like to do is there's a link in the board memo to the new format for the board report. If we could just pull that up real quick. And I'll only take maybe 2 hours on this, but no, I'm just kidding. Come on. Okay. So what we've done here is we've instituted a new format for the budget report that is, again, facing or board member accessible and public accessibility to it. It's only 4 pages, so we've eliminated the scrolling. I mean, yes, you have to scroll 4 pages, but recall that the previous version of the report was in excess of 60 pages, or with each one of the sections. If you'll go to the left column, any board member can select a particular section. So if you'll select one, I don't care, pick one, and open that up, you get the updated real-time data on the particular. Now remember, there is a lag when we do give you the report. So like, for instance, this is July. July is a complicated month because it's the first month of the next fiscal year, but then it's also the last month of the previous fiscal year, which we sometimes refer to as period 13. If you go down and go to page 2, so you can see that it can give you the high level information, and then 4 pages. So now if you'll go back, if you'll hit page 3, page 4, just to orient everybody to it. It is interactive, meaning it relies on you to make selections for, what your particular interest is in, quote unquote, drilling down, right? Making sure that we're tracking every dollar that comes in, and we do rather well with that process. So pending any questions on that, sir, at your direction, or chair, I'll move to the closing packet that is also in your backups that we provide every year after we get certifications from state finance. Any questions on the new format for the monthly budget report?
Not seeing lights. Thank you, though.
Okay, so if we could pull up the presentation on the, the closing packet. And I just want to say Deborah Jacobson is on vacation, and to my left behind me is Sue Mack, and I think maybe Brian Ross is with us as well, but Sue Mack is here, and boy, are they some great leaders, financial leaders. Deborah does a gregreat job. Sue Mack is there, Brian Ross, and I do want to just make sure that we recognize all of our accounting staff, our financial operations staff, for a job well done. Once again, we closed well, and any organization that closes well begins well and then closes well the next year. So all the additional hours of year-end close in what amounts to arguably half the state's budget is pretty great. Is pretty intense. So I won't go through all of the wording, but if you go to the next slide, and here, we do the summary, or the high-level executive summary on the FY24 financial closeout for your and the public's review. Next slide. If you'll scroll down. Here's the federal revenue, the federal revenue that we brought in next year. So, Chair, your direction, if I could ask board members, how much are we estimating in federal revenue for this year, for FY25? Does anybody remember what I briefed on that? It is much lower than 800 million. It's about 600 million plus. Of that, 2/3 is for the child nutrition program. We're estimating that too. I know there's a lot of interest in federal revenue, but as we close out or come away from the ARP ESSER funds, then you'll see a decline in the estimate for federal revenue for 25 versus what we brought in federal revenue in 24. Next slide.
So can I ask just real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Chair,
Yes,
is that okay?
yes, ma'am.
So the 326 million, that is pretty inclusive of the ESSER funds,
Yes.
the EAMS, okay.
Right.
That's why I was like,
Yeah.
this was off from what I thought, but.
Right. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So you'll see a percentage of the overall budget decline in the amount of federal funds that we're estimating for 25. Because remember, federal funds are reimbursed, right? So a lot depends on how many meals, those types of things, especially in that CNP category. So, okay. So next slide, here's our expenditures, high level expenditures. Please note the just slightly over 1% on administrative costs. That's pretty darn good. By way of comparison to other states that have similar student sizes. Too, I know there's a lot of discussion coming up on your requests for funding and critical FTs, those types of things. I think this is probably a value add to you to see where the money's going expenditure-wise. And, the fact is that most of it is flow through to our LEAs. So next slide. Okay, this slide and all the slides after that are very detailed. They show each program and each line item so that you can show that, and we love this color in financial operations. Green means good. Green means yes, okay, we did it, right? And that we closed. We do have a surplus. We have a surplus budget. We are maybe the only agency that can have non-lapsing balances, meaning, we can carry forward money. Why I think that's important for you to know is because tomorrow in Finance Committee, we will be looking at those balances. And, I'm excited for that. I know all the Finance Committee members are too. They look forward to this every year where we do the, non-lapsing forward, carry forward spend plans and all that. So it's awesome. All right, so any more, or Chair, at your direction, I'll take any questions on, what is the high level closing packet summary and, for closure of the FY24. We're certified, state finance is good, we balance. So onward and upward and into Happy New Year, fiscal year 25.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Jones. And I've said this before, but a lot of times in finance, it's the things that don't make the headlines that are impressive, and things run, they get done. We don't even think about the fact that it's closing of fiscal. I'm off mountain biking or something, or, but you guys, being in finance, we see you build up to this. So we appreciate all the depth and rigor that goes into making sure that we close out. It's not just putting a stamp on and turning the page. It's a big deal, right? So I just want to say thanks publicly for that. I get a view of it being on the Finance Committee, but it's a big deal to make this thing come off the way it does. So any questions or comments from board members about that budget closeout? Member Carey.
Yeah, I believe this is related. And Deputy Superintendent Jones, we had an email exchange on it. This board had requested the hiring of a accounting firm to do a cost-benefit analysis of federal revenue.
Yes.
So with that lead-in, could you provide an update as to the status of that request from the board? Thank you.
Yeah, so Chair Moss, if we could segue to the next report, which is the discretionary funds report, I'll be able to answer Board Member Carey's question in more detail and provide a visual on that too.
Yep, please do.
Okay, so if we'll pull the discretionary funds report up. Before we get to that though too, I do want to call your attention that there is a update on the COVID-19 funding, the ESSER funds for your review. We're not planning on doing a drill down on that, but for your notification and for the public's notification, there is an updated presentation in your backups on the ESSER funds too. Okay, to the discretionary funds report, and I do, Chair, at your direction, want to specifically address Board Member Carey's question. The board had previously voted to set aside $50,000 of discretionary funds for this project or process, where we would send an RFP out, a request for proposal, for auditing firms or accounting firms to make or answer the proposal to provide a in-depth audit or analysis of, and just at the state level, not LEA level, how much federal funding goes towards the administrative support to the grants, to all of the federal funding that we get at this level. As Board Member Carey noted, Chair, I did respond to him on his inquiry on where we're at in that process, and here is where we are at. We did have one, and only one, firm provide a response to the request for proposal. Both Chief Audit Executive Davis and I reviewed that. Our recommendation would be to ask that the board consider looking at increasing the amount of funding that was set aside, which is $50,000. Here's why. It's proven or factual that a lot of auditing firms right now are overwhelmed, and accounting firms are overwhelmed with requests for audit services, for accounting services, for this type of analysis. A higher amount of funding could attract more responses from or to the request for proposal. I mean, no guarantees, but 2 firms contacted me directly that we've worked with in the past saying, hey, we love you guys, but it's just, I mean, we're just overwhelmed right now, and the juice isn't worth the squeeze, so to speak, for $50,000 to devote the time and effort that it would take to get to what right is, to do the analysis and provide to your board members for decision-making purposes. Chair Moss, did I summarize well enough the current situation and status of that particular request and Board Member Carey's inquiry?
Member Carey, and I guess a separate question. I'm sorry if I miss it. Do you have a sense for what it would take to get more bites?
Yeah, so I would recommend that we that the board consider adding another $100,000 to get to a total of $150,000 made available to that. Now, it's not only about the money though. Like I said, there's more. It is. It's just true that audit firms and accounting firms are overwhelmed right now with requests. So there's no guarantee that even increasing it by that much would get more than just one response, right, to it. And if we decide to do something like that, I can also attest that it would mean that it would take much longer for any firm to get to what right is as far as providing a quality audit or analysis to you before the legislative session starts. It's just not feasible that anyone would be able to do that.
And the one who did put in?
Say again, sir?
The one who did put in, did they indicate whether they could meet? And again, I'm sorry.
They
if I missed
did.
it,
Yeah, there is indication that they could meet the established deadline that we gave them, which was, December before the start of the legislative session. So we would have to go with them now if we wanted to. But if we really want to see or get, other firms to respond to the proposal that may have a lot more experience or in-depth knowledge of what we're looking for here, I think that's what it'll take to do so. Now, I do want to point out too, and I was going to do this as part of the presentation here, if you notice the items that are highlighted in yellow, all of those are currently set to be considered by the Finance Committee tomorrow. So if board members would like or, to see any additional, that's fine. I just encourage you to run it through Finance Committee, meaning, coordinate with your peer or colleague in Finance Committee, if it's okay with Chair Norton to do so, to see if you want to, update anything or amend anything beyond what actions we typically take at the beginning of every year related to when we know the balance is available in the discretionary funds, which we have now because we just closed and we certified our closure. So if you look in the upper right-hand corner, that's what's available. So all this will flow through the Finance Committee agenda item tomorrow.
All right, thank you. The numbers on the top right column of remaining, I believe, are available. Correct?
So
And none of
the amounts that are in the remaining are available pending tomorrow's action item with it too. So if you renew your contingency fund, those types of things, then those balances would change, obviously. Well, so the Finance Committee makes recommendations, then you, the board, would see those recommendations in October. So
What's the state funds item?
it's just state funds are unrestricted funds. They're
unrestricted,
carry
no.
forward balances in the board's budget that you have available at your discretion.
And I lost track of where that came from, the 1.8. I mean, I know the various sources, but how did we end up with?
It's surplus dollars
1,000,008?
from state funds that are appropriated to you that were not expended in fiscal year '24.
And these were allocated to the district, or excuse me, to the
No.
USBE,
Yeah,
not to the
it's
district.
in-house
as
money,
as
yeah,
opposed
it's
to
not.
pass-through.
Right, no pass-through money, right,
Okay.
yeah.
Had we initially thought we had need for that money and didn't, or how did we end up with the savings? I know each year we try to have savings, but
There's combinations of reasons why, vacancy savings, like positions weren't filled for the whole year, less money paid for, maybe a contract came in under what we estimated or budgeted for, so you end up with surplus dollars. There's contributing factors within all of these different categories, but those are some of the biggest examples or primary
Right,
examples.
okay.
yeah.
Nothing jumped out this year, though, as
Oh, no.
contributing to the 1.8. Okay.
yeah.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, so if we wanted to increase that funding, we've got a couple options. We can ask for that increase tomorrow. We can put an action item on for next month, right? Because this is
Sure.
information. It's 3:35. We could post an action item, because I dare say we'll go past 3:30 tomorrow,
Oh,
right? Those
Yeah,
are possibilities.
Yeah,
which
Chair
then
Moss,
puts you
I
one.
would defer to the parliamentarian on process and procedures for that, or yourself, too. But from my vantage point, I would say yes to Vice Chair Earl. I always say yes to Vice Chair Earl, so, anyway. Yeah.
That's a wise
I
choice.
always,
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I always defer to our parliamentarian. It sounds
Yeah.
right.
I mean,
to
I don't know
me.
what the body wants to do, but it would be 1 month earlier, or it's delayed a month either, you know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Right.
Would we be able to notice it in terms of parliamentary procedure? I think it's just 24 hours, right? Didn't we notice carryover business anyway?
But it's not an action item.
So
It's an information item, or we could take action. We'd have to notice it as an action item.
Got it. So we noticed it, if we noticed it for after
Okay.
3,
That's fine. We can wait another month then.
well, to do it 24 hours, I guess the question is, if we noticed it now for 3:30 tomorrow, does that give us 24 hours? What's that? It could be an emergency. I think if you do it with 24 hours, you
24-hour
don't need
notice,
an
you don't need
emergency, correct? Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just asking. We don't have to do it. I'm just throwing it out there to
All
the
right.
body.
I do think
So
it's a.
the option's there.
Well, let's.
Well, we could put it on as at least an action item, get going on it. So,
Well, do you think we'll be after? What? How long does it take to give notice? Is it an email to the world and say, hey? Right. So does that?
It takes about 10 minutes.
You think we'll be here
Can
after
I-
3:45 tomorrow?
You-
Hold on, we're just working through this.
Yeah, but I have a question.
Okay, just time-wise, do we want to give that a shot and see if we can tee it up for 3:45 tomorrow? And if we're done by 3:45, then we don't get to it, right? Or unless it's an emergency, but we could notice it for 3:45 tomorrow if we're still here. Kristen will not be here. Could it be next month? I guess the question is, if we're going to increase the amount for the contractor, we're hoping to hear from them by December, right?
Oh,
So
no.
the-
Sir, may I be very clear? We wouldn't be increasing the amount for the one respondent. We would not be doing that.
No,
What we're
we'd be opening it
recommending
back
is
up.
increasing the amount to
Right.
re-release the proposal, which would mean another week.
Right.
Or 2 weeks, so that it potentially could attract more responses.
Right, no, I
Yeah.
get it.
Okay.
But to start that, the idea is now instead of October gives us a better shot
Right.
being done by December, right? So,
Yes, sir.
I mean, we can always notice it and then decide that folks don't want to stick around or we don't even get there. So I'm in favor of noticing it for 3:45, and if we don't get there, we don't get there. Anybody opposed to that? It covers the bases. Would you rather not? That's what we've been asking. How long does it take to do that? And I'll let you guys take a look at that. Molly, Vice Chair Hart.
So are you saying that the one that did put in didn't meet the standards?
No, I'm not saying that at all. It's just one proposal. I mean, they're a good firm. However, we are aware that there are other firms that have more experience and more depth that do it. It's not a indictment of their capabilities or not. I'm sure they could do okay, but when you only get one response, we know what it's attributed to. So sometimes slow is smooth, smooth is fast, right? So if you do want more responses, all we're doing is suggesting what may trigger more responses to choose from. More responses to choose
or it
from.
may not, and the
It may
same
not.
firm
No, there is that risk.
then gets
You're
paid
right.
an additional $100,000. I guess the question is the juice worth the squeeze?
That is the question. Well, let's see if we can notice it up and give ourselves some wiggle room. We may or may not take it, but we can have it floating out there, and then we can decide if we're willing to just go with what we got. We
So-
don't have this on the agenda today for action, so what's happening now, if not altered, is that we put out an RFP, we got one bid. Unless we interfere and say we're going to do something else, then they get the deal, right?
Right.
So you would have
That's
to.
the implication.
You
Yeah.
notice the meeting time. So are you noticing a meeting that starts at 3:30?
No, we are noticing for tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon's
That an
meeting
agenda item
starts
for this.
at, it had to be, because at 2 o'clock, this is tomorrow. Well, that's
It's
what I'm
the
saying.
timing of trying to get word back from them before the legislative session. That was the intent of Member Carey's request. Member Carey, Vice Chair Earl, you guys have been, I'm just trying to preserve our options. And one way to do that is to notice it up and then see if we actually want to take it. The other is to just let it slide. I guess we would need, if we want to consider taking different action tomorrow, and that's the soonest we could do it, we'd have to notice up a meeting. We would be able to roll the 2 o'clock meeting into that meeting, right? We can always continue with the unfinished business, but we would hit 3:30 or 3:45 and then have the ability to go into that discussion of where they wanted to allocate more money from the discretionary fund, and we could do that tomorrow. If we decide between now and 3:45 that we're good, then we're good, right? So I'm just trying to preserve the options for folks who want to maybe reconsider. Is there a desire to have the option out there? Member Bogus?
So, sir, unless there's enjoining factors in our bylaws, any item on the agenda under Robert's Rules of Order is open for action. That's in the book.
Can you
So,
cite us to that? Because I don't want to get in trouble, and maybe we have some different interpretations. Oh, yeah, okay, we're talking about OPMA as opposed to Robert's Rules, so good distinction.
okay, so
We're
then
worried about OPMA.
I would carry over the board discretionary funds, and then there would already be an action item on the agenda for tomorrow. So the board has taken action on many things that were information in the past.
We try hard not to. We typically, if we notice it for info, we don't take action. Look, if we can, I'm just, what's your take, Member Carey? It was your proposed project, so.
Yeah, and Chair, and I am grateful, because I do think it would be important to have the information before the legislative session, so I am grateful. If this body will be here at that time, I'm all for scheduling this next meeting, but if there's gonna be a gap and wait, then absolutely not. But if we queue it up and we're here, great. If we queue it up and we're not here, then we just wait till October.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
It preserves the option, so I think perhaps we can just tee it up. Let's tee it up. This doesn't bind us to anything. It just gives us the option.
We can always move it.
So hit send. Okay. 3:34. For those listening in public, we have given notice of potential action. We may or may not get there. So let's go back to the discussion item that we're on for today. Thank you. Sorry for but I think timing is quick here, and this will give us a bit of opportunity to weigh best
Yeah.
options. Let's see. So we were in the middle of the discussion item. Back to, let's
Yep.
see.
Chair Moss,
Where we leave off.
pending any other questions or concerns by you or any of the board members, that concludes the monthly budget report. I do want to give a shout out to the one person that remained on YouTube Love you, Mom. Thank you for being here for my presentation. So thank you. So thank you, Chair.
Thank
In
you.
all seriousness, we're in great shape. Thank you all. So, all right.
Thank you. And we have given OPMA notice to your mom for tomorrow, so she's welcome back. All right, let's see. On to general session legislative preparation. So Deputy Superintendent Stallings, thank you as always for walking us through this.
Good afternoon, Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. I probably should be like Deputy Jones and hang out on this table, but thank you for giving us a minute for us to get settled. So we have four requests for statutory changes. Two of them will sound familiar because we reviewed them last month. So I'll start with them and give kind of the update of what we've got so far. So the first policy request that was reviewed and then you made a motion to have them come back the next month is the one that is requesting that the appropriation or the administrative amount that could be used to compensate the external evaluator for that external evaluation that's required by code to be increased from 4 to 6%. Since last month, our staff did reach out to LEAs and asked, the question you all asked is, do the LEAs who participate and use the software, do they rely on the evaluation to determine what software they use? And 60% of them said yes, that they do look at the external evaluation to inform their decisions on how they implement the software in their classrooms. So with that, I'm not sure, we did not get a 100% response from the survey or from the feedback request, but 60% of those who responded did state that they found the evaluation helpful. Any other questions related to that? Okay, I will move on to the second one. And the second one is the topics that require parental consent. You may remember that there were board members who were requesting to see the exact language. My bad, last month I did not point us to the actual policy request backup. The current language is on the left and the new language is on the right. So that is exactly what staff would be requesting the legislator, is to delete what's on the left and replace it with what's on the right. If there's any questions on that, I'm hoping that Jody is available, but if not, I will move forward with number 3 and 4, and then that way, Chair, if you'd like, you could open it up for discussion or questions. The third one is related to the teacher salary supplement program. Each year, for various reasons, LEAs often will have carry forward, meaning they have more funding that comes to them to support the TSSP educators than they need to pay the amount of the stipends. So what this policy request would do would allow LEAs with extra carry forward to use those dollars to just raise the amount of the stipend for their TSSP qualified educators by the amount of carry forward they have. So it would give it's not adding anyone, but for those educators who qualify, their stipend could be increased if they're carry forward funds. And then the last one is would be an amendment to section 63G2302 to provide a protected status or a more protected classification for records related to board member ethics complaints. And this would be to match it with the same protection that ethics complaints against legislators currently have. What I'm stating there is currently when there is a complaint, those records are subject to grandma and people can request them and get them under grandma. For legislators, that is not the same. They are protected with some exceptions. And so the recommendation is that the record protection for state board members matches that the same that legislators have. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Got a couple lights. Member Davis and Member Bogus.
But you had mentioned that TSSP is going away next year. Is that right? So these changes to TSSP would just be for the 1 year only?
You know, that is a good.
To give them to those who qualified for it in the first place. And when you say it's going away, but then the LEAs get to choose, so is that, can you just take 10 seconds and tell us what the new parameters are? They can give it to whomever they want. Is it in the same amount of money? It doesn't have to be those specific math, special educator, science.
Okay. Yes, so the program, and I apologize, I could pull that up. I'm just going to go off memory right now and just remember the session was, a couple months ago. But the new program acronym is SHINE. I think it's Supplement for Highly Effective Teachers. Currently with TSSP, the code stipulates who qualifies, and it has very specific, like up to the type of education you received, what your placement is, just et cetera. The new program will be, it'll be up to the local district or charter school to determine, I think it either says at least 5 or up to 5, but I think it's at least 3 or at least 5 position types or assignments that the LEA has identified as being highly needed, like needing more to recruit or to retain. And then the amount is also can be determined within a certain amount. So there's a certain appropriation we get right now. Every LEA will receive an allocation under that. And then based on the allocation they receive, they will make decisions on the types of educators or positions that will be eligible, as well as the amounts of the stipends.
So for example, math teachers got an automatic raise just for not going to private sector and staying in schools, and now they're going to get an automatic, potentially decrease in salary if the LEA says.
Chooses.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay, Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. I'm wondering if Superintendent Stallings can help me understand the impetus for number 4.
I will say, and Debbie CAE Davis is in the room, so she may want to help answer this. I did read in the backup that there were 45 complaints that were filed with the State Board of Education. Around 20 were referred, and I think 13 of those were then required to be produced under grandma. I think as staff possibly were just thinking that board members should have the same protections that the legislators do. But I might be reading between the lines there. And the policy request would have more information there. Do you mind?
Can I follow up?
Please, thank you.
I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. I think Deputy Superintendent Stallings, what she said is exactly where we're coming from with the request. Just when there are complaints, there's documentation, and then the question is, what is the records classification? And so as we've looked into it, and as some of those records have been requested, we dive into the grandma statutes, and as part of looking at that, we identified that legislators have certain protections, or their documents are considered private or protected. Also for ethics complaints with political subdivisions, which would include school districts, there are some protections on records. The State Board of Education currently doesn't have those protected records classifications. So the thought is, why not be consistent throughout government? So a pretty simple, I would think, hopefully, request in statute, just to afford elected members of this board the same consistency with records classification.
Can I follow
Thank
up?
you. Follow up, yeah.
So why aren't these complaints going through the Ethics Commission that all the other complaints are going through? Why are they coming here?
Well, we will tag team the answer. How's that? So there's a specific ethics commission for political subdivisions. There's a specific ethics commission for legislative concerns. And so the board essentially has discretion not fitting with either of those ethics commissions. The board had discretion on how does it want to handle ethics concerns, and board policy, I'm gonna get it wrong, 2005, 6, one of them was established essentially to handle, okay, what do we do when concerns come in? So the board has discretion on how that's handled, but that's why they're not going to those other commissions, because those commissions are not, they don't pick up the State Board of Education. Is that
exactly what
okay?
So, sir, I
Okay.
know may I
Follow-up?
comment?
Sure.
Because I feel like I'm staring down these ladies and it's not purposeful. I feel, no, I don't feel, my gut says that this is, in some capacity, a lack of transparency with the public. And I'm not saying that we should let all records go crazy, but if there are justified concerns with the ethics of a legislator, that investigation, when it is complete, should be brought to the public. I think that there's something deeply concerning, and maybe I didn't fully understand the lack of consistency among the process, but I don't know, something about this just doesn't sit right with me. That's just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess you're saying the current legislative process is, even at the conclusion of the investigation, certain records are still protected, or do they become public after the investigation wraps?
I do, okay, it's on. So that is correct. There are certain records, I think it's kind of those detail investigative records that would remain protected, and it says the only record coming out that would be a public record, and there might be some exceptions here or there, but the only record that would be public is a summary report.
That's current practice in the legislature, and that's what's proposed
That's
to be
currently what's in grandma.
applicable
And so
here.
that's what we're saying, should it be consistent
Okay.
for the State Board of Education as well?
Gotcha. Member Lear. Oh, Member Carey first, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, may I address the?
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the Utah Code 63G2302, and I'm just having trouble. I see the language that you're referring to if there's an investigation and it remains private, but it starts by saying these are private records, and it just goes through and says if it's insurance, if it's all private. So what exactly, like what text are we looking to change in this code to add that additional protection? And if we can, and if whoever's driving, if we could throw it up on the screen so everybody can see it. But that's really what I want to see, is just what we're adding, what we're taking away.
And I'm looking just to see if we have exact language, but it would be essentially similar to this language in 1D, where it says records received by or generated by or for, and then it would say something like a State Board of Education ethics investigation for a State Board of Education member.
So Chair, if I'm,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we would not delete that. We would not amend that language. It would be like a new E right after that would use similar language to what there is there for a legislator, but for a State Board member.
Yep. And Chair, if I may. So we're saying, like, they have an independent legislative ethics commission, some of their records are protected. There's a Senate or House ethics committee, some of those records are protected. So we would add another provision that says something along the lines of USBE commission, same protection.
Yes.
That's what we're looking to do.
Yes.
I'm asking.
Yes, very
Okay.
similar to E. Both D and E, it would be a little different for the State Board because, it's the State Board and not the legislature, but along those lines. And if you wanted to see the exact language, I would imagine it would actually be shorter kind of like E, but maybe put something about except the summary data report or a document. Yeah, it would probably be that IA would be an exception that would still require a summary report to be provided, right? That was the intent.
Chair, just one more question, if I may. And so, when you envision this, because I'm not that familiar, I don't know if the Legislative Ethics Commission or the Senate and House Ethics Committee, if those are standing committees, are we just looking to put like our audit committee, or are we saying if we convene a special ethics commission? Does that make sense?
Yes, those, Chair, if I might, those, I turn off microphone.
Oh. You get it?
Do I have to go off?
So those are not standing committees, and they do form them anytime there is an ethics complaint. But yeah, we would then look at our board policy on how we currently handle, to CAE Davis's point, code requires very specific commissions for the legislature, for political subdivisions, and you can even see here for general executive branch officials, there's also a process. The state board just does not fall under any of those right now, so we have a board policy. So we would say something general like records received by or generated by or for an ethics investigation conducted by the State Board of Education. Now that's a very short one, and then put like except for a summary report, with this expectation that a summary report would be provided.
No, sure.
Question. And I'm sorry, so would we need to create policy language that would outline how we form that committee or commission inside USBE? Because currently we don't have any procedures that address that, I don't think. We do. Okay, and I'm
going
done.
to touch my mic again. I apologize. The State Board of Education does currently have a policy. It is Board Policy 2005 that we would follow, but the board could amend that policy if you wanted to add additional requirements or so. Yeah.
No, thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Sure. I think what you're saying is there is a process. The code would change to protect documents within the process.
Correct.
At least that's what this would do. Other things members might or might not. Okay. Member.
Maybe this is something that comes after, but my very concern is that the documents,
I think we're hearing someone online. Okay.
that allegations are raised and the documents used to, dare I use the terminology, convict someone, are then kept from that someone as a result of the grammar code. And I just don't think that's fair and sporting, and it's very un-American. And so I'm really having a hard time reconciling even other people's processes with what's happening here.
I don't know that that relates to the person accused. It's more public. Well, you guys tell me.
Problem. So what we're talking about is the grandma code. We're talking about records and records classification. The actual process of investigation or looking at a complaint, you'll see with like the executive branch, for example, there's a whole separate section of code that talks about this is the complaint process, which would, I would assume, allow for an individual that's being investigated to be part of that process or see, or, you know, they'd have to work through a process. But that's documented elsewhere in code, in statute. It's not part of the grandma statute. The grandma statute that we're talking about is just after this whole process has happened, that's talked about elsewhere, what are the records? Are they protected? Are they private? Are they public? What do we do with them? And so that's what's being addressed. And so the board could consider in its policy, what is that process? And similarly for executive branches or political subdivisions or the legislature, who's involved in that investigation process? Right now, those are just in separate places in code.
So to supplement, we could put in our board policy 2005 what access individual board members who are the subject of a complaint, would have access to, which is different than grandma, which is more about members of the public getting access to records related to, say, let's say that board member Straight, because he's right there. I'm not saying he's ever going to have an ethics complaint, but let's say that an ethics complaint or complaint was filed against board member Straight. We're not talking about his access. We're talking about the news or, you know, another person of the public who wants to get access to those records, and then generally, usually grandma is most used by members of the media to publish.
Okay, so then can I follow up?
Yeah.
Why then have board members had to grandma their own ethics documents? If it's not meant to limit our access, then why has that been a pattern that has existed in our agency?
So in those cases where records were requested, grandma requested, I don't believe that it was board members that were making the request. It was media or it was other stakeholders in education. It wasn't the board member grandma requesting the records themselves. I mean, I'd have to double check for sure who sent those records in or the grandma requests in, but usually it's someone outside of who is being investigated that wants to see the records. Because in board policy, it even talks about how if there is a complaint and if it does move forward, the individual that the complaint is against should receive a copy of the complaint and any documentation about, hey, you know, the allegation, so that they can adequately respond. So that individual should have access without having to grandma request it to have that documentation.
Okay.
Member Klein, I think, has a hand up. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
do.
You know, I'm sorry. Member Lear had it, but we got you in line. And Deputy Stallings wanted to comment
Could
first.
I just make one comment that Ben Rasmussen, who is the USBE Grandma Records Officer, he just wanted me to clarify that even if a record is classified as private, Grandma has a balancing test that would allow release of records if circumstances warranted it. So I just wanted you to know there is that little fail-safe as well.
Thank you. Member Lear, and then Member Klein.
And my comment's pretty simple. I think our protection should be exactly what the legislators or legislatures is. If there's, I think that's just appropriate. And I do agree with Christina that if we need to be explicit in either our policy or in the code, that the information should always be available to the subject of the record. And I think there is something in the code about private records that says it's always available to the subject of the record.
Our board policy 2005, thank you to all the assists from wherever they're coming from. If you look at subsection 1E, it states that if board leadership determines an allegation will move forward, board leadership shall provide the individual board member a copy of the allegation with related supporting information, and then request the individual board member provide a response. So the documentation by our board policy and our board process is that the person who is the subject of the allegation be given the documentation.
That's what I support, is the subject of the complaint gets that information, and the protection may be absent a summary, if that's what the legislature does, is the same as whatever the legislature gets.
Member Klein.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting discussion. And, you know, I have a couple points to make. There's an example from, you know, recently with Phil Lyman requesting records from the St. George Attorney General regarding the Ipsen signatures, and he was told that he couldn't have those because there was an investigation. And yet there was no case number. So it looked very much like it was an obstruction, that they were simply using that ability to say there's an investigation in order to prevent him from having access or being allowed to see those records or being able to obtain them in a grandma. There was when I was being investigated, and I sent in several grandma requests for,
We have a point of order. Sorry, I missed it. So the question is.
what is the point of order?
The point of order is that it's straying from being germane to the question of whether to provide
No, this is-
grandma protection. So the question,
No,
yeah,
this
I
is
guess is,
very
go ahead, Member
germane.
Klein. I think the question is whether we're talking about the proposal to recommend to the legislature protection of records similar to that
Right.
obtained by legislators. So we're not rehashing
Well,
prior
if-
complaints unless it goes to the question of what policy
It goes
provision to
to the
make.
question.
Sorry?
This has everything to do with it.
Well,
Because we're
let's take
talking
a
about
minute, Member
putting
Klein. We do
in-
have to move on, and I'm going to rule ultimately whether it's germane. But the proposal is to go through a particular recommendation to the legislature, not to rehash prior complaints.
Well,
So-
this has everything to do with what are we requesting, because especially concerning comments that have already been made, I should be able to say, I made several grandma requests and I was denied, even though I was the subject of the grandma. In fact, I was told I would, if you're the subject of a grandma, you should be able to get it without fee even. And I was denied those, and I was told I would have to pay $115,000 to get them. All right. Beyond that, Michael Clara did grandma requests and was denied, even though they weren't classified as protected. But there was, when it went to the State Records Committee, there was debate around it, and they said they were trying to protect me from being exposed, when I have no problem with those being exposed, because those records being exposed would have shown the corruption within USBE. But so I look at this as being a way that USBE can protect itself from scrutiny when it's doing things that are not in alignment. So this is very problematic to me. It looks like we're trying to protect our board members, but I see it as the opposite. It's a way to obstruct information from getting out to the public that would show what's really going on.
All right, that does seem germane to the question then of whether we're in favor of this policy proposal. But the proposal again is to recommend to the legislature some form of protection of records regarding ethics complaints against board members that is similar to that afforded to legislators who are brought on ethics charges in their own independent ethics commission. I think if I'm framing it right, and I don't see any additional lights. So the motion, well, it's not pending as a motion yet. Sorry, we're still, no, I'm sorry, I don't think we have a motion pending, do we? We've been going through discussions of possible elements that would go into a motion, but I don't think we've had anybody make a motion. No motion's pending. Yeah, okay, sorry. So that was a discussion on the last, that was a discussion on number 4. So the floor is open for any discussion on
If you have one.
any of these elements. Member Vice Chair Earl.
Can you remind me if I would like to make a request for policy, do I just make it here? Remind me of the process. I'm just trying to, I don't need two other board members to request that or do I? I guess I'm asking because it's already an
Yeah,
action
Deputy
item.
Stallings.
Do I just make a motion?
You can just make a motion, and just FYI, I do have 2 board member motions just in a shared
Okay.
doc. But
Okay, that's
yes,
what I
you
just
can
checked.
make
Okay,
a motion.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, other, Member Davis.
I just don't know if they have board member motions already ready about these, or are they seeking motions on these, or?
I think they're in backup for board members who might want to move them, or what's the status, Angie, procedurally?
I would recommend, the only ones we have in backup right now are the staff ones. So I do have 2 motions, but no backup. So I don't know if you want to take action on the staff recommendations first and then go to board member requests for statutory requests, however you'd like.
Okay, and I think all of these are options. One doesn't preclude the other. When staff works something up for us, a board member can bring it forward. The agenda item's been placed, and just to address Vice Chair Earl's question, we do have those that come on the fly, Others are worked up in backup, and both the motion and or backup is provided. That really goes more to the weight and persuasiveness than it does to whether it's open. I think you can, once we've opened this discussion, we've had board members bring ideas on the fly, and if the board supports it, then that often involves some kind of workup after the fact. We might say we want to explore X as a policy recommendation, and if the board approves it, then staff would typically work that up for us, right? So those are some of the different ways these have moved forward. So we can go either direction. I don't want to preclude any of them. We got 4 sitting here from staff that are open for a motion, but let's see, who's up? Member Carey? Nope, sorry. Member Davis. Okay, then Member Carey.
I move that the board direct staff to work with legislators on potential legislation for items 1 through 4 as enumerated on the board.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Member Straight. To you, Member Davis, if you'd like to address the motion.
I mean, I just think they make sense, and, you know, I think the most discussion was around the last one, and I think consistency is a good thing. I had no idea we were any different one way or another, but if there are provisions for other elected officials, they should also apply to our board.
Okay, Member Carey was up next.
I just have a substitute motion.
Okay,
I have it's a motion to divide. Is a motion to divide a substitute motion?
no. Yeah.
I second your motion to divide.
If I can make a motion to divide.
Can you tell us what the division would be?
The first 3 would be 1 vote, and number 4 would be the second vote.
Okay, is there a second to that, Member Bogus? Wanted to address the motion?
Yeah,
Speak to it.
I am for the passage of all 4, but in particular to number 4, what I would ask is that we see the specific language that the staff would propose to the legislature and any policies that the board currently has that are implicated by those changes.
Okay.
Especially in light of the testimony about if you're subject to grandma, you get the documents, and then we had a board member say, well, she requested it and wasn't given those documents. So that makes me, I'd like to weigh that out. I'd like the opportunity to do that.
Okay, so the motion is to divide for purposes of discussion number 4 separately from the first 3. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion to that motion to divide? Seeing none, can we vote? Oh, do we have? Sorry, what? Oh, got it. Okay. All right, let's vote if we can. Motions to divide 1 through 3 from 4.
Hymus is a yes.
Hymus is a yes. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein's a yes. We're missing 2. Missing you. That passes 11-3. The no votes being Member Norton, Member Reel, and Member Lear. So we have a division. Entertaining motions on either the first 3 or the 4th.
Yeah, I'd like to move that, what am I moving? That, wait, what am I? Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can make a motion on what to do about item number
first
4,
three, yeah.
which could be whatever.
Yeah, so on item number 4, I would just make a motion that this matter be returned to the full board with a language prepared by staff.
So,
Resolution for item number 4, and any current board policies that would be impacted.
Is that about right? I don't, it's actually number 1 now. Does that look about right, or are there changes you'd propose?
No, that's perfect, thank you.
Is there a second, or Member Bogus, was your question prior to a second about?
So Member Carey has
motion is.
ESP, and I would second that motion or amendment,
Okay,
however we're referring to it.
all right. Do you want to speak to the motion? Okay, Member Davis?
Just a question. I thought we already had the language. I mean, the language is the language in the code, right? We're just adding ourselves to it, to what is the others have. I mean, that language is already there. And then I would assume if that actually were to pass via legislature, that then our policies would be updated to reflect that. Is that, or would it be a whole different set of language for us?
Deputy Stallings?
It would be a new subsection, similar to subsections D and E, but catered or tailored to the state board. So it wouldn't be the exact language, but it would be, D and E are examples.
The
And
same-
more like D, because D does require the legislature to provide a summary report, where E does not, for executive branch. So it would be more like the legislative language, but catered or tailored to the state board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights. Motion then is a motion to amend. Actually, I guess it's a somewhat of a, no, it's a motion because we didn't have another prior motion. Having been divided from the first three, the motion on number 4 is that the board requests staff to prepare draft statutory language for item 4 and provide a copy of any board policies that are related to the new language. Please vote. Member Hymus?
Yes.
Member Klein? Member Klein?
Abstain.
Staines? Looking for 3 more. And 1 more. Oh. Who's that? All right. That passes 13 to 1, 13 in favor, 1 abstaining. Member Klein. Okay, so that addresses number 4. Again, the floor is open to anything related to the other 3. Those have already been divided. So was the motion made on all 4? Okay, so we go back to the first 3. That's open for a vote or amendments or addressing those 3 in any way that a member might see fit. No? Okay. So I think the motion then is that, let's see, let me get the right language here. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, having been divided, motion is that the board directs staff to work with legislators on items number 1 through 3. Seeing no lights, please vote.
What is the question?
Work on 1 through 3 to direct staff to work on policy proposals 1 through 3.
And you specifically said.
No, don't move it forward.
Well, we don't have the vote up there yet, so we have occasionally, oh, now we do.
Okay, I'm voting no. I should have separated 3 out, or 2 out. Don't like the language, so.
Member Hymus.
Yes.
Member Klein.
No.
Member Klein's a no. Member Hymus is a yes. Let's see, Vice Chair Hart, did you?
Yeah. Oh, no, it's tons better.
Huh?
I would agree with that. But
You're a yes? Vice Chair Hart's a yes. We have 1 left.
no, I think there's some good things there. That's what I put it right there.
Who are we? We got 1 more? Okay. Passes 11 to 3. The no votes being members Bogus, Vice Chair Earl, and Member Klein. Okay, so that addresses 1 through 4 that were teed up by staff. Floor is open for other board member motions, either in backup or not yet in backup. Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we look at the data we're collecting in our early warning systems, in our, what's the other one? Juvenile justice, policy, discipline data, and student backpack, and narrow down what's essential, and ask that we, in other words, we've got too much data there. We need to decide what we want, I think. So I'm asking us to look at those data things and narrow it down to what's essential. Did that go into a motion real well?
Deputy Stallings?
Well, my question is, at first it said direct staff to look at, so are you asking for
Oh.
research, like for
Ooh.
a list of those things to bring back? Or are
Yes,
you?
let's do that for next.
Okay.
Is that the best way to do
Okay.
that?
The board requests staff compile. a
Yes,
list.
compile a list of the data elements that are collected in early warning systems, not the broad ones, but the specific data the data that they're collecting. Student backpack, discipline policies, so that we can narrow it down to what's essential.
So is that for possible legislative recommendation?
Yes, for
then?
possible legislative recommendation.
Okay. So that, I assume that that review includes the code that requires its directions, since that's the potential outcomes?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking specifically at legislative directed data gathering. Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Oh, sorry, seconded. Speak to the motion.
Yeah, just, there's a lot of data that's being collected in these areas, and I think we have to ask ourselves, first of all, we've got security. If we're not cautious, we're end up with security problems, but also what's essential in order for us to get done what we need to do. So, and I think it may simplify work and systems if we can keep things more streamlined.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? All right, seeing none, let's tee up we got a hand, Member Klein.
Yes, I'm just wondering if we could maybe add to that to understand who's asking us to collect all this data. Is there national or global or state longitudinal data systems that we are trying to align with nationally that are asking for all of this micro data, and who are these organizations? She's named some specific programs that are collecting the data, but what's behind the data collection? Why is it ESSA? What is it that's requiring us to collect this data so that we know whether or not we can, how much control we have over what is collected and what isn't?
Vice Chair Earl, did you want to respond?
No, I think if,
All right.
yeah, knowing who's requiring it would be a good, where in code it is, or if it's in ESSA or whatever. One other item, and I think some of the things overlap, but even if there's additional safety data too, that just knowing where's that being, how does that all weave together? Are there additional points for that too? Sorry, that was one other.
Okay, if there are no other lights, let's vote. Oh, yes, Deputy Stallings.
Just wanted to be clear on expectation. Is this list going to go to a committee or to the board? Like, will it go to a committee first, or you want it to come straight to the board? Or
suggest
do you want
the
that to be
board.
up?
I
This
think
is
the board, yeah.
Possible
'Cause otherwise we're
legislative proposal, right? It
couple
could be
months
used
down.
for other items that might go to a committee. I'm just going to think out loud here, but the immediate purpose is for a possible policy recommendation to the legislature,
Yeah.
which would come back to here, right? Member Bogus, did you have
a time bound by October. I'm asking, I just would feel more comfortable affirmative voting if we had a time bound recommendation.
Is this going to be lengthy? I don't
know.
Oh, because I'm just saying, is October?
Doing this?
Me, Aaron.
Is October too short, or is that good?
They're wondering if October board. No, 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 it's October. Okay, if we can do October, that would be great, so we're not too far before the legislative session, but
Okay.
Board Member Earl, is that a friendly amendment to have that information added to your motion
Well, it
that
sounds-
I suggest?
well, I'm sorry, one more time. Yeah, I think,
I just don't see it in the motion. Did you want it added? Is it a friendly?
yeah, that's fine, just where in code or where in law that it requires us to gather the data. Am I understanding you correctly?
Or if there's systems or policies beyond what's in our state code that that our state is trying to align to, whether it's national interoperability database systems or federal laws, et cetera,
Okay.
that we're trying
I
to fulfill.
I guess would have to do, if it's in code or if it's in federal code, I don't know how we could maybe speculate on whether it aligns with certain provisions or not. Is that what you're asking? I'm just trying to understand.
Like the rationale, for us doing this, why are we doing the early
Right.
warning system, this data backpack? What are the national trends around this that we are trying to align to?
It's a pretty
I
big list
personally
for
just want
October.
the code, where it comes from, and I guess if you wanted to make an amendment, just where it comes from, and then what is asked to be collected.
If I
So-
could make a suggestion here, I think the purpose, again, bringing it back to this section is to tee up potential recommendations on policy to the legislature. And so if they bring back the review of what their legislature requires in the way of data collection, where it comes from, we could then have time for board members to address, well, should that be gathered? Is it being demanded by, federal or some other place? So that we could get to the why after October, I guess. But I would think what's being requested for October is the state requirements. And then a why question might come after that. Things like, where's this coming from? Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that we have time before October to review all federal data demands. We have time to review all state demands for purposes of the legislature. And then if the state demand is being dictated by federal or elsewhere, that would be a question to address after we get the list. Is that in line with where you're going? So I think what we're looking for in October, at least under the current motion, is state demands for data in those areas. And then we could talk about the whys and wherefores once we get the list, if that's consistent with, I think, the maker's suggestion. Okay, any further discussion?
Just I don't know if there's an objection, adding safety data, if there's any provisions with some of the new recommendations, so that we have a broad look and we can kind of compare. Saying we're gathering this here, we're gathering that there, so we're not either duplicating or gathering information that's not necessary.
Without objection? Hearing no objection, that'll go to the list. Okay, let's vote if we can. We got to move through some stuff, so motion is open for voting.
Member
This
Parisi,
is a
yes.
yes.
Oh, sorry, okay, we got Hymas and Klein both yeses, right? Okay. Yeah. It's about the vote. No, we're looking for state requirements for data, but that could include the source of the requirement. If it's federal, then we would know that. We wouldn't be addressing separately. Yeah, Klein's a yes, Hymas is a yes. Two more? Oh, okay, so that passes unanimously among those present.
Was there other motions out there? Christina had one.
So, let's see. Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I would move that the board request staff work with the legislature to amend subsection 53G
-6-8039 to add the following language. 4 is a computer adaptive assessment, semicolon, or 5 is an assessment that an LEA or school administers in lieu of an assessment described in subsections 1 through 4 above in the code. And if I may speak to the motion very briefly?
Yes, you may.
So very quickly, Superintendent Stallings and Director Nielsen, I believe, is his title. We had a good meeting and fleshed this out in many different capacities, and we believe this is a short, fruitful addition to address the systemic issues that exist inside our schools. So anyhow, I put that forward for the board's consideration.
Can you clarify where that sits? So is it under, I know it's 9, but there's a whole bunch of, there's A, B, C, D, E. Do you have? Is it under, at the request of a parent, student's parent, an LEA shall excuse a student from taking an assessment that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Sorry, my mic is not. That's okay. I see the 4 over here. Sorry, I was looking up there. Sorry that I was a little slow on that one. Okay, is there any other questions to this? No other comments? Okay, are we ready to vote? All right, go ahead and vote. The motion is before us.
Primus is yes.
Board Member Klein?
Klein is a yes.
That gives us 7. There might be a few more out there. What are we missing? Just 2? So I still have 2 more. Who are we missing? We've got 2 more out there. That's it? Okay, so the motion does not pass. Do you have another motion then? Okay.
So I move that the board direct staff to prepare language intended to amend the appropriate legislative code to ensure parents receive appropriate, timely, and unambiguous notice when a program is funded and therefore governed or has accountability factors in contravention of Utah code, whether those contraventions are overt or through exception clauses, and to prepare that language for presentation to the full board in October. I texted you all of that. Oh, there wasn't a question. Did I? I just texted you updated language. Sorry, it's right there. I texted you updated language. I think I texted you further updated language. Yeah, it's all good.
You know the keyboard shortcut.
Was there a second? Okay, yeah, will you speak to it? Because I'm not sure what it means personally.
Beautiful.
Could you help me?
Yes, so this is actually in response to the issues we addressed earlier, wherein we have programs in our state that are governed or accepted out of Utah code, and our parents don't really understand that. They don't know it. They're not fully aware. And I do believe that notice needs to be codified, that parents know when programs that receive federal funding and are governed by things that are outside of the scope of local governance, and that we figure out where that's at, and then we codify that so that we know that schools have to submit notice. I don't know if that answers your question.
Board Member Laird, do you have your?
I do. May I speak?
Yes, please.
I have a couple of questions regarding this. First of all, it says, intended to amend the appropriate legislation to ensure parents receive, but it doesn't it doesn't tell us who would send that notice. And hold that thought. So my concern is if LEAs who allegedly are doing things that are nefarious or in contravention to the law, they're not going to knowingly do that. So how would they know to send that notice to parents? It would be unlikely that they would say, we're going to start this program. It's in conflict with SB 81 or whatever the Sam Hill that one bill is. They're not going to do that, and it would be an immense amount of work for the USBE staff to check every program that an LEA has that might be alleged to be in violation of law. So I'm curious how this would work practically. Maybe the maker of the motion would like to.
Do you want to respond to that? No, no, I don't. I'm just asking. I'm directing.
Well, I think to me, it's very clear, and it's not overly burdensome. One of the things we talked about today was very specifically the after-school programs that are governed by, sorry, that's off. I checked with Kelsey. So it is governed by the federal mandates and is exempted from state code. That would be one. Parents need to receive that notice.
Who would send that notice?
The school would.
The school would say, we made a mistake and required this, but now we're not.
They would just submit notice that this program is funded and exempted from state code through X and X and exemption, and parents need to understand that Utah code no longer applies in this situation.
And who would call that to the school's attention?
Well, I think our LEAs need to know what they're doing that is not governed by Utah code.
Right, but
Okay,
still.
okay.
I'm just curious who would call.
I know, that's okay, just.
But I need to,
Yeah.
if there's an answer to that, that will help me understand.
I
how to
know, but
vote.
if you direct it through the chair, then it's
Okay,
not,
Chair.
it doesn't become.
Chair, if the maker of the motion would please tell us, how would this come to the school's attention?
Maker of the motion, do you have an
Schools
idea on
know. They're not unaware. When they install programs that are federally funded and exempted from Utah code, they know. And it's very simple. You just submit notice to your parents that these programs are installed and they're not governed by Utah code. They're governed by either the U.S. Department of Education, the department, whatever department it is. And if they're exempted, they know. They're not unaware.
Okay. So then I do have a question, because I'm just thinking through child nutrition. Like today, we will be voting on equipment, right? Is that, so the equipment would need to be posted, that we've got federal funds? I'm just trying to think through the mechanics of this and whether it's, what the feasibility of it is. And then also you've got, all the different pieces to child nutrition. I'm like, is it every different piece? So anyways, if you can maybe answer that. Go ahead, if you want to answer. I'm just, how granular are we looking at getting is what I'm maybe asking the question about. Because sometimes, like on child nutrition, there's many different avenues where funding could be coming in. Special education, there may be many different avenues that have federal funding, so. If you want to answer, you don't have to answer.
I'm not sure of your question. I guess there's a lack of clarity there to me. Like, I understand child nutrition, that's governed by the Department of Agriculture. You've got Title I funds that are governed by the U.S. Department of Education. Then you've got clearly your after-school program here that's exempted through other Utah codes with accept clauses. They know, like LEAs know, and I just think we need to find the appropriate space, research it, and work on codifying that notice so parents are aware of what's going on in schools and who governs those specific programs.
Okay, are there additional questions? Okay, go
And-
ahead.
And I mean, I fully admit that I could be displaying ignorance here. But, okay, so I'm thinking through again, doing this. I think my question is probably for Deputy Jones, maybe. So if I were to, try to comply, which, with this, if it were a thing, do we not receive, aren't state and federal, say, any of the three big programs, special ed, school nutrition, and Title I, are state and federal funds commingled? Like, do we also get state funds for those objectives? Do you understand what I'm saying? Will you let him speak? No, it's okay.
So, Madam Chair, the answer to your question is it's quite clear in the code that the legislature or that the law intends that federal money supplement state money.
Right.
So there's no commingling. It's used to supplement what you, the board, and the law directs as the public education system use of those funds, right? So I do believe I understand what Board Member Bogus is trying to do.
I do too.
Also want to make sure, though, that the law also stipulates that we can't accept federal grants that do conflict with the code, right? If the law is explicit that we have to act or do something in a particular manner related to public education, and we as staff or an LEA sees the conflict in code, of course they would consult with their legal teams, right, and see if there's opinion. But those controls are already in place. All the money we receive supplements state-funded programs from the
Right,
federal
and it
government.
doesn't supplant, it's not allowed
No,
to supplant.
we're not allowed to
Well, I
supplant,
guess
'cause then we
com-
get into unallowable costs, right?
Right.
Or unallowable expenditures.
I
yes.
guess what I'm trying to, okay, so I'm trying to follow the law, and I need to send home information on, so there are items in these three programs that are paid for out of one, but then there's items that are paid for out of a different pot of money, right?
Yes,
So
in
I don't
accordance with the
know-
applicable laws that govern the expenditures on those programs.
But would I know, say in the case of nutrition, would
Okay.
I know if something was from the state bucket or the federal bucket? Would I
Yes.
know that?
Yeah, you should, because your
How?
accountants should be doing the programmatic codes.
Oh,
They should
okay.
be tracking.
Okay.
So we have what's called you and your board rule of stipulated program accounting.
Okay.
So if it's a federal program, they have to attribute those costs or those expenses to that program
Okay.
by way of their financial system.
So it's kind of like the difference between buying something using land trust funds
Yes, ma'am.
and then labeling it with land trust
Yeah,
funds.
and
That's
so we
the
use
way
the
to think
chart of
about it.
accounts. We give you
Okay.
we give the LEAs the chart of accounts that stipulate which codes they should use so that we're ensuring that whatever the funding source is being used allowably.
So that's for funding.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That
Okay,
helps a lot
okay.
to.
Let's see. Is the motion pending then without any further discussion? I don't see any hands raised. So the motion then is that the board directs staff to prepare language intended to amend the appropriate legislative code to ensure parents receive appropriate, timely, and unambiguous notice when the program is funded and therefore governed or has accountability factors in contravention of Utah code, whether overtly or through exception clauses, and to prepare language for presentation to the full board in October. Okay, please vote. Member Hymas?
Hymas is no.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein is yes. Member Lear is a no. Somebody have her. Three more. part of my, okay, that fails 4-10. The yeses being Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Davis, and Member Carey. I would like to bring back.
Yeah, here,
does
you
that
gotta turn it
resolve
back
that
to
one?
me.
Oh, I gotta give it to
Before
you?
can-
Sorry.
Okay, now,
You're in the chair seat, I have a
Yep.
motion.
all
So
right.
I was on the prevailing side by stepping out during the computer active testing. Is that yours, Member Bogus? I forget who brought it. I
We just
checked with the
checked.
parliamentarian.
Well, we're still.
I don't just
Oh, they're still
spin the bottle. I asked whether my absence counted as a no, and they said it did, which put me on the prevailing side. So I'm moving to bring back that motion, having been a no by my absence, for reconsideration. Tell me if I'm doing this right. Tell me, oh, I lost my parliamentarian. Oh, okay, we got a difference here. Sybil, I'm double checking this. I thought it looked like I was on the prevailing side by being absent. Sorry, Michelle. Hold on just a sec. Let me. Okay, that's where Sybil was going. Okay, that's fair enough. No, Sybil thought that was the answer. I wouldn't come up with this on my own. but if you're overruling it, fair enough. I thought that would, yeah, Sybil seemed to think that would count, but we'll go with your take. So, all right, I am DQ'd. That's okay. That's why we got a couple of sets of eyes and. Okay, other motions then. We have other motions. Any motions either in backup or from board members? Hearing none. I'll just say one issue that's bubbling up out there, and you probably saw this. I don't have a motion. I don't know if it doesn't seem anybody else does, but there's been discussion about assessment flexibility. It was discussion at interim. A couple of ideas have been kicked around. Third grade testing flexibility, development of locally developed answers for high school, course-specific type of things were discussed at interim. I may have mentioned I ran into a superintendent in a conference that had a waiver, federal waiver, to allow interim assessment to fulfill the demands of the ESSA requirement for end-of-year testing, but they could do it summatively. Montana's doing that. They got a waiver for that. So that's been a subject that's been kicked around, and the legislature kind of opened that discussion at interim. But I have an interest partly because Wasatch, my district, had ideas about what could better allow them to assess student performance, adjust instruction, work with their PLCs, that kind of thing. They were looking for something locally developed, similar to RISE for high school. So that was a question that came up. I know current providers are interested in addressing that. You know, Pearson does Aspire Plus, so I think that's one that is not quite ready for prime time, but I suspect in October there might be some activity here that we might consider. So just throwing that out for visibility. Anybody else before we move on? I don't have a motion again. I just wanted to kind of raise it.
I do have a
Member Klein? Yeah.
I do have a comment. And I don't know, this is not a statutory change, and maybe it needed to be in the previous section where I brought this up, but I'm just thinking of the parent portal. Having gone on there and looked around, I don't see any mention of 53G 10205 on that portal, which is specific to the rights of conscience for students and parents and their ability to refrain from participating in aspects that violate their religious belief or right of conscience without being penalized or discriminated against. I think that would be an important thing to include in the parent portal.
Thank you, Member Klein, and I think some of us may have already put that request out to Cassie Hayes, who maintains the parent portal, so we can address that. Okay.
All right, I'll watch.
Thank you. Thank you, our policy team. And we have, let's see. I guess we have 11 strategic plan and goals, right? Unless we wanted to roll that. Did you guys have thoughts on what you wanted to address next? How much time do we need for that? Because we've got No. We got funding, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, we have funding requests, and then, where do we wanna go? We got 1 hour, sorry for, yeah, we're doing funding, I just was trying to see what else we're trying to get to.
I think we can get to, sorry.
Got a hard stop
we
at
gotta
6.
do,
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, sorry. Our general consent, and then an executive.
Well, so,
That's why I'm saying that we could at least start, we may have to do executive again tomorrow too. Get through some of it we can.
so are you suggesting to save the funding discussion to tomorrow? Jenny or Molly?
Yes,
My,
yeah, because we've only got an hour.
oh, we've got 2, so the things we have to do, executive session, cause Ben's not here. And then,
I would say, because we have staff probably waiting general consent, so they're not.
is that a staff need then, Superintendent? We need to hit that while staff are here on the consent calendar. Okay, so Sarah, let's hold, sorry, we may have to roll that to tomorrow on the funding discussion. Let's see if we can get through the other stuff, but, thank you. We do need this month, and looks like we might have to roll this till tomorrow to decide what funding requests we want to see on our list, and then we send those out for the ranking between this month and next, and then we have a final crack at either putting things on the list, revising the ranking of the list for the top 10, and then sending that to the governor by the deadline for the whatchamacallit act. Sorry?
Funding requested and consent tomorrow if possible.
Ah. Okay. Well, let's do funding and then leave time for executive, right? How much do we need? Yes. How much do we need for executive? Do we have any estimates out there? Yeah, sorry.
There were a few
Should we go into executive and then come out to funding then if we can? Half an hour for UPAC. Should we just break into executive and come back with what time we have, because that's our time certain, right? Okay. If we do, okay. Let's if we can, let's entertain a motion for, yes. What's that? What's that? Oh, might be okay. All right. Talk to Michelle.
I'm doing my part, but like somebody up here does it too. Was that Jenny?
Do you keep track of what goes happen?
Executive.
So, is that what we're looking at? Timing, go into exec, and then see what time we have left
Yes,
after that?
I'd like to make a motion that we go into, where's
There you
our?
go.
I'd like to make a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonably imminent litigation.
There a second? It's been seconded. The motion then is to go into executive session. We're going to do a roll call. Member Reel. Member Booth. Member Bogus. Member Klein. Oh, actually, no, she can vote, but she can't participate, right? Yeah, Member Klein?
Right. Yes?
Member Davis? Member Green is not with us. Member Carey? Is Cindy coming back, or did we lose her? Okay, all right. Member Carey's a yes. Member Wood? Member Hymus?
Yes.
Member Lear? You have to what? Got it, okay. Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Straight? Member Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart? Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Yes, and Member Moss is a yes. Okay. We have voted unanimously to go into executive session. For those online, you won't be able to join us, but we intend to come back out and turn to some business before our 6 o'clock hard stop. So we will alert you when we return. So thank you all. Let's clear out the...
And they just come and grab the food right off your fork as it's going in your mouth.
And you could make that argument for Texas in general, but property taxes in particular, because it's unrealized gains, and it's a way to make sure no one can own property.
Right.
No one can be free.
Yeah, without property, there is no freedom.
Right.
Property rights are huge.
And I could try everything I wanted. I could go live in the country, have solar panels on my house, have my own well, grow my own food, whatever, but I still have property taxes.
Right.
They don't want me
You're
there.
just
They will
renting.
force me home.
Yep.
They're able to force me home. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, and if they, I mean, they're already like, what do you call it? Laws against collecting water in rain barrels. You know, right? Pretty soon the underground water won't be far behind. It's like they figure out a way, and then of course, as long as there's, like you said, property tax.
Do we have a motion to come out of executive session? Got to move quick, folks. Is there a motion to come out of executive session? So moved and seconded. Let's give a roll call. We want to at least get one item with time sensitivity for staff. So, motion to come out of executive session. Member Reel. Yes. Member Booth. Yes. Member Bogus. Yes. Member Klein. Member
Yes.
Davis is gone. Sorry?
I don't know.
Member Davis is online?
Yes.
Member Davis, we're moving to come out of executive session. Member Klein, are you with us to come out of executive session?
Yes.
Member Hymus, motion to come out of executive session? All right, Member
Yes.
Carey, did we lose Member Carey? Okay, Member Wood? Member Hymus again?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Lear? She didn't go to online? Okay, Member Norton? Yes. Member Straight? Yes. Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart? And Moss is a yes. Do we have Klein, Davis, or Hymus? Not sure. Okay. Not hearing them.
I said yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
Vote
Hymus said yes twice. I don't know if you can hear me.
We got you now. Thank you. Okay. And Member Davis, you with us? Okay. Okay. That motion carries. It was unanimous of those voting. So we're back. We're going to go to, let's see. We have a couple of items on consent calendar. Open up consent. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we have actions coming out of exec. Thank you. Member Norton.
I move that the following item be pulled from the consent calendar. Case number 24-EH48.
Okay, the motion before the board is that case number case number 24-EH48 be
Pulled.
be pulled. Oh, we don't. We do need to pull it.
Okay, we pull it.
We'll pull it. Okay.
Okay.
So the motion before the, okay. We need to go ahead and vote on it.
In
All-
case number 24-EH48.
Don't we need to vote on it? No,
said we
sorry,
didn't need
my
to.
apologies.
Okay.
Sorry.
In case number 24-EH48, I move that the board bring back to the board for review in our October meeting. Okay,
Okay,
never mind. Okay, there we go.
okay.
All
So
right.
go ahead with the regular
So,
consent.
I move that the board approve UPAC's consent calendar recommendations.
The motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC's consent calendar recommendations. And we're gonna, do I need to call names? Okay, okay. So go ahead and vote.
This is the one I'm abstaining from.
Board Member Klein?
I abstain.
Okay. Board Member Hymas?
Has anything changed from backup? I read the backup. I agree with things on there, so I'll vote yes unless something has changed.
No, what you see there is what you get, other than what we pulled. So, and then,
So I'll vote yes.
okay, is Board Member Davis online? No. Okay, just those two. So the votes are, did everybody vote? 1, 2 abstentions? 3 abstentions. So we have 8 yeses and we have 3 abstentions. They are, who are they? I can't see from here without my glasses. Board Member Straight, Board Member Norton, and Board Member Klein abstained. Okay, and go ahead.
Okay. In case number 19-1702, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendations.
Okay, do I have a second? Yes. The motion before the board is the motion is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 19-1702. All those in favor, can you go ahead and vote? Board Member Klein? Board Member Klein, Board Member Hymas?
Abstain.
Okay, abstain. Board Member Hymas?
Hymas is yes.
Okay, Hymas is a yes, so I have 10 yeses, 1 abstention from Board Member Klein. Okay, go ahead.
In case number 23-1988, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, the motion before the board is that it approves UPAC recommendation for case number 23-1988. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain.
Okay, and Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
In case number 23-1998, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC recommendation for case number 23-1998. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain.
Board Member Hymas?
Pretty sure it's at the U, the Marriott.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
In case number 23-2.
Oh, sorry, I didn't read those. Oh, hold. Vice Chair Hart. Let me just read out the results. So that's 10, 4, and then 1 abstention from Board Member Klein. Okay, go ahead.
In case number 23-2004, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, the motion before the board is that it accepts UPAC's recommendation for case number 23-2004. All those in, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain.
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, did I get everybody? We're missing, Real, we're missing your vote. Okay, that's 10 in favor and 1 abstention from Board Member Klein. Go ahead.
In case number 23-2021, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
The motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation for case number 232021. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain?
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, is that it? 11, 12? Are we missing one, or is that it?
In case,
Okay, hold on. That's
Oh.
10 to 1, 10 in favor, 1 abstention from Board Member Klein. Go ahead.
in case number 23-2039, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
The motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC recommendation for case number 232039. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain?
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, missing some votes. That's 10 yeses and 1 abstention. For Board Member Klein, go ahead.
In case number 23-2047, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
The motion before the board is that the board accept UPAC's recommendation for case number 232047. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain?
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, and one more.
In case number 24-2087, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
The motion before the board is that the board accept UPAC's recommendation for case number 242087. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain?
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, that was 10 yeses and 1 abstention from Board Member Klein.
Oh, let's see. Well, we looked at that
See, I'm-
reconsideration thing that I was hoping to do, and it turns out I still can't do it. So there's that. Tension,
Okay.
tension breaker. We were looking at additional business, and that was one that we can't do. But do we have other options? Do we have people here that we need to get up here? Adam?
If
We-
we
we-
wanted to
I
try to go
think-
through consent calendar.
Do we want to do that? I think Adam's here on a consent item, right? Right, okay. So should we do that? You want to take that, Vice Chair Earl?
Board Member Bogus is indicating it might take a minute.
Well, we could give it a shot, I
What time do
guess.
we- well-
We have to leave here. What time?
I'm turning it back over to you. So you
What
can-
time does it start up there? And we're at the Capitol. I just want to respect our staff's time. I know Adam's been here available. Do we want to give it a shot or? Sorry? Yeah, let's see where we get with this. We want to open for consent then, and let's see, I guess I'm running the show. So, open to consent for motions. Any motions on consent?
Right here.
Member Bogus or Member Norton? Who has the? Norton. In which order? Okay, Member Bogus.
Okay, I want to pull, oh man, sorry, it left me. I want to pull 12.3, 12.4. Sorry, I'm pulling the memo.
That's it, right?
What's that? Is that the full list of items pulled? I think we're still
Well,
waiting to see if there's
somebody else
more.
can pull, I'll look and
Okay,
figure the
those are
rest of
yours.
them.
Member Norton?
Oh, I would pull the 12.6.
Okay, Member Klein, Member Norton was up next. Okay, so the motion is to move items 12.1, 12.2, and 12.5, I believe, correct? Those are the items that have not been?
12.6.
I thought 6 was pulled.
Board Member Klein pulled it.
He's doing the rest.
So, Member Norton is moving to approve the rest, which is, yeah, I gotcha. 12.1, 12.2, and 12.5. Is there a second? Second? Okay, let's tee that up. I think we can do electronic vote, right? So this is to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, which is 12.1, 12.2, and 12.5. Please vote.
Board Member Klein? So we're voting in favor, if you want to vote in favor of 1, 2, and 5. So Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
I'm a no.
Member Klein's a no. Do we have Member Davis online? Dropped? Okay.
Okay, there's your result.
So we have a vote of 9 to 2. That motion passes with Member Bogus and Member Klein opposed. Thank you. And do we have action proposed on items 12.3, 12.4, 12.6? Those are the items that were pulled. 12.3, 12.4, 12.6. Any action on those? Member Wood?
I move that we approve the minutes at 12.3.
Okay, motion's approve the minutes. Is there a second? I'll second. Okay, second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no lights, let's vote. We're voting on whether to approve the minutes, item 12.3.
Okay, can I ask a question on 12.4?
Well, let's wrap this one up. Member Klein?
Did you have a question on the career and technical ed?
Member Hymas?
Are we voting?
Yes, we're voting to approve the minutes. Are you a yes or no?
Oh, gotcha.
I will abstain.
Okay. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Hymas?
Yes.
Yeah, is a yes, and we don't have Member Davis, right? Okay, did we get those recorded? So that passes 10 in favor, 1 abstaining, which is Member Klein. Okay, any additional action on 12.4 or 6?
Yeah. hit her thing so we can
Member
do it real
Wood,
quick.
sorry. Oh, I killed
I
it.
move to approve 12.4, career and technical education approved programs, school year 25-26.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. We're voting on number 12.4.
Board Member Klein?
CTE approved programs.
No.
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Okay.
We get both of those recorded? Okay, that motion passes 8 to 2, the no votes being Member Klein and Member Bogus. And that leaves only action item 12.6 related to the meeting the needs of adults learning English and incarcerated adults.
I make a motion that we approve 12.6, meeting the needs of adults learning English and incarcerated adults.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing
I
none?
have a comment.
Member Klein, yes.
Do we know, with these being adults, do we know how many of these are illegal aliens that we are funding their education, their English learning?
We are not allowed to ask that, and so I take it that the answer I'm getting from staff is no, we do not know the answer to that. Correct?
But this is for adults. Where does it say that we have to pay for adult education for English language learners or illegal aliens?
It's an interesting question. Is the same prohibition in place when we're providing services to adults? Okay, we'd have to look that up. So we don't know for sure as we sit here whether the rule is different for adults than for students. But we do not currently
I have
collect. Okay, Member Klein, the confirmation
What
is
was that?
Yeah, the answer is we do not currently collect that. So to your point, we don't know, and we don't know exactly if the laws are the same, but we do not collect that currently. Okay, any
Okay,
follow-up?
yeah, I would like to maybe have that, not maybe, but I would like that to be a legislative request that we have that addressed in legislation.
So that would be separate. We'll have to do that during our legislative
Okay.
part.
So
part of
then,
discussion.
also this is for a digital equity competitive grant, and I thought we were moving away from DEI? Why are we being asked to approve a digital equity competitive grant?
Anybody know the answer to that one? Whether the digital equity grant is in tension with recent legislation? Let's hear it. Stephanie, if you wouldn't mind, our executive coordinator for DOLED.
So the digital equity is just giving access to digital literacy skills, digital like laptops, computers, internet, right, for all. That's.
Is it not a matter of racial categories or preferences when we say digital equity then in the context of this grant?
No.
It also says digital inclusion projects in the paragraph.
Do we know what that means in this context?
Again, it's giving access to digital literacy skills for all people. Some of the specific populations that we're addressing are, again, like English language learners, incarcerated adults, low-income individuals, many of the same population that adult education serves.
Hold on, Member Klein, just a sec. She's still finishing up. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Sorry, many of the same population that adult education serves in general. There's huge overlap.
Okay. Member Klein, quick follow-up?
It sounds like this is for special groups, not all. And if access now means DEI, which it always has, then that needs to also be addressed, that we're not just playing games with our language.
Okay, I'm hearing it's not preferences or quotas, but the point's been raised, so let's vote. The motion is to approve action item 12.6, meeting the needs of adults learning English and incarcerated adults. Member Klein?
I am a no.
Member
I think.
Yes?
I just think it's insane that we are paying all the people's taxpayer dollars are going to pay for people that are non-citizens, and I'm happy to go on the record with that.
Okay.
Just to clarify, because someone doesn't speak English does not mean they're non-citizens. Just, that's an assumption.
But we don't know. We don't know.
Right.
That's the point.
Because we don't collect that, and it's intentional that we don't collect it because they don't want us to be.
Okay, no, yeah, Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Hymas says yes. Oops, I got a vote. All right, I think that's all we got left is 10 of us, right? So that passes 9-1, the one no vote being Member Klein. That concludes the consent calendar. Looking for a final motion.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Roll out your sleeping bag. Okay, we'll see you.